Thank you. Delegates, you can tap on tables if you want. Thank you.
I have the list of speakers, and now I request the distinguished delegate of the United States of America to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, good morning. 80 years ago, in the aftermath of World War II, the UN was found to ensure peace. We, the United States, have stood at the center by promoting peace and harmony between nations. Though the UN is the epitome of diplomacy, it is still suffering from problems like lack of efficiency in decision making, outdated power sharing methods, and resolutions for a world that has turned into memories. From negotiating through the Cold War, the issues in the Balkans, restoring Kuwaiti stability, convincing Pakistan for a ceasefire, and negotiating with Russia, Ukraine, and Israel, Palestine to resolve the conflicts, we, the United States, have always promoted counterterrorism and peacemaking efforts globally. Even though we act abroad, we find that the UN is lagging behind. Power imbalances, lack of voice for African, Latin American, and Asian countries, lack of solutions for 21st century problems like cyber warfare, espionage, climate change have been holding the UN back. This is why America calls for a holistic change, which includes actions like 1. Replace the many number of committees with a transparent digital government where people have access to real-time information. 2. Personnel exchange would help rejuvenate the workforce across the member nations. Moreover, it will help people find more opportunities globally. 3. Taxing anti-peacemaking. Tax global emissions, tax ceasefire violations, and tax human rights violations. The US has always worked to promote ending segregation, empowering women, and negotiating tense situations. Even when children die across the world, bilateral tensions turn into war, and people having warrants in their names hold political power, the UN has been becoming outdated. It is when we should consider the fact that discussing is not enough. We will not be peacemakers just by sitting here. Are we really uniting the countries, or are we fueling somebody's pocket? We, the United Nations, we, the United States, stand for healthy relationships between nations, facilitated not just by trade, but by diplomacy. We, the US, have proved our worth across a myriad of tensions. We shall continue doing so. Thank you and have a great day.
I thank the distinguished delegate of United States of America. I now request the distinguished delegate of People's Democratic Republic of Algeria to make their statement.
Good morning, Honorable President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We, as the delegate of Algeria, would like to congratulate the delegate of Germany for being the president of today's United Nations General Assembly. Algeria stands before you not as a newcomer of United Nations General Assembly, but as a nation forgotten through the struggles of self-determination or history. Like that of many nations in global south, shapes our faith believes that United Nations must evolve or risk being left behind by the realities of our changing world. The structure created in 1945 no longer reflects the balance of today's global order. We see a Security Council often paralyzed by the self-interest of few, unable to act when the action is needed the most. The veto power, in particular, has become a barrier of justice, a privilege that undermines the very principle of sovereign equality on which the organization was built. Algeria stands firmly with the common African positions, calls for the comprehensive reform of Security Council, one that extends both permanent and non-permanent members to correct historical imbalance that had long executed Africa and other underrepresented regions. We must also work to empower General Assembly, the most democratic, universal body of United Nations, so that the will of majority can no longer be silenced. Integrated law must apply to all, not to some, not selectively. Reform is not a matter of pursuing, it is a necessity of survival. The world faces conflicts, climatic crisis, the deep inequalities that demand a stronger, a fairer United Nations, incapable of and collective action. Let us move beyond speeches. Let us act to build the UN truly serve to all. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. I now request the distinguished delegate of the Principality of Andorra to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates, the delegation of Andorra stands here today not as a big or powerful country, but as a proud and peaceful nation from the Pyrenees Mountain. A voice that believes every country, big or small, should be heard equally in this great hall. You see, the United Nations was born many years ago in 1945, and the world has changed a lot since then. But the structure, especially the Security Council, still looks like the same old world. Countries have grown, new ones joined, but small nations like mine still wait outside the door where the big decisions are made. Andorra believes that reform is not just about who gets more seats or veto powers. It's about fairness, it's about trust, it's about making UN faster, more equal, and more connected to the people it serves. We wanted a United Nation that listens faster, acts quicker, and includes everyone, not only the powerful ones. Our country has no army, but we are strong in peace, dialogue, and education. We have schools with the students from more than 100 different nationalities learning together every day. That shows how small countries can also bring unity. We ask for reforms that make the UN more democratic, more equal, and less slow. We need the General Assembly to have more say in world matters because here, every nation's voice counts equally. We also believe the UN should spend less on long paperwork and more on helping people in crisis protecting human rights, tackling poverty, and fighting climate change. Andorra stands ready to support all countries working for peace, equality, and sustainability. Because reforming the UN does not mean breaking it. It means making it stronger, fairer, and closer to the people. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, dear delegates.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Principality of Andorra. I now request the distinguished delegate of Turkmenistan to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we as delegate of Turkmenistan would like to congratulate the President of today's United Nations General Assembly. It is indeed a great honor for the delegate of Turkmenistan to address this distinguished council. Turkmenistan stands before you as a proud and independent nation whose history and values are deeply connected to the very principles that gave birth to the United Nations. When this organization was formed after the devastation of war, it was built the ideals of peaceful cooperation, collective security, and the equality among nations, values that continue to guide Turkmenistan's path even today. Our commitment to these principles is not just an idea. It is a part of our national identity. In 1995, the United Nations unanimously adopted a resolution recognizing Turkmenistan's permanent neutrality, a moment that remains one of the cornerstones for the foreign policy. For nearly 3 decades, this neutrality has been more than a political stance. It has been a living practice of peace, dialogue, and balance. Turkmenistan believes that neutrality is not a passive. It is an active choice, one that seeks to promote understanding, build trust, and create platform for peaceful cooperation. In a world where tensions divide nations, Turkmenistan continues to believe in the power of dialogue over confrontation and partnership over rivalry. The principles of the UN Charter, sovereign equality, mutual respect, and non-interference are not just a word for us. They are the foundation on which we build our international relations. Turkmenistan remains a steadfast supporter of the United Nations and its role in ensuring peace and stability. We are committed to working alongside all member states to create a world that is balanced, secure, and resilient. A world that reflects the spirit of unity this organization was founded upon. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Turkmenistan. I now request the distinguished delegate of Antigua and Barbuda to make their statement.
We, the delegate of Antigua and Barbuda, congratulate you on becoming the President of United Nations General Assembly. We, as the delegate of Antigua and Barbuda, stand here as a proud member of the United Nations to address the pressing subject of the reformation of the United Nations. UN has stood for high ideals from the beginning. According to the Charter of United Nations, it is all about fundamental human rights such as justice, respect, and progress of life for more freedom. The United Nations was established for maintaining peace, security. We, Antigua and Barbuda, a small developing country, will value a reformed United Nations. In our country, we face challenges like climate changes, rising sea levels, and natural disasters. So we can rely on much more effective and responsible system to our realities. But no one has really made a system for the struggles we face in the midst of 20th century. Therefore, I respectfully propose 3 elements for how the United Nations should be reformed. The delegate of the United Nations must consistently uphold the promises and principles, equality and cooperation. A study highlights that threatened nations like Antigua and Barbuda face urgent climatic and socio-economic challenges. We must hollow commitments to tangible non-partisan climate funds, debt alleviation, and full inclusion in global societies. The power being the ability to reject a vote or decision. This power is malpracticed among 5 permanent members. This is now used for self-political power. To resolve this issue, we must require multiple vetoes except the other 5 for more inclusivity among the societies. The concern of small islands and developing countries must be given full weight. Reforms ensure that not only largest are treated with equal dignity and that in our voices shape global policy. In the end, reformation of United Nations is not a question of replacing what has been built, but of renewing and adapting it for the 21st century. Antigua and Barbuda stand ready to contribute, purpose a global pace of dignity and hope. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Antigua and Barbuda. I now request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Argentina to make their statement.
Madam President, estimated delegates, we, the delegate of Argentina, stand before you today to represent Republic of Argentina, a proud nation deeply committed to the multilateralism, peace and international cooperation. We gather here not only to reflect on the achievements of United Nations, but to recognize the urgent need for reform that makes this institution more inclusive, transparent and effective. Another key area is peacekeeping. We believe reforms should focus on improving coordination, protecting civilians, and ensuring that peacekeeping mandates are clear and achievable. The UN must be equipped with respond swiftly and effectively to crises. We also call the reforms in development financing. Argentina has faced economic challenges and known first-hand global financial system can impact national stability. We support efforts to make UN development programs more accessible and better aligned with the needs of developing countries. This includes lending practices and stronger support for sustainable growth. Finally, we must reform how the UN engages with civil society. The voice of youth, indigenous communities, and grassroots organizations must be heard. Argentina supports initiatives that open more space for public participation. In conclusion of statements, reform is not about dimensioning. It is about strengthening it. It is about making this institution more democratic, more flexible, more connected to the people. So Argentina stands ready to work with all the member states to build the United Nations for the 21st century. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Argentina. I now request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Armenia to make their statement.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the delegates of Armenia would like to bring certain reforms within the UN focusing on Armenia's priorities and leveraging UN mechanisms. The key reforms are UN guidances on transparency and accountability to push for legislative and institutional reforms in Armenia. Armenia engaged with UN-supported judicial reform initiatives to support independence and make access to justice for all citizens. Also provide human rights complaint practices, access to legal aids and provide vulnerable protection. Help to maintain the sustainable development and make sure that human rights are guided to all citizens. We also support people to participate in public discussions to know their needs and to provide necessary aids for them. Armenia also provides peaceful resolution to all problems, also allows them to raise their voices and opinions. Our nation supports the development in the areas like poverty reduction, democratic governance, environment, and energy. Also, Armenia brings comprehensive changes in the areas where peace and security should be guided. We provide equality, peace, and security to all the citizens. In conclusion, the most effective reforms emerges when the communities, local authorities, and UN partners co-create solutions and monitor results and adapt quickly to the evolving needs. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Armenia. I now request the distinguished delegate of the Commonwealth of Australia to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished President and esteemed delegates. On behalf of the Commonwealth of Australia, I would like to extend my congratulations to the delegate of Germany for their appointment as the President. The UN is based on a charter that was built over 8 decades ago. It doesn't reflect the changes of the world in the 21st century. Yet, the global governance system still reflects the world issues of 80 years ago. Therefore, reform is not a choice, it is a necessity. The structure of the General Assembly must change and adjust to the transformed world. It cannot represent today's world while large regions like Africa, Latin America, and much of Asia still lack a permanent voice. A council designed for the powers of 1945 cannot solve the crisis of 2025. Australia believes that fairness and inclusivity must replace outdated privilege. We stand for expanding both permanent and non-permanent seats to give new powers, developing nations and small island states more representation. This would make the Council more legitimate and its decisions more effective. Reform must also improve transparency, limit the misuse of veto power, and strengthen accountability to all member states. Australia wishes for a reformed UN that listens to all voices, not just the loudest. We wanted to take action on issues that threaten our security, such as climate change, human rights, and most importantly, peace. We believe that cooperation is key to global progress. Equally important is that the UN listens to all voices, acts on threats, and promotes peace through cooperation. Coordination between the Security Council, the General Assembly, and the Economic and Social Council must also improve, ensuring harmony in peacekeeping, development, and human rights work. Finally, Australia believes in the need for modernization in the UN. Investing in digital tools and data transparency can improve communication between members. The UN must reflect 21st century world where decisions must be taken on time and reflect the 21st century global cooperation. Australia stands with other nations to contribute to a more modern, transparent, and representative United Nation that supports and truly serves its members. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Commonwealth of Australia. The following delegates, please take your seats at the right side of the podium. Republic of Austria, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Republic of Palau. I now request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Austria to make their statement.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates. We can't help everyone, but everyone can help someone. The Austrian Republic sees the gap between the UN's promise and the harsh reality. The children of this generation face fundamental fears: war, climate change, and division. 80 years after our predecessors created the Charter, we must ask, is the UN still fit for purpose? The evidence of failure is our mandate for change. In Ukraine, Russia wages an illegal war, demanding we uphold the ceasefire and national sovereignty. In Gaza, while we condemn The brutal October 7th attacks and demand Hamas unconditionally free all hostages. Nothing justifies the humanitarian catastrophe. Civilians must be protected at all times. This erosion of international law proves that our current structures are failing. This demands deep institutional reform. The Security Council must be modernized to restore trust and transparency. As a military-neutral small country, Austria relies entirely on the rule of law and diplomacy. We hope to serve in the Council for the 2027 and 2028 term to champion these principles and uphold the two-state solution for lasting peace in Middle East. We must also adapt to new threats. We must reject growing nuclear arsenals and ban autonomous weapons that kill indiscriminately. We must also elevate climate security as a threat to global peace, with Austria acting as a leading supporter of the UN's climate security mechanism. Austria has pledged 120,000 euros in dedicated financial support to the UN climate security mechanism, underscoring the urgent need for a stronger, reformed UN. Excellencies, we must not fail our children. Let us renew the Charter's 80-year-old promise for a better future grounded in law, cooperation, and hope. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Austria. I now request the distinguished delegate of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to make their statement.
Respected Madam President, delegates and esteemed members, the United Kingdom believes that the true strength of UN lies in its ability to act and deliver the promises to the world, but we need to face it. The UN isn't changing fast enough. We are operating under the system built in 1945, not in 2025. If we don't reform now, the trust of the people will slowly fade away. The UK strongly believes that it's a time to expand and monitor the Security Council, bringing on countries like India, Japan, and the key states of Africa states to ensure fair and more inclusive decision making. Only about representation. It's all about accountability, speed, and the shared responsibility. We also back a Global Climate Fund 2.0, supporting developing nations in adopting renewable energy and prepare for climate action. It isn't just about charity, it's about collective survival. Also, at the same time, the UN must take active steps and decisive steps at stopping the terrorism and mass migration in Europe. In Europe, uncontrolled migration is rolling hard at challenges, straining system, threatening stability, and the cultural rights. The UK believes that the migration must be managed responsibly. Moreover, the UK must act boldly to prevent possible conflicts and restrain the aggressive activities of certain belligerent nations and endanger global peace. The ultimate goal of the humanity should be to preserve peace and not war. The UN must take strong activities to reform process to make these principles real, not in resolution, but in results. The UN was founded on hope and fairness. Today, we can renew that missions, not by ignoring our differences, but by turning them into our great strength. The United Kingdom is ready to lead, collaborate, and deliver, because unity is not spoken, it's shown. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I now request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Palau to make their statement.
Ungil Tatao Bekhel Chad, honored chairs, esteemed guests, and distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Republic of Palau, congratulate the delegate of Germany to be appointed as the president of the 81st United Nations General Assembly. We know that UN was established 80 years ago with the main aim of world peace. We believe that reformations are crucial for collective survival. As in the small island developing state, climate change poses an existential threat. Rising sea level, environmental degradations imperil countries. Due to these livelihoods, people are at stake. We urge all member states to work together to implement meaningful reformations prioritizing sustainable development, human rights, and climate action. This includes strengthening of UN's capacity to respond to humanitarian crises and supporting resilient initiatives. Palau believes that reform is essential for UN's relevance and effectiveness. We require a United Nations that is transparent, accountable, and responsive to all nations. The fate of many nations lies in our collective actions. We must reform the UN in order to address these global challenges. By remembering the words of our respected President Surangal Weaves Jr., that international cooperation can make reforms. As this, Palau, as an small interstate, would like the UN to take up initiatives like increase climate finance for vulnerable countries, strengthen international cooperation on climate migration, promoting sustainable tourism, protecting and preserving marine biodiversity. By taking these measures, UN can be reformed, making relationships among international community even more stronger. As a member state of United Nations, we, the Republic of Palau, will continue to contribute its everything, respecting boundaries of the United Member Nations. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Palau. I request the following delegates to take their seat at beside the podium: Jamaica, People's Republic of China, Canada, and Socialist Republic of Vietnam. I now request the distinguished delegate of Jamaica to make their statement.
Thank you, Madam President, other delegates, and other esteemed guests. Delegate of Jamaica congratulate Madam President on their election. Delegation of Jamaica stands before this assembly today to underscore the imperative need for reformation of United Nations. As we celebrate the United Nations' 18th anniversary, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the principles of United Nations. As we face global challenges like pandemics, climate change, war, and poverty, it's very clear that our multilateral system needs urgent reform and revitalization to meet this era's needs, so that we must build a system that's more democratic, transparent, and representative to evolving challenges. Madam President, Jamaica advocates for the expansion of Security Council that is to reflect the diversity of the world. It should also include the developed and developing countries and also small island-like countries like Jamaica, so that it ensures representation from every corner of the world to make major decisions. One main reformation, we think that we should reverse the veto power, because if that is limited in 5 countries, it will lead to an autonomous decision. And if that is expanded with countries from every part of the world, the decision will include their representation. Jamaica suggests that sustainable development goals should also be embedded into the UN's fundamental principle and function as outlined in Article 1. We advocate for more inclusive voting system across UN bodies, mainly Security Council and General Assembly. Madam President, Jamaica proposed a dedicated UN body or reform of existing structures to prioritize climatic resilience, especially for island countries like Jamaica. Jamaica stands ready to work with all member states in partnership and solidarity to create a future defined by peace, prosperity, and dignity for all. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Jamaica. Now I request the People's Republic of China to make their statement.
Zhao Shanghao, distinguished delegate of China, to make a statement. Madam President, on behalf of China, I congratulate your election as the President of this session of United Nations General Assembly. We firmly believe that reforming the United Nations is necessary to make it more effective, equitable, and representative of the current international order. However, we emphasize that reform must be guided by the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and carried out through broad consultation, consensus, and cooperation rather than confrontation. We support reforms that enhance the UN's efficiency, transparency, and inclusiveness, ensuring that the voices of all member states, especially developing countries, are heard. We are convinced that reform must not create new divisions or privilege for a few nations, but instead promote fairness and balance in global decision making. We believe that Security Council reform should focus on improving its efficiency and representativeness while preserving its authority and effectiveness. We stress that priority should be given to increase the representation of developing countries whose role in maintaining peace and development is vital. At the same time, reform should safeguard the core functions of the Council and maintain the stability provided by its current structure. We also believe that the General Assembly must continue to serve as the main platform for dialogue, cooperation, and collective decision-making among all nations. Reform should strengthen the Assembly's role in reflecting the will of international community as a whole. We continue to support modernization efforts within the UN system in peacekeeping, sustainable development, and humanitarian assistance to ensure that the UN remains responsive to needs of our times. In conclusion, we reaffirm our commitment to work with all member states to build a United Nations that is more just, representative, and effective, one that truly upholds multilateralism and serves the future of mankind. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished delegate of People's Republic of China. I now request Canada to make their statement.
Madam President, on behalf of the Republic of Canada, I congratulate you on attaining your position as President. The Canadian delegation proudly does this address to this Assembly as a supporter of peace, cooperation, and deference to the international law. Canada has always thought that global problems required global solutions, as it is a founding country of the United Nations and a nation which is founded on peace, security, and human rights. However, nowadays, when the world deals with new and challenging crises, the United Nations should be reforming, not to forget all its principles, but to revive them. The reform is not denying the past of the UN. It is investing in its future. Canada is of the opinion that multilateralism and international order of rules are the building blocks of global stability. Today, when the unilateral solutions put the peace and collaboration under threat, the UN should still be a firm advocate of dialogue, justice, and shared responsibility. To begin with, Canada is promoting an open and more representative Security Council. It should be structured to embrace reality in the present days through increasing non-permanent membership, particularly to those regions that have historically been underrepresented, like Africa, Latin America, and small island developing states. Second, Canada demands the UN to be more accountable and effective. The UN is going to be more responsive to the needs of the world through streamlined processes, financial transparency, and further advocating gender equality and inclusiveness in leadership. Third, Canada puts an emphasis on the role of youth and civil society in international decision-making. The further generation should not only inherit the results of the diplomacy, but also define it. It is an honorable task to reform the United Nations, dear delegates. We must act collectively to enhance multilateralism, support a rules-based order, and make this institution be the hope of peace and collaboration to future generations. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of Canada. I now request...
All right, so after the next speaker is done, we will adjourn the meeting for a informal consultation, which is something like a break session, okay? So you can adjourn the meeting for a break session after this. Cool?
I now request the Socialist Republic of Vietnam to make their statement.
Honorable Madam President and respected dignitaries and distinguished delegates, today we have gathered here to discuss the urgent need to reform UN. Over the past 8 decades, UN has stood through various challenges and hardships and serving as the support for the world, guided by the principle of international peace, equal rights, and social progress. UN has worked to achieve in the prevention of war, maintaining peace and cooperation of the countries, reducing poverty, improving living standards, and advancing science and technology. However, today we live in an unpredictable world. With ongoing wars, arising conflicts disrupting socio-economic systems, the cooperation between nations are being undermined by the strategic rivalries among major powers. The decline in transparency, political will, and resources has become a serious threat to global peace and unity. Vietnam, as a nation that has endured immense pain and losses of wars, Vietnam treasures more than most the priceless value of peace. The spirit of peace, amity, compassion, and altruism is deeply woven into our national identity. Therefore, we must address these challenges. To fulfill the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, there should be transparency and accountability in UN operations and fundings. We must strengthen the UN peacekeeping missions and ensure human rights enforcement becomes stronger and less biased. In conclusion, we should all work together and cooperate together to make UN more effective, representative, and inclusive. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. I now adjourn the session for informal consultation.
So you have been adjourned for an informal consultation, meaning you can go step out from your chairs, you can walk around, you can talk to people. If you want to avail the snacks, you could also do that. Thank you. And refreshments that has been provided to you. Thanks a lot.
I stand before you today as a delegate of Kingdom of Tonga, proud to participate in this United Nations Replica 2025. As we gather today in this General Assembly, we are reminded of the immense responsibilities and the role of the United Nations play in our lives. The UN, founded on the principle of peace, security, and cooperation, had brought about a change from the world of 1945 to the world of today. As a small island nation, we face rising sea levels, intense storms, and dwindling resources threaten our way of life. That is why reforming the UN is crucial for us. We face relentless sea level rise, increasingly intense tropical cyclones, and profound damage to our ecosystem. This reality demands that climatic actions and justice be placed at the heart of the UN's reforms agenda. Our country strongly advocates for Security Council reforms to make the UN more effective and more representative. The international financial architecture and our access to it must be reformed to support the resilience building efforts. We must have a greater voice in the UN decision-making bodies. The UN can provide technical assistance, policy guidance, and partnership for sustainable development, and can also provide educational initiatives such as improving access to quality education, teacher training, and literacy programs. These are the key areas that Tonga strongly advocates for meaningful reforms within the United Nations. Reforms aren't easy, but it is necessary for a country like Tonga. To achieve these reforms, we must work together. In the spirit of our motto, Koe Otuamo Tongaka Hoku Tofia, we believe that by working together, guided by our shared faith and inherited duty to our nation, we can forge a more resilient, equitable, and peaceful global society. We look forward to a future where the United Nations truly serves all its members and delivers on its funding promises of peace, progress, and prosperity for all generations. Molo Opito. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Kingdom of Tonga. I now request the Federative Republic of Brazil to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Brazil congratulates the President and praises the Secretariat for prioritizing UN reform. This topic is important for restoring the organization's legitimacy and effectiveness in global governance. Since 1945, the United Nations has represented international cooperation and peace. However, the Security Council still reflects the political realities of the post-World War II era, not those of the 21st century. Brazil believes that without reform, the UN may lose the legitimacy and trust it has developed over the years. Brazil has 3 demands and practical solutions to restore fairness, representation, and equality and efficiency in the United Nations system. First, Brazil calls for expanding the Security Council. Latin America and Africa, which together represent nearly 100 nations, do not have a permanent seat. Brazil and the G4 nations suggest adding new permanent and non-permanent members from these underrepresented regions. This change would ensure that all continents have a fair voice in matters of peace and security. Second, Brazil urges a reform of the veto power. According to Article 27 of the UN Charter, the veto was meant for balance, not for dominance. Brazil believes that new permanent members should not initially hold this power, and existing permanent members should voluntarily limit their use, especially in cases involving mass atrocities and humanitarian crisis. Third, Brazil calls for greater transparency in UN decision-making and stronger participation of smaller nations. It also supports enhancing the role of the General Assembly to ensure that all voices are heard when the Security Council fails to act. These reforms are not about privilege, they are about fairness. They do not intend to shift the balance of power, but to restore it. As President Lula da Silva stated at the general debate, the world no longer accepts the concentration of power in the hands of a few. The world demands representation and equality. In conclusion, Brazil is ready to work constructively with all nations to create a United Nations that reflects today's realities and tomorrow's hopes. It should speak not just for a few, but for all of humanity. Honorable President, fellow delegates, thank you very much.
I thank the Federative Republic of Brazil. I now request the Arab Republic of Egypt to make their statement.
Respected Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great honor and privilege for the delegate of Egypt to address this distinguished council. With a profound sense of responsibility, Egypt takes the floor today to speak on the critical issue of United Nations reform. As one of the founding members of this estimated organization, Egypt has consistently upheld the value of multilateral equality among nations and the pursuit of global peace and sustainable developments. Today, we stand at a defining moment in history. The world has transformed significantly since 1945. Yet, the framework that guides our collective action have not evolved in step with these changes. The challenges before us, from persistent conflict and climate change to widening economic disparities, demand a more effective and transparent and representative United Nations. Egypt firmly believes that reform should be comprehensive and inclusive, not selective or politicized. We strongly advocate for the reform of Security Council, ensuring fair representation for Africa and developing the world. Those voices remain underrepresented, despite their growing role in maintaining peace and fostering prosperity. The use of veto power must also be reconsidered, as it often hinders the timely and just response to
to global crises that affect millions. Furthermore, Egypt stressed the need to strengthen the UN's development and humanitarian mechanisms, ensuring the support builds national capacity and promotes self-reliance rather than dependency. We must also enhance the role of General Assembly, the most democratic organ of this institution, to more accurately reflect the collective will of the international community. Egypt's continued commitment to peacekeeping, meditation, and sustainable development stand as a clear testimony to our unwavering dedication to the principle of the UN Charter. Let us therefore work together to build a reformed United Nations, one that reflects today's realities, amplifies every nation's voice, and restore faith in multilateral cooperation. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Arab Republic of Egypt. I now request the Russian Federation to make their statement.
Honored Chair, distinguished delegates, we, the delegation from the Russian Federation, would firstly like to congratulate the delegate of the Federal Republic of Germany on being appointed as the President of this Assembly. Madam President, we are currently standing at a crucial juncture in global history. We have seen massive changes in both technology and opinions in the preceding decades. We firmly believe that the United Nations must be reformed in order to reflect these changes, as well as the multipolar world order that has unequivocally emerged. To ensure that the UN remains a center stage for global communication, we firmly assert that the UN accommodates more voices, especially from the global south, as well as Latin American and African nations. The Russian Federation insists that the inclusion of nations such as India and Brazil, as well as African nations, to the UNSC is a non-negotiable step to reflect the current world order. The Russian Federation also firmly opposes a rule-based world order, as it consists of vague, non-consensual laws and in practice operates with double standards. It may also serve as a tool for a powerful minority to impose its will on the world, justifying external interference in the sovereign affairs of nations. The Russian Federation asserts that in order for the UN to remain as a premier forum for global cooperation, it should remain a completely unpoliticized entity. We insist that all of its missions and organizations such as the UNDP, WFP, UNICEF, OCH, ESOC are depoliticized, maintain impartiality and do not intervene in the sovereign affairs of nations. We assert that the multiple issues brought to a global scale must be handled by scientific fact and not political agenda. In context of climate change, we believe it should be handled by the UNFCCC based on scientific facts. The recent COVID-19 pandemic has brought the role of the World Health Organization into greater light. We firmly insist that it remains a purely advisory body focused solely on combating health diseases and that it does not intervene in the internal affairs of nations. The Russian Federation thus views a path towards UN reform as unambiguous. It involves representation of countries of the global south in important decision-making bodies to reflect the multipolar world order we live in. We firmly reject the idea of a vague, selective, rule-based world order that undermines sovereignty. Above all, we firmly assert that the UN must remain a neutral and unpoliticized entity in order to maintain its legitimacy and relevance in this changing world. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Russian Federation. The following delegates please be seated beside the podium. Dominican Republic, Federal Republic of Somalia, Kingdom of Spain, Republic of Peru. I now request the Dominican Republic to make their statement.
Thank you, Madam President. Your Excellency, Madam President, distinguished delegates, and dignified members of this Assembly, the Dominican Republic believes that the United Nations is one of the humanity's greatest achievements. But after 80 years, it's clear that UN must evolve to meet the realities of today's world. We live in a time of growing inequality, climate change, and new conflicts. Yet, too often, the UN remains slow, divided, or powerless to act. Reform is not just a choice anymore, it is a necessity. For small island and developing nations like the Dominican Republic, reform means fairness. It means giving every nation an equal voice, not only the most powerful ones. The structure of the Security Council, for example, no longer reflects today's global balance. Our region, Latin America and Caribbean, deserves equal representation and stronger representation in global decision making. We also believe that reform should make the UN more effective. When a crisis hits, whether it's war, a natural disaster, or a humanitarian emergency, the UN must act quickly and decisively. Too many lives are lost in delay and debates. Bureaucratic inefficiency must be reduced. The world moves fast, and so must the UN. My country also wishes to highlight the importance of climate reform within the UN system. For us, this is very personal. Rising sea levels, hurricanes, and pollution threaten our homes and livelihoods. We need the UN not to only discuss climate change, but to deliver action with funding, most modern technology, and true global support for vulnerable nations. Reform also means UN must also acquire more power for the execution of decisions took. The Dominican Republic stands for United Nations that is fair, fast, effective, inclusive, and truly representative. Reform is not about replacing what exists. It is about reviving what the world still believes in: peace, equality, environmental protection, and cooperation. Together, we can create a United Nations that truly serves all nations, not just the powerful few countries. Thank you. Have a great day ahead.
I thank the delegate of the Dominican Republic. Now I request the Federal Republic of Somalia to make their statement.
Madam President, distinguished members of the Council, on behalf of the Federal Republic of Somalia, it is my honor to congratulate you on your presidency of this important council. I am honored to speak on behalf of the delegation of Somalia on the topic of reforming the United Nations. The United Nations has stood since 1945 as the world's principal instrument for peace, human rights, and development. However, we recognize that the world has changed greatly since the founding of this organization, and the UN must evolve if it is to remain credible, effective, and inclusive. First, Somalia calls for greater efficiency and effectiveness in the structure of the UN. Recent internal documents show that the UN is considering major restructuring, such as consolidating numerous agencies into 4 core departments for peace and security, humanitarian affairs, sustainable development, and human rights. Second, our delegation emphasizes the importance of increased equity in decision making. The UN system was built in a particular era, and today many developing nations feel their voices are underrepresented. Somalia, as a country which has both benefited from the UN support and contributed to its peace operations, underlines the need for reforms that enable all member states to participate meaningfully in shaping global governance. Third, the reform must prioritize the urgent needs of peace, security, and humanitarian response. As the UN recognizes, we urge that the change process keeps at its heart the people whose lives the organization touches, especially in fragile contexts such as ours, ensuring that reforms lead to faster, more predictable assistance and better coordination of aid. In conclusion, Somalia pledges to work with all member states to support a UN reform agenda that is transparent, inclusive, and driven by operational clarity. We believe that only by adapting the institution can the United Nations remain the essential common platform for the international community in the 21st century. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Federal Republic of Somalia. I now request the Kingdom of Spain to make their statement.
Madam President, excellent delegate, allow me to begin by congratulating you, Madam President, on your election to lead this section of the General Assembly. Spain welcomes your vision and the inclusive approach you have brought to this vital gathering. Today, we speak not just as an individual nation, but as stewards of a shared multilateral order. Spain firmly believes that the time for a serious and collective rethinking of our United Nations is now. The world has evolved dramatically since 1945, when the UN was created with the goal of preventing war, promoting peace, and upholding human rights and dignity for all. Reform areas Spain support: reform of multilateral institutions, reinforcement of UN-based multilateralism. Spain foreign policy state that one of the priority is the promotion of strong and multilateralism institution, and that the United Nations is key to this. In remark to the UN, Spain associates Security Council reform, more balanced representation, and respect for the Charter of the UN as part of reforming multilateralism. Let us move forward with urgency and courage. Spain stands ready to work with all members states to ensure that United Nations not only adapts to the 21st century but leads it. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of Kingdom of Spain. I now request the Republic of Peru to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates and distinguished members of this Assembly, the delegation of Peru congratulates Germany for being the President of this Assembly. We believe that just like how the health of a person depends upon his heart, the health of UN depends upon its democratic heart, General Assembly. Since its formation in 1945, it was supposed to be the true voice for all people of every nation despite their economic differences and cultural heritage. But we must ask ourselves, are our voices reaching the higher ears? Are our resolutions reaching any significant outcomes? To answer these questions, Peru wants to put forward some methods to strengthen, modernize, empower UN to tackle the problems of a new era. First, there is a need for greater implementation and accountability of resolutions. Too often, decisions made here are more equivocative than concise. Peru suggests procedures to track implementation, enhance follow-up, reduce the bandwidth of decisions, and ensure accountability among member states. Secondly, digitalization and transparency must be encouraged to engage the public. Technology and digital devices can be used in moral yet formal manners like live stream debates and seminars to provide knowledge about the UN procedures. It can also be used to increase civil society involvement and making global citizens active participants in decision-making systems. Thirdly, the UNGA ought to consider digital diplomacy and youth inclusion. The saplings of our planet must receive their own bit of sunlight in this global process. Speaking about our planet, we have reached our last point. The Assembly must focus on development, climate action, and human rights, issues that greatly affect the global south and the Latin American countries. We, the Latin American countries, known for their synergy despite their differences, deserve better representation and stronger leadership roles that gives the opportunity for us to be active participants than just watchers. Before I conclude, I would like to ask some questions based on the speeches given by the delegates of various countries. Antora spoke how they have hundreds of students of different localities, but are all those children treated equally? Australia spoke how outdated the UN Charter was, which we agree on, but is it completely outdated? As it has some laws that still hold up today, like the Article 2.1, 10 and 11, 13, 55 and 56, and 71, which deal with the equality of nations, importance of NGOs, and socio-economic freedom of nations. Peru envisions a better UN, stronger UN that is not just decisive and studious, but more dynamic, inclusive, and action-oriented. Thank you, and have a nice day.
I thank the Republic of Peru. The following delegates please be seated beside the podium: the Sultanate of Oman, Republic of Malta, Republic of the Niger, New Zealand. I now request the delegate of the Sultanate of Oman to make their statement.
Respected Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for the delegate of Sultanate of Oman to address this distinguished council. At the outset, Oman extends its warmest congratulations to the newly elected president of this assembly. We are deeply honored to speak on an issue that lies the heart of our shared mission, the reformation of United Nations. Oman believes that reform is not just a formality, it's a moral responsibility, a step towards making the UN more relevant, representative, and resilient in facing today's challenges. The world has changed profoundly since 1945. From technological progress and climate change to widening economic gaps and regional conflicts, our realities are new, and so must be our response. A key part of this reform must focus on the Security Council. Its current structure no longer reflects the diversity of our global community. Oman believes that expanding its membership, especially to include more representatives from Africa, Asia, and Latin America, would make it more fairer, more balanced, and truly reflective to today's world. We also emphasize the need to revitalize multilateralism. The United Nations should remain the main platform for cooperation and dialogue, where every nation, big or small, has a meaningful voice. Real reform is not just about changing system. It's about building trust, inclusivity, and mutual respect among nations. Oman reaffirms its faith in this organization and its founding principles. Let this assembly not be remembered for its discussion, but for its decisions. Decisions that make the UN stronger, fairer, and more inclusive. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Sultanate of Oman. Now I request the Republic of Malta to make their statement.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, distinguished delegates and esteemed members of this assembly. We, as the delegation of Malta, stand before you to highlight the urgent need for reforming the United Nations. The UN is a vital institution promoting global peace, security, and cooperation. But to meet today's challenges, meaningful reform is needed. Malta has been a member since 1964, and the Sovereign Order of Malta is a permanent observer. We served on the UN Security Council in 2023-24. Malta also focused on climate action, security, literacy, etc. Our policies prioritize human rights, education, health, sustainable development, and humane solutions for migrants and displaced populations. The UN faces major challenges, including veto power, outdated Security Council structure, dominance of powerful nations, weak enforcement, and failure to prevent conflicts or addresses belligerents. Highlighting the urgent need to reform to make it more representative, accountable, and effective. Malta believes global progress requires unity, cooperation, and shared responsibility. The UN must be empowered to act decisively, protect human rights, promote education and health, address migration, and respond effectively to conflicts. For Malta, reforming the UN is not about changing its ideals. It is about reviving its purpose, making it more powerful, democratic, transparent, and responsive to the needs of all nations. As we conclude, security is our goal, sustainability is our priority, solidarity is our responsibility. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Malta. I now request the Republic of the Niger to make their statement.
Delegates, friends, and esteemed colleagues, Niger rises today not just as a single nation, but as a voice for the millions who feel inadequacy of the 21st century. The draft resolution before us is a testament to a shared vision, and it is our roadmap. Let me be clear. Reform is not optional. It is a necessity for the UN's survival and relevance. The necessity of an effective UN. We recall the Charter and acknowledge the UN's past achievements. But we cannot ignore the persistent crisis from UN to Gaza, Sudan to Myanmar. The failure to act decisively in moments of crisis is a deep erosion of trust. We need an organization that evolves into an effective, representative, and action-oriented institution fit for our time. Reforming global security and the veto. The core of this crisis lies in the Security Council. Niger unequivocally demands the expansion of the Council's membership, both permanent and non-permanent, to reflect our multipolar reality and ensure fair representation for Africa, Latin America, and Caribbean and Asia. But reform must go deeper than numbers. We must eliminate the paralysis of the veto. We must deliberate on veto reform, including prohibiting veto use in cases of genocide, war crimes, or crimes against humanity, requiring at least 2 permanent members to concur for a veto to be valid, establishing a General Assembly override mechanism in cases of humanitarian or peace deadlocks. Responding to new global challenges. Our world is defined by complex threats. We recognize the emergence of new challenges, from climate change and resource conflicts to artificial intelligence and transnational terrorism. To address these, we could establish a commission on emerging global challenges to recommend policy responses on AI and robotics governance, cybersecurity and critical infrastructure protection, climate change and environmental security and resource conflicts, global health security and pandemics, and bio-risk management. Furthermore, we must mandate reforms to strengthen UN peace operations by enhancing civilian protection. Let the world know that the UN at its 18th year is ready to transform for a reflection of the past into a beacon of hope and effectiveness for the future. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Niger. I now request the delegate of New Zealand to make their statement.
Thank you, Madam President. Honorable Madam President, distinguished delegates, and esteemed members of the Assembly, greetings from New Zealand. As the distinguished delegate of New Zealand, I am standing in front of you with immense pride to support for the cause of justice, peace, and equality. Our country
New Zealand is a founding member of United Nations, having been actively involved in areas like peace, security, human rights, and development. United Nations reform is a board initiative on focusing and improving the organization's effectiveness, efficiency, and relevance through changes in development, management, peace, and security. The reforms aim to create a more agile, transparent, and accountable UN that is better equipped to handle contemporary global challenges. We, the people of New Zealand, are delighted to work with UN in its reformation process. In particular, New Zealand has promoted the rights of women, children, and indigenous people. New Zealand's human rights policy has always had a strong multilateral focus, working through the UN system. Our country reaffirms its commitment to generate equality. We have a permanent mission to the United Nations in Geneva that focuses on human rights, explores the remnants of war, continue to kill and injure civilians years after conflicts have ended. New Zealand is a strong supporter of programs to reduce the risk and harm caused by remnant war. We have been involved in more than 40 peacekeeping operations in more than 25 countries. Since the creation of UN after 80 years, it has been fundamental in conflict prevention, sustainable development, and promotion of human rights. However, it still faces many outstanding issues. United Nations has been criticized for a variety of reasons, including its policies, ideologies, equality of representation, veto power of Security Council, and the ability to enforce rulings. A number of decisions by administration. Therefore, the structural reformation of United Nations is necessary to adopt the organization in the way constantly changing world. The need for reformation is the need for future. The UN should speak for the people who are voiceless. The UN should also ensure equal appreciation from all over the world. Let us work together with UN to make our world a peaceful world. Thank you all.
I thank the delegate of New Zealand. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. Nepal, Principality of Monaco, United Mexican State, Republic of Rwanda. I now request Nepal to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Nepal stands before this assembly today with deep faith in the power of collective action, the promise of United Nations, and the charter it was created on. Last month, our country's citizens, largely young, revolted against injustice and brought a new regimen of government within 48 hours. This has helped us realize the ever-changing world that we are living in, and we believe that in the UN's current positions, we are insufficient. The UN must evolve if it is to meet the realities of today and deliver the better world it promised in 1945. Our generations of now face global challenges that cannot be solved by power alone. Our borders are more fragile, crises more complex, and voices more diverse than ever before. We suffer from climate change, humanitarian crisis, conflict, and inequality. As a peace-loving nation and one of the largest contributors to UN's peacekeeping operations, we, the people of Nepal, know the cost of equality, but more than that, the price of its absence. Thus, we urge the Security Council in particular to provide more room for the developing nations who now shoulder much of the world's burden and allow them a chance to stand for themselves. Nepal also stands with the countries of the global south, particularly the least developed and landlocked nations as our own, in demanding greater access to resources, technology, and fair representation. We call for greater transparency in decision-making, strengthening preventive diplomacy, protecting civilians, restraining the use of veto power, and a renewed commitment to dialogue and diplomacy over division. Honorable Chair, Nepal's foreign policy rests on the quiet strength of cooperation. We do not seek to lead the world, but to remind it that progress is either shared or none at all. Together, through reform and resolve, we can make the United Nations not merely an institution of history, but an instrument of humanity and a symbol for the better future. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of Nepal. I now request the Principality of Monaco to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, we, the delegate of Monaco, would like to congratulate you, Madam President, on your ascent. Monaco stands at the podium not defined by its size or wealth, but by the core principle of multilateralism. An organization like United Nations should be based on equal representation. This is a great opportunity to implement changes that will lead to a better future. The foundation principle of UN is one state, one vote. Measures should be taken in order to make this principle practical in real life. Another issue that we would like to address is the abuse of veto power by a few powerful nations. It harms the fundamental principle of the organization. Unless addressed seriously, it can lead to conflicts within the assembly. Monaco, being an oceanic nation, knows the importance of ocean conservation. Monaco has always been vocal on the matters regarding sustainable development, plastic pollution, climate change, and many more. The UN should be more efficient in pollution, protection of environment, and humanitarian works. Next, the use of AI should be strictly regulated. The ethical use of AI should be encouraged, or if used by terrorists or in wars, it can cause a lot of harms and disrupt world peace. Lastly, the decision-making process in the UN should be more transparent. Permanent membership should be granted to more and more nations in order to initiate changes. Underrepresented countries should be able to find their voices. We all can work together and build a nation in peace and security. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Principality of Monaco. I now request the United Mexican State to make their statement.
Madam President, we, the delegate of Mexico, congratulate you on becoming the President of the United Nations General Assembly. We have the honor to address this issue on behalf of our country, Mexico. Mexico is a full member of all the UN agencies and participates actively within the organization and has a diplomatic relation with most member states. Mexico believes that to remain legit and effective. To make it more effective, the United Nations must evolve in 3 criteria. First, drug management. Mexico is working hard to stop chemicals from being used to make illegal drugs. It has started smart programs to track these chemicals, share information with other countries, and use science to catch problems early. To strengthen the global fight against synthetic drug production, the United Nations could support national effort by creating a worldwide chemical tracking system, establishing a UN watchdog for suspicious chemical activity, promoting international coalitions, enhancing scientific collaborations, updating drug control treaties, and launching education campaigns to raise awareness about chemical risk and responsibilities. Second, Security Council reformation. So, Mexico has thought there is 2 main elements how the Security Council should reform. They are expansion of elected members. This proposal calls for increasing the number of non-permanent seats from the current 10 to 20. Secondly, its rotation system. We argue that the system of periodic election and rotation is the best way to ensure an accountable and democratic Security Council. Last and finally, the main issue that has to be reformed, that is the overpower of the 5 members who has veto power. Let us be clear that veto was never intended to be used for political self-interest. But again and again, the UN has blocked the action in cases of genocide, war crimes, and urgent threat to international peace. The examples we saw were in Syria, Ukraine, Palestine, and others. This power should not be mishandled. This can be resolved because we support the making of veto restraint mechanism, such as the Code of Conduct, which is followed by 120 countries, where permanent members voluntarily not to use the veto in cases of mass atrocities. General Assembly must be reinforced. When the Council is deadlocked, the General Assembly must have the power to act in matters of peace and human rights. This is not about weakening, it is about making it finer, stronger, and democratic. Reform is not an attack on the dominant, it is a defense of the global good. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the United Mexican State. I now request the Republic of Rwanda to make their statement.
Thank you, Madam President. We, the delegate of Rwanda, would like to congratulate you on becoming the President of the United Nations General Assembly. Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we are glad to speak to this Assembly on behalf of Rwanda, a nation that has turned its past into a basis for peace, resilience, and inclusive development. The topic we are discussing today, the reformation of the United Nations, is urgent and important. Rwanda understands the need for a responsive, inclusive, and accountable United Nations. We have felt the impact of international inaction during the 1994 genocide. The UN Charter's preamble states the commitment to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war and to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights. Yet, during crisis, including Rwanda's darkest moments, the UN system failed. This is why reform is essential. Article 1 of the Charter calls for effective measures to prevent threats to peace and to stop acts of aggression. However, the structure of the Security Council, which includes permanent members with veto power, often stops action. Rwanda supports the increasing call for Security Council reform. This reform should reflect today's geopolitical realities and ensure fair representation for African nations. At home, Rwanda has made progress in reconciliation and governance. Our 2003 constitution promotes unity and fights division. We reorganized our provinces to encourage ethnic harmony and inclusive development. These steps reflect Article 1 of 2 of the Charter, which highlights friendly relations and the self-determination of people. In development, Rwanda continues to invest in education and healthcare, but challenges are still present. We urge the UN to improve its support for capacity building following Articles 55 and 56, which advocate for international cooperation to raise living standards and ensure universal respect for human rights. Regionally, Rwanda is dedicated to peace, but tensions remain, especially in eastern DRC. Allegations of involvement in regional conflicts need to be tackled through open dialogue and stronger peacekeeping efforts. The UN must change to respond quickly and fairly to these crises. In conclusion, the UN needs to reform to stay relevant. It should become more democratic, agile, and accountable. Let us uphold the Charter, not just in words, but in actions. Thank you.
I thank the Republic of Rwanda. The following speakers, please be seated beside the podium. Republic of Slovenia, Republic of Korea, Islamic Republic of Pakistan. I now request the Republic of Slovenia to make their statement.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, the world is not short of crisis, it is short of courage. From Syria to Gaza, Rwanda to Darfur, and now in Ukraine, this organization has witnessed the cost of inaction. We have pledged never again, yet each generation hears the promise break anew. This system, built to defend humanity, has become a hostage of its own design. How can we claim to defend peace when those entrusted to guard it can veto the truth itself? When a single hand is raised, can silence the conscience of nations. What remains of our collective promise? This is why Slovenia, from its seat in the Council, continues to advocate from its meaningful reforms. We support restraint on the use of veto, particularly in the cases of mass atrocities, and greater transparency in its work. In Aleppo, the bombs fell as resolutions failed. In Myanmar, people vanished as our words did the same. A council that cannot act against its atrocity is not the protector of peace. It is a prisoner of its procedure. However, acknowledging this challenge is not enough. We must also address the systematic failures that allows it to persist. Distinguished delegates, in a world of competing powers, Slovenia chooses to be a bridge. We choose to be a voice for a dialogue, for the peaceful resolution of dispute, and for a system where rules, not merely power, govern the conduct of nations. So we ask this assembly, will we continue to manage decline, or will we design the future? Will we remain to be the bearers of failure, or become the architects of justice? Slovenia has made its choice. We choose courage over caution, purpose over self-interest, and united nation that finally lives up to its name. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Slovenia. I now request the Republic of Korea to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, 80 years after San Francisco, will this assembly its history as the forge of UN renewal or echo of its decline? The Republic of Korea demands bold reform, not to shatter our shared foundations, but to steel them against a splintering world. Reform is rebirth, reigniting the UN as humanity's unyielding beacon. Article 108 empowers this assembly to amend the charter by 2/3 vote. Yet veto paralysis and outdated structures blocks us amid hybrid horrors. Russia's unrelenting assault on Ukraine, Gaza's deepening despair, DPRK's barrage of 109 missiles in 2024, and fresh ballistic tests this month, relentless cyber attacks and climate-fueled conflicts. Korea endures this shadow daily. DPRK's Security Council defines up to 30,000 troops fueling Russia's war in Ukraine, and fortified border walls imprisoning its people. We respond with resolve through E&D, exchange, normalization, denuclearization, building bridges of trust, coexistence, and denuclearized peninsula of shared prosperity. From war's ruin to a top UN contributor with $81 million pledged for 2025, our 623 peacekeepers in Lebanon and South Sudan embody collective action's redemptive force. Rising from ashes, we now lead the change for UN revitalization. The 1945 Council blocks Article 108's promise of renewal, Africa's and Latin America's exclusion, Asia's underrepresentation. These demand immediate amendment. With united for consensus, Korea champions expanded non-permanent seats, 3 longer term for Asia Pacific, rejecting new permanents, imposing veto restraint through our proposal, veto sunset clause, limiting vetoes to 10-year renewable terms with mandatory General Assembly override consultations and term limits, all achievable by Article 108's 2/3 vote. We celebrate UN80's post-summit momentum for transformation, efficiencies, realignment, and call for amplifying civil society. From dialogue prompting broadcasts to GPS-guided balloons, delivering uncensored USBs, and AI-driven monitoring to preempt crisis where diplomacy lags. Without reform, irrelevance awaits. With it, we reclaim global faith and forge ahead. Seize this pivotal moment, here, now, so history hails us as architects of a resilient UN. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Korea. I now request the Islamic Republic of Pakistan to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, it is an honor to stand before you today as the delegate of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, a nation committed to multilateralism and a promise of a more just global order. When Pakistan was hit with devastating floods in 2022, a third of our country was underwater. Millions lost their homes, crops, livelihoods, entire communities being washed away. We saw support from international communities, and we are grateful. But we also saw limits of the system we all rely on. The response was slow, coordination was scattered, and the gap between words and action fell too wide. That crisis is not just a climate disaster, it was a test of the UN system. And like many tests today, from Gaza to Sudan, from Haiti to Ukraine, the system is struggling to pass. Excellencies, we are part of an institution that was born in 1945, but now we are facing a crisis in 2025. Yet, the UN structure has barely changed. For example, according to the UN G80 task force, the United Nations Secretariat produced over 1,100 reports and supported over 27,000 meetings annually, which is a 20% increase since 1990, overstraining the resources. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not just bureaucracy, that is inefficiency that can cost millions of lives. But according to an internal memo by some senior United Nations officials, the United Nations is planning for a major overhaul, dividing dozens of UN agencies into 4 clusters: peace and security, humanitarian response, development, and human rights. This serious step will help in reducing duplication and making system more focused and responsive. Pakistan supports these reforms because they reflect what we have seen on the ground. A need for a leaner, more effective United Nations that puts people before process. The Islamic Republic of Pakistan proposed a 3-part agenda for the firm. 1. Streamlining the system, reducing redundant reports and overlapping agencies, and delivering fewer, more meaningful outcomes. 2. The reformation of the Security Council. Security Council must reflect the realities today rather than the power map laid 80 years ago. Africa, Latin America, and Muslim countries must have a seat on the table. 3rd, the veto should never be a tool to block action on genocide, occupation, or humanitarian disaster. Esteemed delegates, Pakistan stands ready to work with all partners, North and South, to ensure this institution reflects not just history, but humanity. So let us not miss this moment. Let us act before the world loses faith in the very system meant to protect it. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Kingdom, Islamic Republic of Pakistan. The following delegates please be seated beside the podium. Kingdom of Denmark, Republic of France, Republic of Finland, and the State of Qatar. I now request the Kingdom of Denmark to make their statement.
Heer Forman, Delegeel Avsiadikaste, Gumoran. 5 command, 200 comply. Is this a union or a hierarchy? As George Orwell once wrote, all are equal, but some are more equal than the others. The video system proves him right every single day. The Kingdom of Denmark believes the credibility of this organization stands at a decisive moment. The selective use of veto by the Permanent Five is a direct violation of the spirit of the UN Charter principle they swore to uphold. Denmark aligns itself with the Act's group call for veto restraint and accountability. A reminder that transparency is not a threat, but a duty. As Secretary General Antonio Guterres warned, the United Nations is running out of cash, not commitment. A $450 million deficit now threatens its own very survival. An organization that cannot fund its missions cannot fulfill its mandate. Denmark calls for a transparent video restraint, expanded representation, and a renewed commitment to the rule of law or the rule of power. The United Nations must reflect the realities of a 21st century, a world that is multipolar, interconnected, and in need of the shared responsibilities. The Article 1 commands us to maintain peace and security. Yet, wars rage in Ukraine, Sudan, and Sahel. Hospitals lie in ruins. Civilians flee by millions. And this council debates while vetoes drown out cries for protection. Enough deliberation. Ob Maqsam Mahad been released. Denmark invokes the responsibility to protect. Sovereignty is not a shield for silence. It's a duty to defend life. When this assembly fails to act, it's not neutrality, it's negligence. Attention to every flag in this chamber. We can invoke Article 108. We can cite Article 109. But let's be honest, it's pointless. The P5 will stamp it, shelve it, and silence it. The United Nations cannot defend peace with the words shackled by the will of five. Thank you. Tak for that.
I thank the delegate of the Kingdom of Denmark. I now request the Republic of France to make their statement.
Madam the President, Secretary General, Under Secretary General, esteemed delegates, France congratulates Germany on assuming the presidency at this pivotal moment on UN's history. 80 years since its founding, the United Nations faces an existential test of purpose and unity. The crisis unfold, the violation of Ukraine's sovereignty, the humanitarian disaster in Gaza, and the suffering in Sudan that has been forgotten. Gaps appear between the optimism of the Charter and the reality of today. But this is not a moment for despair. It is time to decide. France is predisposed to consider any draft that embodies the essence of this urgency. France approaches these negotiations with principles. Our first principle is that United Nations must be representative and effective. Our second principle is that we need a Security Council that matches the reality of the world today, not the power structure in 1945. The Charter itself, in Articles 108 and 109, provides the very mechanism for its evolution. It was designed to be adapted, not to be frozen in time. Members in both permanent and non-permanent categories should approach 25 members in total. This is not a concession to political pressure. Rather, it responds to a geopolitical reality. Let me be more clear. Africa's permanent absence from the Council is morally indefensible. A continent of 1.4 billion people cannot remain voiceless when our essential decisions affecting international peace and security under Chapter 5 of the United Nations Charter are made. Similarly, the G4 countries, Germany, Brazil, India, and Japan, are also vital stabilizing forces. France wholeheartedly and non-negotiably supports these candidacies. Third, we support the France-Mexico initiative, our signature contribution to accountability within the Security Council. Article 27, paragraph 3 allows the use of veto, but nowhere in the Charter does it require a member of the P5 to use the veto. Whenever there is a genocide or crimes against humanity, no permanent member should be permitted to freeze the world's consciousness into inaction. France sees itself as an essential bridge between P5 responsibilities under Article 24 and the aspirations of the wider membership under Article 10. We engage the African Union as equal partners. Reform is not beyond reach, it is within reach. We only need the courage to close our hands. Merci beaucoup.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of France. I now request the Republic of Finland to make their statement.
Honorable President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Finland congratulates the delegation of Germany for being elected as the president in this assembly. The delegation of Finland firmly believes that the reform of the United Nations is not merely a matter of structure, but of trust and effectiveness. As the world faces complex challenges, we, the United Nations, must collectively respond in transparency, equity, and cooperation. Finland supports a more representative and accountable UN, where every voice of major powers and even smaller developing countries are heard. The General Assembly's function is guaranteeing gender equality and youth, reshaping the Security Council to reflect the current geopolitical realities. A reformed UN must be inclusive, efficient, and equipped to face emerging global challenges with agility and fairness. Together, we can strengthen this vital institution to better serve all humanity. Finland stands ready to work alongside all partners in this shared mission. Honorable President, esteemed delegates, thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Finland. I now request the State of Qatar to make their statement.
Honorable President, we the delegate of Qatar would like to congratulate delegate of Germany on the appointment as the president of this committee. Distinguished dignitaries, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, our warm greetings from the state of Qatar. The reform of United Nations, a matter have been a topic for major discussion in assemblies for decades, have not lost its relevance after so many years. There have been numerous calls since 1990s for changes within the UN. Qatar believes that the changes should be brought in order to respond to the new realities of the world. As a country dedicated to the maintenance of peace through dispute resolutions and diplomacy, Qatar supports equal representation for developing nations in UN bodies. We, the delegate of Qatar, would like to put forward resolutions which amplify the voices of smaller nations in General Assembly. We suggest to improve the transparency in decision-making and to reorganize the Security Council, particularly in the matter of permanent membership, to maintain regional balance. The underrepresented countries of Middle East and Africa deserves to be represented in matters related to today's, the 21st century's geopolitical realities. We would like to address the issues regarding the use of veto power, which delays international agreement and humanitarian efforts. The reforms should enable the UN bodies to set limitations and be transparent on the use of veto, and the UN should be able to guarantee that decisions are made for the benefit of all, not just a select few. We also demand for financial transparency and efficient use of funds for humanitarian purposes and to strengthen the coordination of UN in humanitarian aid with efficient timing, thereby restoring collective security. We, Qatar, believes that reforms can only be accomplished through cooperation, respect for sovereignty of nations, and a common dedication towards international justice. We believe that working together, we can improve the UN's ability to respond to the needs of all countries. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the delegate of the State of Qatar. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. The Hellenic Republic, Kingdom of Eswatini, Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Republic of Iceland, Kenya, Republic of Kenya. I now request the Hellenic Republic to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, democracy's place of origin, the Hellenic Republic, stands before you all to address a crucial topic, the reform of the United Nations. Democracy, dialogue, and diplomacy are the three Ds which we would like to spread to the world and should be a part of our main agenda. The main aim of the UN, to maintain international peace and security, finds itself lagging behind the very components it was built upon. A majority of UN member states have held a seat on the UN Council. To maintain peace, nations, despite their differences, should join into a single unit. Greece advocates for an escalation for permanent and non-permanent membership in the Council. Reform must also increase the use of veto power. This is not a privilege, but to expand the power of decision-making across all countries, big and small. International law, especially the United Nations Conventions on the Law of Sea, plays a significant role for us. We must nourish the legal system of the UN to confirm that all states are held accountable to their duties. Overpopulation, overuse, and exploitation of natural resources threats humanity. We must start negotiating to combat these major problems. The global influence of artificial intelligence and the development of technology. Without regulation, these developments can be a curse of human race. It is the responsibility of the UN to regulate the emerging issue. In a nutshell, we would like to present 6 priorities which ensures the attainment of our reform. Settlement of disputes, respect for international law, women, peace and security, climate, peace and security, protection of children in armed conflict, and as a seafaring nation, maritime security. Your Excellencies, the United Nations is where countries turn into a single global cooperation. Let us look forward to a refined, improved organization and shift our focus on issues like AI, climate change, and global crisis. Wishing a global welfare for all. Thank you all for your time.
I thank the delegate of the Hellenic Republic. I now request the Kingdom of Eswatini to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates, and all other dignitaries, the delegation of Eswatini would first like to congratulate the newly elected president of this session of General Assembly. The Kingdom of Eswatini is delighted for the chance to speak on this important topic. As a small country, we are glad that the UN treats all nations equally and gives everyone one vote. But we also believe that the UN must continue to reform for better equality between nations. For nations like Eswatini, reform is required in many fields, especially in the domain of health and education. Children in rural areas are not able to access quality education due to the lack of required faculties and resources. Also, the country is reported with high rates of HIV or AIDS, struggling with limited clinics, medicines, and staffs. We believe that the UN can help and support our people with better services. Also, we think that the UN can help make trade fair and give developing countries more chances to grow by reducing debts and could help with sharing technology for poorer nations. As a landlocked country in southern Africa, Eswatini faces huge threats of climate change, and being landlocked makes it harder to get assistance. We hope that the UN can support small nations like ours to face these challenges. While we respect the current system UN provides, Eswatini believes there is a room for better decision making. The present system allows few powerful nations to block important resolutions, which make it difficult for much smaller countries to be fully heard. We hope that reforms can be made so that smaller countries get equal representation. The Kingdom of Eswatini looks forward to work efficiently with fellow member nations, creating a fair and better future. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Kingdom of Eswatini. I now request the Cooperative Republic of Guyana to make their statement.
Honorable President and distinguished members, we, the delegate of Guyana, would like to congratulate the delegate of Germany on being the president of the UN General Assembly. Guyana believes that the reforms of the United Nations are not just an agenda, but a matter of trust, equity, and global justice. It recognizes the need for changes to make the UN representative and fair and effective. In the Security Council, there should be significant reforms. For example, the veto power should be limited to prevent its misuse by the permanent members. The number of non-permanent seats should be increased to enhance the representation of countries from the global south. And many more. We emphasize equitable representation for small and developing nations in decision-making in the Security Council. Guyana supports reforms that strengthens the United Nations. The world of today is looking forward for the United Nations that reflects its unity through diversity, empowers marginalized, and take bold steps for peace, justice, and development. Therefore, reform is not just an option, it's a commitment we all have. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. I now request the Republic of Kenya to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, Your Excellence, Madam President, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. As a delegate of Kenya, one of the most relevant countries which stands for the vital and cultural demand of the colored people in the world. Today, Africa makes about almost 1/5 of the world's population and over 70% of the UN Security Council agenda involves African issues. And yet, Africa has no permanent seat or veto in Security Council. The demand of Kenya is to be granted the permanent seat on the Security Council with complete veto rights. We want the right to introduce the relevant and effective issues such as global crisis, climate change, as well as to voice our opinion on ongoing conflicts. And one of the serious problems confronting the UN is inefficiency to enforce its decision, and veto power of the Security Council members makes this decision meaningless. Besides, the chronicity and financial crisis from other countries also affect the smooth functioning of UN. While considering reform, we have to focus such issues. However, it's the responsibility of UN to prevent another world war. It is said that after Third World War, men will fight with bows and arrows. It means total dysfunction, obliteration of the entire world. So, UN must control terrorism and uncut activities of belligerent nations. And we do not wish to be silent or powerless. We wish to be heard. Kenya dreams of a united nation with equality for each and every country. We demand for fair representation in United Nations and Security Council. Kenya stands ready to collaborate with all the nations to ensure peace, justice, and equality. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Kenya. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. Democratic Republic of Congo, Republic of South Africa, Japan, and Ireland. I now request the Democratic Republic of Congo to make their statement.
Bonjour, Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. We deliver these remarks on the behalf of Democratic Republic of Congo and in solidarity with the African Union to reaffirm a principle that is foundational to this organization: the sovereign equality of all member states as enshrined in Article 2, Clause 1 of the UN Charter. In the evolving landscape of geopolitics and where the multipolarity increasingly define our era, Madam President, it is unchangeable that Africa, home to 1.4 billion people and 54 member states, remains without permanent representation of Security Council. This exclusion contradicts both spirit, the letter of Charter, particularly Article 1, Clause 1, which commits peace and security grounded in justice and international law. We reiterate its full support for the Insulvini Consensus, which articulates the African Union unified position: 2 permanent seats with full privileges, including the veto, and 5 non-permanent seats for Africa. Africa is not seeking symbolic inclusion. We are calling for structural equity, global governance, not as a master convinced but legitimacy. Africa is not subject of global governance. Africa is a stakeholder. It's time to act. Let us create a united nation, is truly united and truly representative of its people. We are not asking for favors. We are demanding fairness. Patrior Murte, merci.
I thank the delegate of the Democratic Republic of Congo. I now request the Republic of South Africa to make their statement.
Honorable Chair and delegates, we, the country of South Africa, is congratulating you on becoming the president. South Africa also refers the Rainbow Nation is located at the very end of Africa. South Africa feels that it's not only necessary to reform the United Nations, but it is urgent. Various leaders, particularly those in the global south, have come out to see the alliance with 21st century realities and the power balance in 1945. Africa, with more than 1.4 billion people, ought to have a but permanent representation in Security Council. Structural reform is not sufficient. UN needs a moral mission to combat racism and discrimination in all manifestations. South Africa has a dark past of radical segregation in apartheid system, which has documents deprive millions of their fundamental rights due to their skin color. The point is that our constitution is the most strongest constitution at the present. The upholds human rights and radical equality. Nevertheless, radical basis on still separates the sociality, world education, workplace, justice, and day-to-day living. We urge all nations to reform the United Nations and make it more democratic, inclusivity, and respect of all regions. Train the young generation to be respectful and diversity and embrace equality, unity. May this make the dream into a reality, a reformed United Nation that is free, discrimination, and made the real symbol of unity, equality, and the hope in all humankind. Thank you.
All right, before you proceed with the next speaker, general bit of housekeeping rules. Delegates, you're not allowed to refer to each other as he, she, or they. Just say distinguished delegate of which country, whatever it is. Second thing is that this is not UN Replica. No, when you hear on the stage, you have to address them as if you have to perceive it's official UN, right? So it's not UN Replica like that. So few bit of reminders here and there. Just be a little cautious on this. Otherwise, you guys are doing a decent, good job. Please continue the good work. Yeah. And you can also break at 1 hour, 13 hours 0, which is 1 o'clock.
I thank the Republic of South Africa. I now request the delegate of Japan to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, the delegate of Japan congratulates Madam President on their election to preside over this session and wishes them every success in guiding this session. The delegate of Japan believes it's time to reform the United Nations so it can rise above words to take real action. Built in the aftermath of World War II, the UN has been a symbol of peace, unity, and stability for nearly 80 years. But the system created decades ago no longer reflects the reality of today's complex world. Japan is highly supportive of comprehensive reform of the UN Security Council, both in its membership and methodology. The current structure limits representation in regions like Asia, Africa, and Latin America, which are crucial in maintaining global peace, deserve stronger voices in global decision-making. With over half the world's population in Asia, and with Japan's deep-rooted commitment to international peace, our nation believes this imbalance must be corrected. Furthermore, Japan believes that reform must also include the responsible use of the veto by the permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. The veto should never silence suffering, as in the case of Palestine, who has now endured 2 years of brutal war without any interference from the UN. Even resolutions aimed at improving humanitarian conditions, such as the November 2024 Sudan Humanitarian Resolution, can be blocked by a single veto. The right to veto must come with a duty to protect, not ignore. As the only nation to have suffered and survived nuclear attacks, Japan carries deep responsibility to promote nonviolence and disarmament. Hiroshima was the first, and Nagasaki must remain the last cities ever struck by nuclear weapons. Security is not born from weapons of mass destruction, but from diplomacy, dialogue, and collaboration.
Japan envisions a United Nations that is more comprehensive, transparent, and responsible, an organization truly capable of serving the world it represents. I conclude that reforming the UN isn't about rescripting its purpose. It is about reviving its vow, a promise of equality, peace, and humanity. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the delegate of Japan. I now request Ireland to make their statement.
Madam President, honorable delegates, on behalf of Ireland, I congratulate your on election as the President of the United Nations General Assembly. We are now in 2025, and it is clear that the UN must adapt into a responsive body that is equipped to address the complexities of today's challenges. We need to tackle the global crisis of housing, a crisis fueled by rapid urbanizations, conflict, and inequalities. Millions of people everywhere struggle with inadequate housing, pushing them to the margins and creating vulnerability and instability. Ireland recognizes that the UN's existing frameworks for sustainable urban development, including the new urban agenda, need to be strengthened and better coordinated and funded. We believe it is time for the UN to reform its approach to future action on the housing crisis by placing affordable housing and fundamental human right. Housing needs to be addressed and thought of the context of all other sustainable development goals. Ireland has supported initiatives at UN Habitat that encourage new and innovative solutions to housing and build capacity in developing countries. Climate change represents one of the defining threats of our time, demands a coordinated and urgent global response. Ireland supports the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and Paris Agreement, but the speed of the implementation must be significantly increased. Ireland has promoted the ambition of increasing climate finance to vulnerable countries and supports any effort to strengthen the UN Green Climate Fund. Ireland also calls for greater collaboration between the UN and regional organizations to build climate resilience and respond to the UN climate-related disasters. Ireland emphasizes the need for reform in UN peacekeeping operations. Our long-standing position as a leading troop contributing country reflects our belief that peacekeeping is essential to global security. However, the status quo is characterized and impacted by the lack of clarity in relation to mandates, lack of resources, and protection of civilians. Ireland supports proposals to enhance the capability of the UN to rapidly deploy peacekeepers, as well as proposals to ensure peacekeepers are better trained and equipped. We call for reforms to promote a more inclusive decision-making process in the Security Council to allow the voice of more smaller and middle-power countries, which would make peacekeeping mandates more representative and more effective. To sum up, we pledge to work together with all members in pursuit of reforming the UN so that it lives up to its original purposes and remains a source of hope of humanity. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of Ireland. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. Republic of Indonesia, Iceland, State of Libya. I now request the Republic of Indonesia to make their statement.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, the delegation of Indonesia believes that the United Nations is at a critical moment. The world has changed since 1945, and the UN needs to change with it. When this organization was formed, most decisions were made by a few powerful countries. But today, countries in Asia and Africa play a huge role in world peace and development, and we feel that our voice should be represented equally. Indonesia believes real reform means giving every region, especially the global south, a fair place for decision making. For us, Reform isn't about taking power away from anyone. It's about sharing it better. The veto power, as it works now, can block urgent decisions when the world cannot afford delays. We want a Security Council that listens to all members and responds fast to the world's challenges. At the same time, our foreign policy is free and active. We stay independent, but we take action when it matters. Whether it's peacekeeping missions or bringing nations to the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, we have shown that dialogue works. In our view, true reform will not weaken the United Nations. It will make it stronger, more inclusive, more balanced, and more ready for the future. Indonesia is ready to work with all the partners to build a UN that truly represents the world we live in today. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Indonesia. I now request Iceland to make their statement.
Esteemed Chair, distinguished delegates, it is an honor and a privilege to address this body today on behalf of the Republic of Iceland. The United Nations is the most integral institution for modern-day human civilization. The delegation of Iceland recognizes the profound, irreplaceable value of the UN. Hence, it also recognizes the true potential of the United Nations, and how time after time the UN fails to reform and reach that true potential. The UN's core organs often reflect the geopolitical realities of 1945, not those of today. This system is designed to prevent a third world war, but what the system fails to recognize is that the third world war has already begun. But this time, it is not in between the Allied and the Axis powers. Don't get it wrong. It's in between humanity and ignorance. Ignorance to what's happening in Gaza, ignorance to what's happening in Ukraine, ignorance to what's happening to humans all around the world. Now, reform is no more a choice. It is a necessity. We, the Republic of Iceland, would like to get straight to the point. The P5, is it the permanent 5 or the powerful 5? The power of the veto undermines the very principles the UN was based upon. It undermines the very principle that the UN was founded upon. No nation should have the unilateral right to block humanitarian intervention and justice. We should implement imperative changes to the veto and the P5. With great power comes great responsibility. The United Nations has a lot of power. Now, the delegation of Iceland requests for it to act upon its responsibilities too. The Republic of Iceland requests all nations to use your privilege as a member of the United Nations to help change the system, to voice your opinions, reform the policies, and instill trust in the great institution of United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of Iceland. I now request the state of Libya to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is with hope and urgency that the delegation of Libya speaks before this assembly today. For us, the reform of the United Nations is not just a topic for discussion. It is a question of survival for many nations. We have seen how old systems and outdated structures have failed to deal with the challenges of our modern world. Because of this, many countries like ours continue to face crisis after crisis without real help or solutions. Libya believes that true reform must be built on three strong principles: sovereignty, self-determination, and effectiveness. The United Nations, especially the Security Council, should represent the realities of the 21st century, not the world of 1945. The veto power given to a few nations has often stopped the UN from taking actions when it was most needed.
Libya believes that this system should be reformed or removed so that decision can be made faster and more fairly. For Libya, our own peace and stability depend on the peace and support of our region and the world. We ask for a UN that truly helps developing nations, one that offers lasting development, not just temporary aid. Finally, we ask the UN to focus on long-term solutions instead of short-term security measures that do not solve the real problems. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the state of Libya. The session has been adjourned for an informal consultation.
All right, guys. So it's it's little over 1. No, it's 12:59. So a very good and productive session. We've been carefully watching and was evaluating your speeches. Some of the speeces felt a little repetitive, as in you guys have the same kind of ideas, and the ideas are kind of reflective of that. But something we would request you to be a little bit more focused about is that you build upon things which are told to you. As in, for example, let's say somebody raises a point about reforming in WHO or reforming FCCC, right? Can we build upon that a little bit? Can we argue on this? Because a speaker's list speech is not about giving a one-sided opinion. It's not, like really an extempo competition. So just be a little bit mindful of that. Otherwise, good job, guys, and you're pretty good to go for the next session as well. So for now, we'll resume back at 1:45, and then we expect everyone to have a very delicious and soothing lunch is ready for all of you. So please have that and be back by 1:45. You have 45 minutes for the lunch. So until then, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Dear all, delegates from other schools and teachers, Riyamis will accompany them. Other students, please.
I repeat, delegates, all of you are requested to be seated, and soon we'll be beginning with the formal consultation again. Thank you.
I call in order the formal consultation. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. Gabonese Republic, Saint Kitts and Nevis, Portuguese Republic, Commonwealth of Dominica. I now request the Gabonese Republic to make their statement.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, excellencies, as a proud member of the UN and an active partner in creating a fairer and sustainable world, the Republic of Gabon is honored to be part of this assembly today and congratulate you on becoming the President of the United Nations General Assembly. Gabon is a country located on the west coast of Central Africa, which has become increasingly appealing and important to the environment around the world. We have a significant number of tropical forests on our land and have established 13 protected national parks. For a long time, oil has been the foundation of Gabon's economy, bringing in most of the government's money and exports.
But Gabon has big problems that needs to be fixed. Our economy has become largely dependent on oil for many years, making us open to unexpected events. Inequality, youth unemployment, and limited access to essential services still continue to be serious issues. Despite Gabon being one of the richest countries in Africa, it still faces poverty and inequality. In order to support its future, Gabon looks for true partnerships based on equality and responsibility. As stated in Article 1 of the UN Charter, which calls for international cooperation in resolving economic, social, and humanitarian issues. Economic dependence on just one export sector, rising inequality, climate change pressures, and an urgent desire for open government are all problems we have to deal with. Our bright and enthusiastic youth need far more than promises. They need real opportunities. Gabon calls for the international community to promote regional peace and stability in keeping with UN Charter Article 55. I am here today to boldly promise that Africa will take the lead and stop waiting for assistance. However, teamwork is a necessity for leadership. Gabon citizens are ready to take major steps in the path of growth, environmental leadership, and reform. Let us work hand in hand to turn Gabon's wealth into hope for all its people. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the delegate of the Gabonese Republic. I now request the delegate of St. Kitts and Nevis to make their statement.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, St. Kitts and Nevis may be small, but our voice is clear. The United Nations we built in 1945 is not the United Nations the world needs in 2025. We talk about peace, yet we watch wars spread. We talk about equality, yet 5 nations hold the power. The rest of us just wait for permission. The Security Council has become a stage for vetoes, not a platform for peace. One vote can stop the will of nearly 200 of us. Think about it. Billions of people, and one veto brings everything to a halt. That's not cooperation, my friends. That's control. Delegates, let's be honest. Articles 108 and 109 mean nothing if every amendment still dies at the hands of few. The gatekeepers of reform, the B5, wrote the locks themselves. Let's speak truth. The United Nations, once the world's greatest hope, is now trapped in its own shadow. Built in 1945 to unite humanity, today it struggles to even unite the whole. More than 80% of conflicts happen in regions without a voice in the council. Meanwhile, the world spends over 2.4 trillion on weapons and military. Again, I repeat, $2.4 trillion on military power, while climate promises to vulnerable nations like mine and small developing islands remain unpaired. That's not peacekeeping, that's hypocrisy. St. Kitts and Nevis stands with nations that demanding change, a bigger council, real accountability, and a veto that serves peace, not power. The world is watching, history is listening. The question is, will we speak change or make change? Let this not be another session of speeches. Let this be the day the United Nations remembers why it was created. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of St. Kitts and Nevis. I now request the delegate of the Portuguese Republic to make their statement.
Bom dia, Excellencias. Señor Presidente, eminentes delegados. What good is a roadmap if you don't walk together? Honorable President, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests. There is no stability without solidarity and no solidarity without stability, said by a Portuguese diplomat. It is with a great honor that I, on behalf of the Portuguese Republic, address this August Assembly. We stand under the guiding banner of Agenda 2025, a beacon of multilateral hope, Portugal reaffirms its dedication to the UN Charter and fully aligns with the Article 3. Universal, inclusive, peace building through sustainable development and climate justice. Madam President, in this era defined by uncertainty from geopolitical fragmentation to ecological degradation, Portugal rises its favor of unity, not unilateralism, dialogue, not discord. We echo Article 7, emphasizing resilient international cooperation in safeguarding biodiversity and the blue economy. This is a cause Portugal has long championed through our leadership in the UN Ocean Conference and the stewardship of the Atlantic. The tide of the climate change must be stemmed by action, not ambition alone. We advocate a binding commitment to carbon neutrality by 2040, as urged has already exceeded EU benchmarks in renewable energy. And moreover, Article 9, it calls for the technological equity and global access to digital infrastructure. Solidarity Pact and urges governance of AI by conscience, not merely by code. Respect to all the flags that is present in this chamber. Distinguished colleagues, while we laud these strides, we caution against frameworks that develop economies. Let us not trade pragmatism for performative diplomacy. Just a transition must be contextual one. One piece, we commend the opposes that normalization of systematic occupation and the erosion of the international law. The systematic destruction of human life, infrastructure, and the global order are not pathways to peace or sustainable development. In conclusion, let us hear the words of our poet Fernando Pessoa. To be great, we must be whole. Our efforts must be whole, holistic, inclusive, and human-centered. Portugal pledges its full voice, its historic bridges, and its unwavering will to ensure Agenda 2025 is not merely a document of ideals, but a testament of action. Muito obrigado.
I thank the delegate of the Portuguese Republic. I now request the delegate of the Commonwealth of Dominica to make their statement.
Honorable President, Excellencies, Mabrica. Good afternoon and a word of profound gravity from the Commonwealth of Dominica. The nature, isle of the world. We are living a tale of two worlds, one wallowing in record levels of prosperity and technological advancement, and the other suffocating in chronic poverty, growing hunger, and combating the worst. Most devastating impacts of climate change. And it is a question of our shared peace, our global security, and our shared future. The United Nations was built on the foundation of peace and the rule of law. We, the small island developing states, know this dynamic all too well. We are, as the proverb reminds us, to the grass that gets trampled when global powers clash. For us, climate change is not a political debate or an abstract risk in the future. It is a crisis of existence in the here and now. Our support for justice cannot be selective. We stand here today and every day, solidarity with the Haitian people, calling for a Haitian-led path to security and democracy. And we again demand the immediate, unconditional lifting of the immoral, years-long embargo against Cuba. Let us recall the timeless wisdom that guides us. We must measure the strength of our international system, not by how loudly the elephants are roar, but by how will we protect the grass beneath them. Dominica, we are also stronger, wiser, and better together. Thank you and have a nice day.
I thank the delegate of the Commonwealth of Dominica. The following speakers, please be seated beside the podium. Republic of Moldova, Romania, Ukraine, Republic of Zambia, and the Republic of Angola. I now request the Republic of Moldova to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Moldova stands before this assembly with full respect for the principles and achievements of the United Nations. For over 75 years,
The UN has been a beacon of peace, security, and international cooperation. Yet the world is changing rapidly. New threats, challenges, and inequalities that the UN adapts to remain effective and fair. Moldova believes that reform are necessary, particularly in the Security Council, to make it more respectively transparent and accountable. We also support strengthening the General Assembly role, ensuring that all member states, large or small, have a meaningful voice in global decision making. Reform is not weakening the UN. Moldova stands ready to work with all member states to ensure that the United Nations continues to the peace, justice, and international cooperation of generations to come. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Moldova. I request the delegate of Romania to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Romania, stand before you to speak on a matter that defines the future of global cooperation, the reform of our United Nations. As a proud member state, Romania reaffirms that there is no available alternative to the United Nations and the principle upon which the organization was built. These principles remain more valid than ever. Yet look around. Insecurity, violence, conflicts, and war have a firm grip on our world. Our main challenge is not just reacting to crisis, but finding the much needed solution to restore a safeguard peace. Our central focus must be on UN reform to create a more effective, efficient, and representative global body. Firstly, the Security Council is essential, but its credibility is at stake. Romania advocates for an extended Security Council, one that includes permanent voices for the African group and for East European group. Transparency and accountability must be the norm, not the exception. Secondly, we must adopt an integrated approach to security. The climate and security nexus must be more prominent on the UN agenda. Climate change is a threat multiplier. Addressing it is an act of conflict prevention. In parallel, we actively pursue the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, committed to the principle to leave no one behind, and increasing our official development assistance. Thirdly, to safeguard peace, we commit to action. Romania is a consistent contributor to UN peacekeeping, deploying our truth and police to ensure political solutions take root. We are also on the front lines, facilitating grains export from Ukraine to tackle food insecurity. Finally, we must modernize. We need to seek strength in our global institution to counter technology misuse, disinformation, and the rise of extremism. The UN must be more accessible to the civil society and youth. Our ultimate call to action is for a world where international law, national sovereignty, and universal human rights are fully and universally respected. Let us fulfill UN's promise now. Genuine commitment and decisive reform, securing a future of peace, dignity, and justice for all. This is our shared responsibility. Let us not fail. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of Romania. I now request the delegate of Ukraine to make their statement.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the delegate of the Ukraine believes that the United Nations remains one of the humanity's greatest achievements. Yet, it must evolve to remain effective. The 21st century presents stress that the founders of this organization could not have imagined, and our current system, unfortunately, struggles to respond to them. Ukraine has experienced firsthand the consequences of inaction within the UN framework. When the aggression violates the sovereignty of the member states, the use of veto power must not silence the justice or paralyze the collective security. Reform of Security Council is essential. Veto privileges should serve responsibility. Today, we call for reform based on 4 principles. First, to
to limit the misuse of veto power, especially in the cases of mass atrocities and aggressions. Second, to expand representatives to reflect today's diverse world. Third, to strengthen mechanisms of accountability, ensuring that international law has a real force. And fourth, enhance transparency and efficiency in all UN bodies. The credibility of the United Nations depends on our willingness to reform it. Ukraine envisions a UN act swiftly, speaking fairly, and protesting the sovereignty of all nations equally. Let us renew the United Nations, not in words, but in uniform actions. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of Ukraine. I now request the Republic of Zambia to make their statement.
Okay, before the delegate of Zambia proceeds, just a kind announcement. Delegates, when you are at the podium, you're not allowed to basically grab the mic. I mean, you can surely adjust it, but then the more you grab...
For almost 18 years, the UN has been a symbol of peace, unity, and cooperation among the nations. This has helped to solve conflicts, fight poverty, and promote human rights. But the world we live today is very different from the world of 1945. To face new global challenges, the UN must be also changed. Zambia believes that the United Nations must become a more fair, inclusive, and representative. Many parts of the world, especially Africa, do not have a strong voice the main in the decision-making bodies, especially the Security Council. Africa, with 54 countries, still has a permanent seat on the Council. This is not fair, and it does not reflect today's world. Zambia therefore supported the expansion of the Security Council to include a permanent representation from the Africa and other developing regions. We also believe that the use of the veto power must be renewed. It should be used to block action and can protect peace of the saves and lives. Every country, big or small, should have the equal chance to head. Reforms must also make the UN more open, more ensured, and better able to respond quickly to global crises like climate change and health emergencies and conflicts. Honorable Chair, Zambia believes that reforming the UN is not just about changing the structure, it's about renewing the purpose. The world needs a United Nations that truly represent all nations and all people. Let us work together and make the organized structure and fairer and ready to feature. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Zambia. I now request the Republic of Angola to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegate, the Republic of Angola appreciates the opportunity to address this assembly on the agenda of United Nations reform. This matter is not one of the institutional adjustment. It is a question of global equity, legitimacy, and the collective future of the multilateralism. Angola believes that the structure of the United Nations, particularly the Security Council, must evolve to reflect the geopolitical and demographic realities of our time. The current configuration, rooted in the mid-20th century, no longer corresponded to the composition of the global community. It seeks to the 7 African, a continent comprising 54 sovereign nations in the over 1 billion citizens, continue to lack permanent representation, a situation that Angola view as inconsistent with the principle of fairness and inclusivity ensuring in the UN Charter. Our delegation therefore supported reform that enhances both the representativeness and effectiveness of the institution. We advocate for equitable, particular of developing countries, greater transparency in the decision-making process, and stronger cooperation between the United Nations and the regional organizations, particularly the African Union. Moreover, we emphasize the importance of the efficiency, accountability, and resources optimization across all UN bodies to ensure timely and impactful responses to global challenges. The Republic of Angola remains committed to the constitutive dialogues among all member states in the conviction that only through consensus, mutual respect, and shared purpose can we build a reforms United Nations that truly embodies the aspiration of the people. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Angola. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. Kingdom of Netherlands, Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, United Arab Emirates, Republic of Turkey, Republic of Ecuador.
Before we proceed further, all delegates who are yet to give their speeches, could you please acknowledge yourself? Please acknowledge yourself by raising the placards. Who are yet to give your speeches? Okay, that's a sizable number of delegates. Okay, please lower down your placards. And of this, how many of you wanted to give your speeches? Here. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Please lower down your placards.
I now request the delegate of the Kingdom of Netherlands to make their statement.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, back in 1947, a young boy, a Dutch boy called Derek Solomon and his father made a long journey to the cities of Colombia. When he arrived, Derek couldn't believe in his eyes. It was a shocking sight. In the recent newspapers, he just saw the bombing of his city, people living in abject poverty. And today, almost 80 years, those images are still seeked in Derek's memory. And that was precisely his father's intention. He wanted to show what the war can do to the city. And that is what we see today. Derek will recall the opening words of the United Nations Charter, "We the people." Indeed, it was the people of the world, the people who were tasked their governors with saving them from war, human rights violation, armed conflicts. It was we the people. Those words inspired Derek in his confirmation. In his career, UN diplomats had spent 30 years, and those same words in 80 years has still been in the charter. Of course, the world has changed a lot. But since then, unfortunately, we acknowledge the mission of no more has failed. We need their insights, not because our decisions can affect the future, but the UN can decide what can be done. Yes, the world has changed. Yes, international relations has changed. And yes, the way we work together has changed. But I believe that this can lead to one conclusion, that we must change within times. Those words remind us for our mission to save the future generations from the world of uphold human rights. The world has changed, but UN remains vital. Without it, there will be no international court, no discount treaties, no climate change, and no humanitarian aid, and in the hardest places of the earth. Yes, our mission is under pressure, but the change of part of progress is still why the initiatives like UN80 is still here. We urge the people to understand the circumstance, what we are facing today. And if we don't, there's nothing we can do. And so the people who live around us will have to die. Ladies and gentlemen, as I come to the end of my remarks, I just realized, and sure you do too, how much how much work should still be done, how much areas in which the UN has fallen short, and how long we waited to adapt to this changing world. So I understand that some of us may be tempted to give despair. And yet, the Dutch boy in his father's hands realized he will still remember his father's words, "We the people." Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Kingdom of Netherlands. I now request the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire to make their statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, we, as the delegate of Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, is honored to speak on the agenda Reform of UN. The United Nations was established in 1945 with the main aim of promoting peace, security, and cooperation among nations. Over the years, the UN has played an important role in preventing conflicts, promoting humanitarian aid, and addressing global issues like poverty, climate change, and human rights. However, the world has changed a lot since 1945, so the UN must also change and reform itself. Cote d'Ivoire believes that reforms should make the UN more fair, strong, and effective. Every country, big or small, should have an equal voice in important decisions. Sometimes, UN programs are slow or bureaucratic and aid does not reach those in need quickly. Improving accountability, decision-making, etc. will make the UN more effective in solving global problems. Reforming the UN is necessary to make it stronger and fairer and more capable of addressing today's challenges. A reformed UN can better fulfill its mission of promoting peace, security, and cooperation for all nations. Thank you.
I thank the delegates of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. I now request the delegate of the United Arab Emirates to make their statement.
Madam President, esteemed delegates, the United Arab Emirates congratulates the distinguished delegate of Germany on attaining their position as president in this session of United Nations General Assembly. We are honored to address this distinguished assembly on the crucial topic of United Nations reform. For nearly 8 decades, the UN has been a beacon of hope, fostering peace, cooperation, and development across the globe. We commend the organization's countless achievements in preventing conflicts, providing humanitarian aid, and promoting sustainable development. The UN has shaped a rules-based international order that benefits all. Yet, the world is evolving rapidly. Today's challenges, from climate change and cybersecurity threats to pandemics, transnational terrorism, and widening inequality, transcend borders and demand a global governance system that is agile, inclusive, and effective. Reform is not only desirable but indispensable. The UAE believes that for the UN to meet these demands, reform must focus on 3 interconnected pillars: representation, efficiency, and transparency. First, representation. The current structure, especially within the Security Council, reflects a post-World War II order that no longer matches today's geopolitical realities. Africa, Latin America, and the Arab world are regions of growing economic, political, and cultural influence. Their permanent and equitable representation is essential to the legitimacy and fairness of global decision-making. Second, efficiency. The UN must be capable of responding swiftly and decisively in times of crisis. Excessive bureaucracy and overlapping mandates slow down action when urgency is paramount. Streamlined procedures, better resource allocation, and improved coordination between agencies will enhance the UN's capacity to protect lives and maintain peace. Third, transparency and accountability. Trust is the foundation of any effective institution. Greater openness in how decisions are made and how funds are managed will restore confidence among member states and the global public alike. Transparent practices also reinforce the UN's moral authority and encourage wider participation. The UAE remains steadfast in its commitment to multilateralism and constructive dialogue. As a nation that bridges regions and cultures, we stand ready to support an inclusive, consensus-driven reform process that strengthens the UN's ability to serve all humanity. Let us reaffirm our shared responsibility to build upon the UN's proud legacy, not to dismantle it, but to ensure it is fit for the challenges and hopes of the 21st century. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the United Arab Emirates. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Turkey to make their statement.
Signed by Skain Hanımefendi, Daily Delegate. We, the Republic of Turkey, are gathered here not merely to speak, but to shape the future of global governance. The world is changing rapidly, yet the United Nations remains anchored in a structure designed for a bygone era. Firstly, we must reform the Security Council. The current composition does not reflect the geopolitical realities of the 21st century. The veto power, used selectively and often irresponsibly, undermines the credibility of this institution. We call for a more democratic, representative, and accountable council, one that includes regional powers and voices from the global south. Secondly, the General Assembly must be revitalized. It must evolve from a symbolic forum into a strategic force. Its resolutions must carry weight. Its debates must drive action. The will of the majority must not be drowned by the silence of bureaucracy. Thirdly, the UN's development and humanitarian systems must be restructured. Turkey has demonstrated global solidarity from hosting over 4 million refugees to delivering aid across continents. But no single nation should shoulder this alone. Fourthly, we must embrace digital transformation and youth inclusion. The future belongs to those who innovate. The UN must become a platform where technology meets diplomacy and where young voices shape global priorities. Fifthly, we must ensure that UN reform is not delayed by political convenience. Reform delayed is justice denied. The credibility of this institution depends on our courage to act, not tomorrow but today. Madam President, Turkey does not seek privilege, it seeks progress. We do not demand power, we demand purpose. We are ready to lead, to listen, and to build a United Nations that reflects the hopes of humanity, not the hierarchy of history. Dunya besten boyuktor. The world is bigger than 5. It is no longer time for words, but for action. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Turkey. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Ecuador to make their statement.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, I stand before you today carrying the voice of Ecuador, a voice that rises from the green heart of the Amazon. We are a small country, yes, but our dreams for this world are vast and fearless. Ecuador has never stood silent in the face of challenge. We believe that peace is not born in speeches, but in understanding. Ecuador has always stood for dialogue, fairness, and the quiet strength of cooperation. We are also the voice of nature in this assembly. Ecuador defends the earth not out of duty, but of love. We fight for a world where progress and nature walk together. At the Human Rights Council, Ecuador has stood for those often left unseen, indigenous communities, migrants, and voices that history has tried to forget. We remind the world that human rights are not written in documents alone. They are written in the kindness we show each other. But today, Ecuador calls not just for action, we call for renewal. We seek a world where every nation, large or small, has an equal voice in shaping tomorrow. Ecuador believes reform is not about rewriting the past. It is about building the future with courage, integrity, and inclusion. We may be a small nation, but our commitment to peace, justice, and the planet is as large as hope itself. And hope, distinguished delegates, is the one resource that multiplies when shared. Let us reform not because the world demands it, but the future deserves it. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Ecuador. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. Republic of Panama, Republic of Sierra Leone, Republic of the Marshall Islands, Republic of Kiribati, and the Solomon Islands. I now request the Republic of Panama to make their statement.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On the 80th anniversary of this august body, the Republic of Panama stands before you today as a steadfast champion of multilateralism, cooperation, and international law. We are proud to have been part of this journey since 1945. As we look around us today, we must recognize that the world has changed profoundly. The geopolitical realities of the 21st century are not those of 1945. Our global governance structures, especially the Security Council, must evolve if we are to remain relevant, credible, and effective in addressing the challenges of our time. Madam President, the time has come for a United Nations that truly represents all nations, not just the powerful few. Latin America and the Caribbean regions that contribute immensely to global trade, biodiversity, and sustainable development still lack permanent representation in the Security Council. This is not just an issue of fairness, it is a matter of global legitimacy. If the United Nations was founded to represent we the peoples, then why does the balance of power within it still reflect the world of 1945 and not 2025? The unchecked use of veto power continues to hinder decisive action on critical issues, be it conflicts, humanitarian crisis, or climate emergencies. The Republic of Panama firmly believes that no single nation should have the power to override the collective will of the world. We call for greater transparency, accountability, and a gradual move towards majority-based decision-making to ensure faster and fairer responses to global threats. Moreover, we emphasize the need for shared responsibility in addressing global migration, poverty, and illicit economies that destabilize nations and exploit the powerless. True reform must begin with compassion, inclusion, and cooperation. Madam President, Panama will continue to raise its voice against unilateralism, polarization, and fragmentation. Let this milestone not merely commemorate 80 years of existence, but mark a renewed commitment to a United Nations that is reformed, representative, and resolute, capable of safeguarding peace, justice, and a shared future of all humanity. Thank you. Muchas gracias.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Panama. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Sierra Leone to make their statement.
All right. Before Delegate of Panama starts, we have a little bit of item on our hand. So, since we are almost at 2 hours 30, and we were to discuss the final document. Is a copy of the draft resolution with everyone? All those who have a copy of the draft resolution, kindly raise it. Perfect. See, most of you have it. Now, the important part, please just hold on, okay? I'm so sorry. Now, the more important part of this simulation is to discuss how many paragraphs are there. Operative paragraphs, how many? How much? 12, right? So we need to get into discussing that, because that's where the real game begins. That's where your diplomacy starts, because this is just like one-liner speeches you're giving, and all what you've seen so far is just simulation. Now, seeing that the process is getting repetitive a lot, what we could agree by consensus, if I have your consensus of this house, of this council, is that we could, by the discretion of this council, can we reduce the speaking time to 1 minute per head so that everyone could be accommodated and we could proceed with the final documentation, which is the more important part. Can we have consensus on that? Or do you guys want to go on with 2 hours 30 minutes till 8:30 at night? I mean, we are okay with doing that. I'm sure it's a hard take to make. Please stop the recording for this. Thank you. Please pause the recording for this. Thank you. Please stop. Yeah, so can we have some consensus in the house for this? Are you guys on board with the idea of like cutting down the speaker? No, after these four, okay? To 60 seconds, will it be cool? Can we get some yes or no? All delegates in favor of the idea, please raise your placards. Or you want to sit through the speeches and not do into the practical work? Because practical work has 80% weightage. This thing has 20% weightage. So if you shift it to the last, your energy will be out. Okay. So that's some good amount of consensus. All those who have opposition to it? All those who have opposition? Okay. Quite a few opposition. You all want 2 minutes 30 to continue. Okay. So what we'll do is that since the majority of the council is in favor of 1 minute, we'll be sticking with 1 minute per speaker time after this. Don't worry, we'll equate and make sure that you've given us sufficient amount of speaking space. Instead, these people, President, please make a note. The people who have not been giving 2 minutes 30 second speeches, they are to be given first priority in the case of a formal informal consultation. Okay, so while we are discussing the 12 clauses of the draft resolution, these guys have to be acknowledged first. The ones who are making a 1 minute speech and not a 2 minutes 30 speech. All right, and the people who have already made 2 minutes 30 speech, they only need to be recognized after this 1 minute people are done. So 1 plus 3 recognitions of 30 seconds each will make it to 2 hours 30 for them. And if these guys, and then if they have time remaining, you give recognition to these guys. Does that work with you? Cool. Is that cool with the guys who had disagreements? Can we hear some yes? So you'll get 2 minutes 30 in total. It's just that you have to step up during the formal informal consultation. So this is formal consultation. All right? And the break is formal informal consultation. So it's just that you will be getting 2 minutes 30 seconds to speak, but rather you would be speaking from here instead of coming to the podium. Does that work with everyone? All right. All in favor? Because nobody should say that I made a dictatorial choice or something like that. All in favor of this decision? Raise your placards. Okay. That's a solid 85 to 90%, and I'm taking it as a yes. So we proceed with 1 minute after the 4. Thank you.
If the United Nations does not stand for reform, it will not stand for long. This was said by Kofi Annan. Madam President, distinguished delegates, first of all, I would like to congratulate the delegate of Federal Republic of Germany for being elected as the president of the 81st session of the United Nations General Assembly. The Charter of the United Nations begins with the words, "We the people." But today, those peoples ask, who truly represents for them in this assembly? The Republic of Sierra Leone stands before this assembly with a simple truth. The world has changed, yet the United Nations still remains trapped in the past. When the UN was founded in 1945, it was built upon the ashes of a world at war. And its purpose was noble, to maintain peace, uphold justice, and promote equality among nations. But today, the structure that once promised unity have become symbols of imbalance. Reform, therefore, is not a luxury. It is a necessity. Article 1 of the UN Charter declares, our mission is to take effective collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats of peace. Yet, collective action is impossible when the system itself includes a majority from decision making. That is why Sierra Leone firmly believes that reform must begin where the imbalance is most visible, in the Security Council, the very organ entrusted with the maintenance of international peace and security. The Council's current composition reflects a world that no longer exists. It fails to represent regions like Africa, which contributes the largest share of peacekeeping forces, shoulders the weight of conflicts, and yet has no permanent voice in shaping solutions. Let me ask this assembly, if veto exists to protect peace, why does it so often protect impunity? Why does it paralyze action when the world demands it the most? Why do a few states hold hostage in the security of millions? If the United Nations was to create peace and equality, then I ask, why do 5 voices still decide the fate of the world's 193? Justice delayed is the justice denied, said William E. Gladstone. How long will the smaller nations wait while the productural privilege overrides moral responsibility? How long will the UN allow inaction become its legacy? The time for words has passed. The time for world action is now. We do not seek power, we seek fairness. We do not seek privilege, we seek parity. As Nelson Mandela once said, reform is not about changing others, it's about changing ourselves to meet the needs of our people. The time has come to transform our organization from a mirror of yesterday to a mandate of tomorrow. Let this generation be remembered not for defending the status quo, but for building a United Nations that truly represents our soul. In other words of an African proverb, our 2 hands do not wash themselves, they wash one another. Our collective strength is determined by the most vulnerable segments, for the sake of justice and for the sake of peace. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I now request the Republic of the Marshall Islands to make their statement.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, the Republic of the Marshall Islands stands before this Assembly to emphasize the urgent need for the reform of the United Nations. The UN was established to promote peace, equality, and cooperation among all nations. While it has accomplished much, the world today faces challenges that require a strong, more inclusive, and more effective UN. For the Marshall Islands, this is not just a matter of policy, it is a matter of survival. As a small island developing state, we face the danger of climate change and rising sea levels. Our homes, communities, and the very future of our people are at risk. We need a United Nations that listens to all nations and take decisive action to protect them. First, we call for greater representation of small and developing countries in UN decision-making. Commonly, decisions are dominated by a few powerful nations, leaving small nations unheard. We urge reforms, especially in the Security Council, to make it more democratic, transparent, and regionally balanced, ensuring that every nation, regardless of size, has a meaningful voice. Second, the UN must focus on action and accountability. The resolution on climate change, sustainable development, and human rights must be implemented effectively, with funding, technical assistance, and support reaching those who need it most. Finally, reform should strengthen the UN's core purpose to promote peace, cooperation, and equality, while respecting the authority of all member states. The Marshall Islands may be small in size, but our voice is strong. We believe a reformed United Nations can be more inclusive and more capable of addressing the pressing challenges of our world. Let us work together to build a UN where every nation is heard, every promise is fulfilled, and no country is left behind. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Kiribati to make their statement.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. In His holy name and on the behalf of the government and people of Kiribati, I extend our warm greetings to you all. Madam President, we commend your agenda reforming the UN, reminding us of the enduring importance of international cooperation in addressing global challenges. For Kiribati, it underscores the value of working collectively to advance peace, safeguard human rights, and promote sustainable development. Your Excellencies, Kiribati welcomes the Secretary General's initiative to reform the UN for the 21st century realities, prioritizing small island developing states. Our atoll face rising seas and isolation, demanding targeted UN support. We urge reforms to streamline operations, eliminate duplication, and protect climate action and resilience mandates. We call for a Security Council with SIDS representation to address climate-induced displacement. We demand fulfill climate finance pledges like the $100 billion to fortify our adaptation strategies. Finally, empower our youth and women in UN processing to preserve our culture and drive innovation. Kiribati reaffirms multilateralism as the cornerstone for collective progress, ensuring vulnerable nations thrive in this endeavor. We draw inspiration from our forefathers who taught us that by working hard in resilience and peace, we can secure enough to prosper. Allow me to close by bestowing upon the United Nations, its members, and all its staff, and our traditional blessings of abundant health, peace, and prosperity. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Kiribati. I now request the delegate of the Solomon Islands to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates. The Solomon Islands aligns itself with the statements delivered by the Pacific Islands Forum. We speak today with a simple, urgent message. A United Nations founded in the 20th century cannot effectively govern the 21st century without a fundamental reform. Our world faces cascading crises, from the climate emergency threatening our existence to geopolitical tensions and profound economic inequalities. Yet, the structures designed to ensure peace and security are often paralyzed. Therefore, our reform must be bold and holistic. First, the Security Council. Its current composition is an anachronism. It must be expanded to reflect the realities of our time. We need permanent representation for Africa, Latin America, crucially for the small island developing states and Asia-Pacific region. We must curb the use of veto in the cases of mass atrocities. The promise of UN Charter to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war is betrayed when a single pen can halt that salvation. Second, we must mainstream climate security. For nations like mine, rising seas are not a future threat, but a present-day reality eroding our coastlines and sovereignty. The Security Council must formally recognize the climate change as a fundamental threat to international peace and security. Third, our voices must be heard. The current system often sidelines the unique vulnerabilities of small island developing states. The reform must ensure that access to financing is simplified and that our expertise in ocean stewardship and climate resilience is valued and integrated into UN programs. A more representative, responsive, and transparent United Nations is not an ideal. It is a necessity. Let us summon the political courage to build an institution that truly works for all its members, from the largest continents to the smallest islands. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Solomon Islands. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, United Republic of Tanzania. I now request the delegate of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste to make their statement.
Bureau, from the statement, it's 1 minute per speaker. 60 seconds per speaker. Thank you. Tap at 60.
Mr. President and Excellence of distinguished delegate, it's a great honor of Timor-Leste to address the Assembly as symbol of our shared hope of peace, justice, and global cooperation. Our nation is the one of the youngest, and we are today because of the supports of various institutions. United Nation, we know the power of international unity and we deeply value it. But we also know the truth. The world has changed and United Nations must change with it. Today's challenges, conflict of climate change, that inequality and rising insecurity of requires that UN that more effective and more inclusive and more representative. Reform is not a choice, it's a responsibility. We call the Security Council to reflect today's world, not the world of 80 years ago. Religions like African, Latin American and small islands that developing states deserves a permanent representation, not in a region, should be left out of decision, affecting us all. Mr. President, Tremulous believes a reform that will make a united nation stronger, not weaker, more trust and more relevant and more united. Let us work together, not divine power, but sharing it more fairly, because only through the fairness we can truly achieve the peace and progress for all. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. I now request the delegate of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg to make their statement.
Mr. President, excellent and distinguished delegates, I stand before you today not only as a representative of Luxembourg, but also as a voice for fairness and a new vision for the United Nations. We need an organization that truly delivers on the promises made in preamble of the UN Charter, to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity of worth of the human person, in the equal rights of the nation, large and small. 8 decades ago, the Charter was created in the world recovering from war. Today, we face new complicated challenges such as climate change, cyber warfare, global inequity, and the decline of international law. However, our institution is still stuck in 1945. Luxembourg, a small but determined nation, believes that reform is optional. Its responsibility under Article 1.1 of the Charter. This article commits us to take effective collective measures for the prevention and removal of the threat of peace. For us to be effective, we must stay relevant and remain relevant. We need reform. The Reform Council must be more representative, straightforward, accountable. The veto power, although included in Article 27, should never protect inaction in cases of genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. Let us not be the caretakers of an old institution. Instead, let us be the builders of its renewal. In the name of peace, justice, and our shared humanity, Luxembourg is ready to take action. The world is watching. History is calling. Let us rise to this movement. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. I now request the delegate of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea to make their statement.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea acknowledges the need to reform the United Nations. This reform should ensure that the organization truly reflects the principles of equal sovereignty, non-interference and fairness. While the UN has played a role in decolonization and in establishing international law, it has also had what our Vice Minister referred to as disgraceful pages in its history. These moments include violations of state sovereignty and the manipulation of the organization by powerful nations for their own interests. For us, reform means restoring the UN to its original spirit of impartiality and justice. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea has faced discriminatory practices within the UN system, including the misuse of Security Council mechanisms to impose unfair sanctions. These actions have obstructed our development and damaged the UN's credibility. Nevertheless, the DPRK continues to engage with UN bodies, including treaty mechanisms on disability rights and development. The path forward is to democratize the UN system. This involves increasing representation in the Security Council, streamlining outdated mandates, and ensuring that development, peace, and sovereignty are treated equally. The DPRK calls for reforms that focus on fairness, inclusivity, and respect for sovereignty. Only then can the United Nations carry out its important mission of protecting peace and justice for all humanities. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I now request the delegate of the United Republic of Tanzania to make their statement.
Habari za Azumbi, mimi ni wa Tanzania. Good morning. I am the delegate of Tanzania. Tanzania rises today with conviction of a continent that has waited for 80 years. 54 nations, 1.4 billion voices, and 0 permanent seats. A continent united in contribution yet silenced in representation. In 1945, Africa was not on the table. We were under it. That was history. Its continuation is unjust. This is not a plea for reform. It is a demand for justice long denied. Africa contributes the most peacekeepers, yet has the least power to decide on peace. We seek not privilege, but plurality, not favor, but fairness. A rule-based order cannot rest on an unbalanced table. The age of excuses has ended, and the era of Africa has arrived. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the United Republic of Tanzania. The delegate of the Federal Republic of Germany will now be making their statement. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The delegation of the Federal Republic of Germany is honored to address this esteemed body on the crucial session of the reform of UN. When the world faces a crisis, a pandemic, a brutal conflict, a famine, the first question citizens ask is, what is the UN doing? And too often, the answer that echoes back is, nothing. The crisis of the United Nations is not a crisis of resources. It is a crisis of credibility. When a body intended to speak for all humanity is routinely silenced by a few, the world does not see consensus, it sees impotence. Our reform, therefore, must begin with an absolute commitment to restoring the faith of we the people. By making this organization nimble, decisive, and universally representative. We are a major contributor to the UN system and a leading advocate for multilateralism. We demand a greater permanent role in the Council. We also advocate for permanent seats for Africa. As the entire continent is currently underrepresented in the permanent category, viewing this as a matter of justice and legitimacy. The frequent use of the veto by permanent members paralyzes the Council on critical issues like the war in Ukraine. For nearly 80 years, we have been running a global marathon with the same worn-out shoes. The finish line is an equitable, peaceful world, but our equipment is failing. The choice is clear, renewal or irrelevance. Let that be our call for action. Thank you. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. Republic of Congo, Union of Comoros, Republic of Mozambique. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Congo to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the Republic of Congo believes that reforming the United Nations is not only necessary, it is urgent. The world of today is very different from that of 1945, yet our international institutions remain largely the same. We must modernize the UN to make it more inclusive, transparent, and effective. For too long, developing nations, particularly in Africa, have been underrepresented in key decision-making bodies. The Congo strongly supports the reform of its Security Council to include permanent representation for Africa, assuring that the continent has a genuine voice in matters of global peace and security. Furthermore, the Congo calls for greater accountability and efficiency within the UN operations, especially in peacekeeping missions. As a country that has hosted such missions, we emphasize the need for stronger coordination with the local governments and communities. Let this reform be not only our power, but our fairness and shared responsibilities. Together we can build a united nation that truly represents all nations and peoples. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Congo. I now request the delegate of the Union of Comoros to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates and respected representatives. The delegation of the Union of the Comoros stands before you today to address a question that strikes at the heart of global cooperation, the urgent need for reform within the United Nations. For nearly 8 decades, the UN has stood as a pillar of multilateralism, a forum where all nations, large and small, have an equal voice. Yet, in practice, we must acknowledge that this ideal has not been fully realized. First, the Security Council must be reformed. It cannot continue to reflect the geopolitical landscape of 1945. Africa, home to over 1 billion people, remains without a single permanent seat. This is a grave injustice. Second, the UN system must strengthen its support for small island developing states. For Comoros, rising sea levels and climate disasters are not distant threats. They are present realities. Third, the UN must embrace inclusivity not only among states, but among peoples. Youth, women, and local communities must be given a stronger role in shaping the decisions that affect their futures. The Comoros envisions a united nations where every nation, regardless of size or wealth, stands as an equal partner in shaping our shared destiny. Let us reform not out of frustration, but out of hope. The hope that together we can build a stronger, fairer, and more united world. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Union of Comoros. I now invite the delegate of the Republic of Mozambique to make their statement.
Madam President and distinguished delegate, the Republic of Mozambique stands before you today with a firm belief that time has come to the United Nations. Born from the ashes of war, the UN was created to foster peace, cooperation, and development. Yet declared later, the global landscape have eluded and so much our institution. Mozambique, a proud member of Global South, have witnessed firsthand the challenges of the underrepresentation. The Security Council, with its limited permanent members and water power, does not reflect the diversity or democratic spirit of our world. Africa, home to over 1.4 million people, deserve a permanent voice at the table. We call for equitable representation that empower all regions, not just a privileged few. Furthermore, development must be at the heart of reform. Mozambique urges the strengthen to sustainable development goals, especially in climate resilience, education, and poverty eradication. Our nation has faced cyclones, floods, and droughts, yet international support often too little. Reform must ensure faster, fairer, and response to crisis. We accommodate for greater transparency and accountability. The UN must not speak for the people, it must listen to them. Mozambique envisions a united nation that is more inclusive, responsive, and just. Reform is not retreat, it is a promise of progress. Let us work together. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Mozambique. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. Republic of Serbia, Swiss Confederation, State of Israel, and the Republic of Kazakhstan. I now invite the delegate of the Republic of Serbia to make their statement.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, and esteemed member of United Nations. The delegate of Serbia takes the floor today with a firm conviction that the United Nations must evolve, not dissolve. For nearly 8 decades, this institution has stood a symbol of dialogue, peace, and collective resolve. Yet we cannot deny that the world of 1945 is not the world of today. The challenges we face, from global inequality to digital warfare, from climate crisis to regional instability, demand our form, revitalized and representative United Nations. Serbia firmly believes that reform does not mean rejection of founding principle. It means renewing them. We advocate among transparent, efficient, and inclusive UN, where every nation, large or small, has equal voice. The Security Council in particular must reflect today's geopolitical realities, ensuring that decisions are not hindered by outdated by power. As a nation that has endured conflict, rebuilt peace, and stood the principle of Soviet and international cooperation, Serbia understands the cost of inaction and the value of unity. We call upon all members to state, look beyond the national interest, and work towards a system that embodies fairness, accountability, and genuine multilateralism. Let this be era where reform becomes renewal and renewal becomes progress. Because only through a stronger United Nations we can ensure that a safer and a more peaceful world generation to come. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Serbia. I now request the delegate of the Swiss Confederation to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, in a world reshaped by technology, conflicts, and rapid change, the institution that safeguards peace must evolve or risk losing its purpose. The United Nations, built to uphold justice and equality, cannot remain anchored in the structures of the past while the challenges of the present grow more complex. The Security Council still reflects the power map of 1945, not the realities of 2025. And as Reuters recently noted, the majority of the member states now demands a more inclusive, transparent, and accountable UN system. But true reform is not only structural, it must also be moral. Too often, this assembly has become a stage where political agendas eclipse principle. Year after year, disproportionate resolutions are passed against one democratic nation in the Middle East, far more than against regimes that commit real atrocities. Such imbalance weakens credibility and betrays the UN's founding ideals. Israel believes in a reformed United Nations, one that judges nations by their actions, not by political convenience, one that protects human rights universally, not selectively. Esteemed delegates, the United Nations must not become the theater of hypocrisy, it must be the fortress of truth. Peace will never come through weakness or denial, it will only come through moral clarity, through a United Nations that stands with justice, not with terror. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Kingdom of Sweden. I now request the delegate of the State of Israel to make their statement. Now I request the delegate of the Republic of Kazakhstan to make their statement.
Honorable Madam President, distinguished delegates, and esteemed representatives. It is an honor to represent Kazakhstan today, a country committed to both peace and justice, which links both East and West. The UN has an unparalleled history of expertly resolving disputes, providing humanitarian assistance, and upholding human rights. However, the wars in Yemen, Myanmar, Sudan, Gaza, and Ukraine in October 2025 have real flaws in the architecture we committed to. The Republic of Kazakhstan advocates for a new vision for inclusive reform to make the Security Council more reflective of multipolarity by adding more non-permanent members as well as temporary members from Asia, Latin America, and Africa. A word about the veto. We should ban vetoes in case of war crimes or genocide. We should require the permission of 2 permanent members and allow overrides by the General Assembly in case of humanitarian crisis. Accountability and monitoring are improving for human rights. We should accelerate the SDGs for our communities, and so with that we don't lose instability for communities and youth. Madam President, distinguished delegates, Kazakhstan supports for the adoption for a just world and offers to host youth reform discussions. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. The Kingdom of Morocco, Republic of Seychelles, Republic of Suriname, Republic of Tajikistan, and the Republic of Gambia. I now request the Kingdom of Morocco to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Morocco does not come here to whisper in the margins of history. We come to shake this chamber awake. Too long has this assembly hidden behind procedure while the world burns. That era ends today. The veto must not be a weapon of arrogance, it must be wielded with discipline, with the weight of responsibility it was meant to carry. When it blocks justice, it betrays the charter itself. Morocco does not call for its destruction but for its reformation into a tool of responsibility, not obstruction. Morocco is not waiting for permission. We are not asking for applause. We are igniting change with fury, with focus, and with unstoppable force. So let it be known, Morocco will not be silenced, stalled, or sidelined. We are not here to wait for history to move. We are here to drive it forward. The age of hesitation is over. The age of excuses is over. The age of Morocco's rise has begun. This assembly must decide, will you cling to the comfort of stagnation, or will you rise with Morocco into a new era of justice, equality, and action? The world is watching, history is listening, and Morocco is leading. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of the Kingdom of Morocco. I now request the Republic of Seychelles to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Seychelles stands before this assembly as a small island developing state, proud, resilient, and deeply committed to multilateralism. Yet our voice and the voices of our vulnerable nations are too often drowned by the tides of global power. We believe that the time has come for the bold and meaningful reform, the United Nations reform that truly represents all nations, not just the most powerful. First, the Security Council must be made more inclusive and accountable. The realities of today are far different from those of 1945, and yet our international architecture remains unchanged. Seychelles believes that expanding representation, especially for Africa and small island states, decision affecting the whole world should reflect the voice of all its regions. Second, the challenges we face, climate change to ocean degradation, from food insecurity to economic vulnerability, threaten our very survival. Reform must therefore prioritize equal participation, access to resources, and strong protection for vulnerable nations. Furthermore, climate actions must be at the heart of UN reform. For Seychelles, this is not merely an environment issue, it is an essential one. The UN must transform into the platform that acts with urgency, ensuring that international commitments on climate and sustainability are not empty promises but binding responsibilities. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Seychelles. I now request the Republic of Suriname to make their statement.
Respected Adan Van Divian, Odi Alasma, Honorable President, distinguished delegates. The Republic of Suriname believes that the United Nations must be strengthened and reformed to meet the pressing challenges of our time. Global threats such as armed conflicts, climate change, pandemics, and economic inequality require swift, coordinated, and effective action. However, the UN's current structure sometimes struggles to respond efficiently and inclusively to these urgent issues. Suriname emphasizes that meaningful reform should focus on three principles: inclusivity, transparency, and accountability. Every nation, regardless of its size or resources, must have a meaningful voice in shaping decisions that impact the global community. Transparency in the operations will foster trust among member states, while robust accountability mechanisms will ensure that resolutions are effectively implemented and translate into real action on the ground. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Suriname. I now request the Republic of Tajikistan to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Tajikistan believes the United Nations must reform to meet the challenges of the modern world. Since its creation, the UN has been a symbol and unity of peace, but today it must become more representative and effective. Tajikistan should support reform of the Security Council to include the representation of developing countries, especially Asia and Africa. As a land or developing country, Tajikistan also got the reform of the UN support for valuable states facing climate change, economic hardship. The reform of UN should be inclusive and accountable. Once that truly reform the needs of all nations and uphold peace, justice and development for everyone. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Tajikistan. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Gambia to give their statement.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the delegation of the Gambia takes the floor today to speak on an issue that lies at the heart of global justice, the reform of the United Nations. 80 years ago, the UN was created to maintain peace, protect human rights, and ensure equality among nations. But today, we must ask ourselves, has this vision truly been fulfilled? The world has changed, yet the structure of the United Nations remains frozen in time. Article 2, Clause 1 of the UN Charter clearly states that the organization is based on the sovereign equality of all its members. Yet in practice, power remains concentrated in the hands of a few. The Security Council, which was once a symbol of post-war unity, has now become an instrument of privilege. 5 nations hold the power of veto. A single word from them can silence the will of the whole world. Is that equality or is that justice? As Martin Luther King once said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Furthermore, as stated in the Article 24 of the Charter, Security Council acts on behalf of all member states. If that is true, then all voices must be heard. No nation should be excluded from the table where global peace is decided. Let us remember, the UN will only be as strong as the trust of its members. Reform is not a threat to unity, it is the only path to save it. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Gambia. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. Republic of Namibia, Slovak Republic, Republic of El Salvador, Republic of Guinea-Bissau, Republic of Maldives. I now request the Republic of Namibia to make their statement.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, I raise today on behalf of the Republic of Namibia to address a matter of profound importance, the urgent need for comprehensive reforms of United Nations. We commend the efforts made thus far, but we must acknowledge that the world has evolved dramatically since the founding of this institution. The structures and mechanisms of the UN must reflect the realities of today, not the geopolitics of 1945. Africa remains underrepresented in the Security Council despite being home to over 1.4 billion people and contributing significantly to peacekeeping operations and global development. Namibia joins the African Union in calling for equitable representation, including permanent seats for Africa. This is not a demand for privilege. It is a call for justice, for legitimacy, and for the credibility of this body. We also advocate for reforms that enhance transparency, accountability, and efficiency across all UN organs. The General Assembly must be empowered to play a more decisive role in global governance. Let us not delay the future. Let us reform with courage, with conviction, and with a shared commitment to the better world. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Namibia. I now request the delegate of the Slovak Republic to make their statement.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, and respected members of the Assembly, I take this honor to come forth as a representative of the Slovak Republic, being a founding member and having John Popany co-author the UN Charter. We wonder if the United Nations that carried the hope and aspirations of the world 80 years ago, there in the modern day. Even as everything changes with improvements in technology, civil rights, defense, science, medicine, and so much more, frankly speaking, in recent times, it has not always been in the best condition to do the task. Its credibility has been reducing. We are still facing a structural imbalance that reflects a 1945 power distribution which has given way for veto holders to delay urgent resolutions on pressing matters as seen in Ukraine and Gaza. In addition to this, despite of all of its humanitarian efforts in conflict-ridden areas, the United Nations hasn't necessarily figured out how to tackle issues such as terrorism, war, discrimination, spread of disinformation, climate change, poverty, hunger, and so on in a concise manner that prevents further harm to marginalized communities. While it is unfair and incorrect to call it ineffective or incapable, reformation of the United Nations is desirable. We propose that faster conflict resolution occurs in matters regarding war, genocide, corruption. As we've learned from the past 2 years, the more time it takes, the more lives are at stake. We request that increased seats in Security Council for nations that truly reveal the current state of the geopolitics and the changed world. We are a country with multilateralism in our blood. We will always support international cooperation and specifically a world based on rules with a strong UN at its heart. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Slovak Republic. I now request the delegate of the Republic of El Salvador to make their statement.
Good afternoon, Honorable President and distinguished delegates. As a founding member of the United Nations, El Salvador remains committed to the principles of multilateralism, inclusive diplomacy, and promotion of peace, security, and sustainable development. However, we recognize the global context has changed. Economic, social, environmental, and political threats have become ever more interconnected, and the UN must evolve if it is to remain fit for the purpose. For our part, we have stressed the need for a democratic, inclusive, and participatory United Nations, one whose principal organs reflect today's world, not yesterday's. In particular, El Salvador supports the reform of the Security Council, enlargement of both the permanent and non-permanent memberships, reduction or limitation of the veto mechanism in cases of genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. We believe that only through genuine reconstruction and not cosmetic change will the Council regain legitimacy, efficiency, and capacity to act in good time for peace and security. We call for stronger partnerships, transparent institutions, and systems that enable meaningful participation of all states in decision-making and not just those with great power. In closing, El Salvador stands ready to work with all member states for a revitalized United Nations, a UN capable of meeting the global challenges of our shared century: fairness, effectiveness, and solidarity. Thank you for your time.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of El Salvador. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau to make their statement.
Good afternoon, respected Chair, esteemed delegates. The Guinea-Bissau delegation is convinced that the United Nations reform is not only desirable, it is necessary. The world in 1945 was just emerging from the chaos of war and represented the political and economic conditions of that day. But the world today is very different. We confront new transitional challenges, climate change, inequality, and pandemics. As such, the delegation is convinced true reform has to start with the Security Council, whose members no longer reflect the realities of the contemporary life. Guinea-Bissau, as with most African people, still has no permanent seat in this organ. This unbalance erodes both legitimacy and effectiveness. Africa, with more than 1 billion people, should be heard in the formation of global policy. Serious reform also needs to give power to the General Assembly, the most representative body of the United Nations, to influence global policy more. Transparency, accountability, and distribution of resources to enable sustainable development for all countries must be enhanced. For small and developing nations such as Guinea-Bissau, reform is not about power, but about equality, dignity, and the right to have a voice. The reformed United Nations must be guided by principles of cooperation, respect, and common responsibility. Let us strive to establish a United Nations that represents the world we all live in today and the world we aspire to create tomorrow. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Maldives to give their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, on the behalf of the Maldives, I reaffirm our strong commitment to the United Nations as an indispensable multilateral forum for peace, development, and human rights. The Maldives has actively participated in multilateral treaty-based system. We also signed agreement under the United Nations Convention of the Law of Sea Conservation and Sustainable Development, use of marine biological diversity and area beyond national jurisdiction in September 2024. First, the global architecture of the UN is still shaped by mid-century geopolitical order, which limits representation and responsiveness. Second, source inefficiencies hamper the UN's ability to innovate and adapt. Third, the special vulnerabilities of SIDS and developing countries are often inefficiently reflected in development implementation. The Maldives sees the root cause as barrier not only national progress but to the global capacity to deliver 2030 agenda and related framework. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Maldives. I now request the following delegates to be seated beside the podium. Republic of Mali, Malaysia, Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, Republic of Singapore, Republic of Iraq. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Mali to give their statement.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, respected members of the Assembly. The Republic of Mali is deeply honored to speak today on the crucial agenda of reforming the United Nations. Since its establishment in 1945, the UN has been a symbol of peace, unity, and cooperation. And it has guided nations through war, reconstruction, development, yet as the world evolves, so must the institution that serves it. The time has come to make the United Nations more representative, more efficient, and more responsive to the challenges of the 21st century. Mali believes that the true reform must begin with the Security Council, the heart of global decision making. Its current structure no longer reflects today's geopolitical realities. Africa, continent of 54 nations and more than 1 billion people, still lacks a permanent seat. This imbalance weakens the UN's legitimacy and fairness. Therefore, Mali calls for expanding the Security Council to include permanent representation for Africa, ensuring that the voices of developing countries are heard equally alongside those of the global powers. Distinguished delegates, the world looks to us, the future leaders, to shape a UN that truly represents all humanity. Let us commit ourselves to a reformed United Nations, one that listens to every nation, supports every people, and stands for justice, equality, and peace. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Mali. I now request the delegate of Malaysia to make their statement.
Selamat Petang, Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. In the aftermath of global conflicts, the founders of the United Nations envisioned an institution that could steer humanity toward peace, justice, and cooperation. Today, decades later, that vision faces unprecedented tests. Our world is transformed technologically, politically, and socially. But the mechanisms of this assembly have remained rooted in a past that no longer reflects the realities of our generation. Malaysia believes that the strength of the United Nations lies not in tradition but in its ability to adapt. Reform is not merely desirable, it is essential. We must ensure that every nation, regardless of size or influence, has a voice that is heard, a role that is respected, and has taken the decisions that shape our global community. Malaysia calls for a United Nations that is not paralyzed by bureaucracy or weighed down by outdated hierarchies. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the time for incremental change has passed. The United Nations must evolve, and it must do so with courage. Malaysia stands ready to lead, to collaborate, and to ensure that this assembly is not only relevant but decisive. Let history remember us not as a body that debated endlessly, but as a generation that acted boldly, decisively, and justly. Finally, the problem is not the problem, but the problem is your attitude towards the problem. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of Malaysia. I now request the delegate of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan to make their statement.
Honorable Madam President, distinguished delegates, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan is honored to address this General Assembly on the pressing and essential topic of reformation of the United Nations. Jordan believes that reforming the UN is not merely a political necessity, it is a moral responsibility. We are living in a world that faces new, complex and interconnected challenges: climate change, mass displacement, regional instability and widening inequalities. Yet the structures of the United Nations have remained largely unchanged since 1945. If the UN is to remain relevant, credible and effective, it must evolve with the times. Jordan, a country at the heart of the Middle East, has consistently championed multilateralism, peace and dialogue. Despite limited resources, we continue to host millions of refugees from neighboring crises, proof of our deep commitment to the humanitarian values enshrined in the UN Charter. Delegates, reform is not about undermining the UN, it is about strengthening it. It is about restoring the faith of the people in this institution, especially the youth who look to us for leadership, fairness and hope. Let us not delay the change the world is calling for. Let us work together to reform the United Nations so that it becomes a stronger, fairer and more united institution for all of humanity. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Singapore to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, Madam President, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Singapore extends its warm greeting to this Assembly. For nearly 8 decades, the United Nations has stood as the cornerstone of peace, multilateralism, and cooperation among nations. Yet, as we confront the realities of a fast-changing world, it is clear that the UN must evolve to remain effective and relevant. Today's challenges, from climate change and digital security to pandemic and geopolitical tensions, are global in nature and demand collective solutions. However, the structure of our international system were built for a different era. Reform is no longer a matter of choice. It is a necessity for our survival and progress. Singapore believes that UN reform must begin with strengthening representation, transparency, and efficiency. Membership must have a strong voice in decision-making processes. We can't afford a system where influence is defined slowly by size or power. Furthermore, we must ensure that United Nations keep pace with innovation and technology. The future of diplomacy will be shaped by digital governments, cybersecurity, and artificial intelligence. And the UN must lead in setting fair, inclusive global norms in these areas. Excellencies, Singapore remains a firm believer in multilateralism, dialogue, and consensus building. Let us reform the United Nations not by dividing its members, but by renewing its founding spirit to promote peace, equality, and sustainable development for all. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Singapore. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Iraq to make their statement.
Assalamu alaikum, Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates. I rise today as the representative of the Republic of Iraq, a nation that has known the fragility of peace and burdens of reconstruction when we rebuild homes, schools, and lives after conflict. Already, our international system is under strain. A recent report from the UN Reform Task Force found that the United Nations Secretariat supported 27,000 meetings in a single year and produced 1,100 reports, a 20% increase since 1990. Iraq proposes a three-part reform agenda. Rationalize institutional overload. We must drastically reduce redundant mandates, meetings, and reports. Consolidate and streamline. Let us seriously consider consolidating operational agencies under fewer, more coherent departments as suggested in internal reform memo. Reform global finance and governance. The international financial system must reflect the needs of all nations, not just the most powerful. Iraq stands ready to work with all member states, not to preserve the states, but to renew the United Nations. More accountable, more efficient, more justice. Let us seize this moment of reflection to act not merely to maintain an institution but to transform it. For if we do not act now, we risk losing the faith of those we are meant to serve. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Iraq. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. The Islamic Republic of Iran, Czech Republic, Kingdom of Norway, Saint Lucia, and the Republic of Haiti. I now request the delegate of the Islamic Republic of Iran to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegate, the Islamic Republic of Iran takes its floor to address a matter that stands of heart of global justice and equality. When this organization was established in 1945, the world was recovering from devastation of war. Today, the world has changed. Now, new nations have emerged, new challenges have arisen, and the balance of the power has shifted. Yet, the structure of United Nations remains frozen in time. Iran believes that if this institution is to remain effective, legitimate, and respected, it must evolve to represent all nations fairly. The Security Council, as it stands, reflects the outdated hierarchy and the veto power granted a few nations often silence the collective will of majority and obstruct genuine efforts towards peace. Such a system cannot claim to serve equality or justice. We call for comprehensive and balanced reform, one that expands representation, particularly for Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The General Assembly, the most democratic body of the institution, must be empowered to play a stronger role in global decision making. Iran envisions a united nation where no nation domination, another where all carry equal weight and where peace is built through justice, understanding, and unity. Distinguished delegate, reforming the United Nations is not about rewriting its history. It is about securing its future. Let us work together to create UN that truly lives up to its name, a united nation for all humanity. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I now request the delegate of Czech Republic to make their statement.
Madam President, Excellencies, Czechia strongly supports the urgent need for comprehensive reform of the United Nations to ensure it remains effective, credible, and fit for today's global challenges. Security Council, in particular, must be reformed to reflect modern geopolitical realities. Its current structure, shaped in 1945, no longer represents the world as it is. We must limit the misuse of veto, which continues to block action in the face of grave international law violation. As a proud supporter of multilateralism, democracy, and rule of law, Czechia believes the UN must amplify the voice of all nations, large and small, and prioritize accountability and transparency. Let us renew our commitment to a united nation that is not only for a forum for dialogue, but for peace, justice, and protection for human rights worldwide. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of Czech Republic. I now request the delegate of the Kingdom of Norway to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, Norway takes the floor today with a deep commitment to strengthening the United Nations, not only as an institution, but as a vision for more just, peaceful, and sustainable world. When the UN was founded in 1945, it was built on hope that dialogue could replace conflicts and cooperation could replace division. 75 years later, that hope still guides us, but the world has changed and so must the UN. We face complex global challenges, climate change, inequality, pandemics, and new security threats that demand faster, more inclusive, and more transparent action. Yet, decision-making in the UN bodies, including the Security Council, often reflects the reality and the past, not the present. Norway believes that UN reform is not about weakening the organization but revitalizing it. We must ensure fair representation for developing countries, greater participation of women and youth in peace process, and more accountability in global governance. The Security Council could reflect today's geopolitical realities, and the General Assembly must have a stronger role in promoting collective action and global solidarity. Let us reform the UN not out of frustration, but out of faith. Faith in the power of cooperation and in the promise of better world. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Kingdom of Norway. I now request the delegate of St. Lucia to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we, the representatives of St. Lucia, believe that reforming the United Nations is important to make our world stronger and fair. We must strengthen our international cooperation and ensure that developing countries are not left behind. We want the UN to be more open and give every country an equal voice in making decisions. We believe unity is must, especially when facing global issues like poverty, inequality, conflict, and climate change. We also call for more honesty and responsibility so that promise become real action and change. As a small island nation, St. Lucia is deeply affected by climate change, yet our voices are not often heard. We stand ready to work with all members states to build a peaceful, safe, and sustainable future for everyone. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of St. Lucia. Now I request the delegate of the Republic of Haiti to make the statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Haiti stands in support of meaningful and inclusive reform of the United Nations. Since its founding, the UN has been a beacon of hope for peace, human rights, and cooperation. Yet today, it faces challenges that demand renewal and modernization. Haiti believes that true reform must begin with representation. The Security Council must reflect the realities of the 21st century, not of the world of 1945. Developing the nations, particularly small island and vulnerable states, deserve a stronger voice in global decision-making. Only through greater inclusivity and transparency can this institution regain the trust of all nations. Furthermore, reform should strengthen the UN's role in sustainable development and climate resilience for countries like Haiti facing the devastating impacts of the natural disaster and economic hardship. Timely support and equitable development are essential for stability and progress. Haiti also encourages closer cooperation between the UN and regional organizations to ensure that peace, democracy, and humanitarian aid reach communities directly. In unity and fairness, we can build a United Nations that truly represents all humanity, one that is effective, just and capable of leading our world toward lasting peace and shared prosperity. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Haiti. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. Republic of Honduras, Hungary, Mauritius, Kyrgyz Republic, and the Republic of Senegal. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Honduras to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Honduras is the second poorest country in Central America, third most climate vulnerable nation in the world. For countries like Honduras, the UN reform doesn't benefit us politically. It's a measure to ensure our survival. We face terrifying hurricanes that tear through our cities and towns every year, floods that consume our towns and people, and horrible droughts through which people die due to starvation. These not only destroy homes and buildings, but the future of our nation. Yet, when we face horrible disaster, by the time aid arrives, irreversible damage has been dealt. As a small, climate-vulnerable nation, reforms mean immediate response to emergencies, even-handed funding, and a UN that hears the voice of small and weak nations as well as superpowers. Incorporating new mechanisms to ensure execution of General Assembly resolutions and just rotational representation in the Security Council decision-making. Honduras calls for a UN where all countries have an equal opportunity to influence decisions that affect them. As a small, weak and climate-vulnerable nation, in which one's life literally depends on their luck, the reformation of the UN is necessary for our survival. If these horrific continue to thrive, the future of our nation will be in despair. A UN that protects the powerful protects no one. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Honduras. I now request the delegate of Hungary to make their statement.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, Hungary believes that the time for a comprehensive reform of the United Nations is now. To remain relevant in a rapidly changing world, the UN must become more effective, more transparent, and better equipped to respond to modern global challenges. First and foremost, management reform is at the heart of Hungary's vision. We call for increased accountability, greater transparency, and more efficient allocation of resources. Reforming is essential to restoring confidence in multilateralism itself. Secondly, the Security Council must be reformed. The current structure was created in a very different era. Hungary supports expanding both the permanent and non-permanent membership categories. However, expansion alone is not enough. The Council's working method must be improved, ensure faster, more coordinated, and more transparent decision-making. Hungary also firmly believes that the General Assembly must remain the central deliberative body of the United Nations. It is an assembly that represents the equality of all nations. This will ensure that all member states have a genuine voice in shaping the global agenda. Lastly, Hungary emphasizes the importance of the UN as a platform of East-West dialogues. In these times of renewed geopolitical tensions, the United Nations must stand as a bridge. In conclusion, Hungary stands committed to a revitalized, transparent, and inclusive United Nations, one that reflects the reality of the 21st century and truly serves all humanity. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of Hungary. I now request the delegate of Mauritius to make that statement.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, the Republic of Mauritius stands before this assembly not to question the relevance of the United Nations, but to revive its promise. The ideals that gave birth to this organization, peace, equality, and cooperation, still inspire humanity. Yet, the institutions built in 1945 now struggle to reflect a world that has evolved far beyond that moment in history. Today, global challenges no longer respect borders. Small island nations like mine face the rising seas of climate change, the economic ripples of distant conflicts, and the digital divide that separates opportunity from survival. We cannot solve 21st century problems with 20th century structures. Reform is not rebellion, it is renewal. As a small state, Mauritius does not measure strength in size, but in steadfastness. We have proven that collaboration, climate action, and digital governance can coexist. We call on this assembly to ensure that every nation, large or small, is heard, respected, and empowered. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of Mauritius. I now request the delegate of the Kyrgyz Republic to make their statement.
Honorable Madam President, distinguished delegates, the delegation of the Kyrgyz Republic is honored to participate in this vital discussion on the reforming of the United Nations, an organization that has stood as a symbol of international cooperation for nearly 8 decades. Kyrgyzstan, as a proud member of the UN since 1992, deeply values the principles of sovereignty, mutual respect, and multilateralism enriched in the UN Charter. Kyrgyzstan supports reform the Security Council to make it more representative and democratic. We advocate for a more inclusive council that grants greater voice and representation to underrepresented regions, especially small states, landlocked developing countries, and the global south. Kyrgyzstan is a small mountainous nation, but we are a strong voice for peace, development, and global cooperation. We believe that UN is not about weakening its foundation, but strengthening its legitimacy, responsiveness, and effectiveness for all member states. In conclusion, the UN must not remain static. Reform is not only necessary, it is urgent. Let us move forward together to create a more just, inclusive, and efficient United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Kyrgyz Republic. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Senegal to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, I am here before you as a delegate of Senegal, a proud country which not only believes in the United Nations promise, but the necessity to redeem it urgently. When this institution was born in 1945, Article 1 of the UN Charter obligated us to take effective collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats to peace. But today, almost 80 years on, 8 decades, we have to ask, effective for whom? Inclusive of whom? Accountable to whom? The world has shifted, but the architecture of this institution has not. The Security Council, charged with the upkeep of international peace and security, is still immobilized not through ignorance but through a lack of balance. Africa deserves no less than 2 permanent seats with voting rights and 5 non-permanent seats. This is not a request, Madam President, it's a historical correction. Senegal appeals to this assembly to go beyond courteous words and into irrevocable change. We do not ask for a special privilege, only equal stake, equal voice, and equal respect. Because without that, this House of Nations has the potential to become a monument, not a movement. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Senegal. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. Republic of Latvia, Republic of Yemen, Republic of Philippines, and the Republic of India. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Latvia to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Latvian delegation feels privileged to speak before the Assembly on one of the most urgent issues of our era, the United Nations reform. Being a nation that strongly believes in democracy and the rule of law, Latvia reiterates its conviction that an efficient and effective UN is the pillar of international peace. First and foremost, Security Council veto reform is our absolute priority. The abuse of the veto has all too frequently frozen the UN. Latvia welcomes efforts that encourage restraint, especially in instances involving mass atrocities. Second, digital efficiency and modernization. The UN should adopt digital transformation to keep up with the speed of the modern world. Third, responsible and sustainable financing. The UN requires an equitable and stable financial framework that is underwritten by all the member nations. Madam President, Latvia appeals to our shared commitment to revitalize this organization to make it more representative, transparent, and effective for generations to come. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Latvia. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Yemen to make their statement.
Before Yemen proceeds, delegates, we have successfully done with 100 plus speeches. Currently, we are at 103 speeches. So big table tap for all of you for that. All right. Thank you. That being said, all those who are yet to speak, kindly raise your placards and wishes to speak. I mean, there's always a choice if you do not want to speak in the General Assembly. But then all those who haven't spoken yet and wishes to speak, raise your placards. Okay, thank you.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, I speak today on the behalf of Yemen, a country torn by war, divided by politics, and deeply affected by the failures of the international system. For years, Yemen has been a place where the promises of the United Nations have been tested. The internationally recognized government in Aden has called Yemen a morally testing ground for the UN, and they are right. The UN's slow response, its cautious diplomacy, and its inability to protect civilians or restore peace have left millions of Yemenis without hope. The policy of managing conflict instead of solving it has only led to more suffering. We need bold action, not endless talks. The UN must also protect its own staff. In Sana'a, UN workers have been detained without reason. The government has asked for UN operations to be moved to safer areas. If the UN cannot guarantee the safety of its people, how can it protect ours? Even the Houthis, who do not speak here, have shown their mistrust. They accuse the UN of bias and block peace efforts. They link Yemen's war to wider regional issues like the crisis in Gaza. This shows that the UN must do more to address the deeper causes of conflict, not just the symptoms. Despite our divisions, Yemen sends a united message. The UN must reform. It must be faster, braver, and fairer. It must hold those who harm civilians accountable. It must stop rewarding those who block peace. And above all, it must prove its founding values: peace, justice, and dignity. Let Yemen's pain be a wake-up call. Let our struggle push this assembly to act. Reform the UN, not just for Yemen, but for every nation that still believes in its promise. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Delegate. A bit of request again to make. Please are there to try to stick with the time limit. Delegates, we just 103 down. We have almost 60 plus speeches to be completed. So that will take minimum 75 minutes more before we start with the second part of the discussion. So just kindly cooperate with us. Please make sure your speeches are timed at 60 seconds. And we also are testing your skills at this point to how to work upon difficult times, because if you go to any legislative body for that matter, every person is allocated a set amount of time, and not the set amount of time is same for all. So your job is to make sure is that how do you utilize the time that is provided to you. If somebody speaks for 2 minutes and 30 and makes absolute zero sense, that is called a bad speech. If somebody speaks for 35 seconds or 40 seconds and still manages to get the message out, that's what you call a good speech, right? So these are some fundamentals I hope everyone will keep in mind as we further proceed with the event. So just don't make them beat the gavel 100 times. Just be mindful. Just conclude. Simple as that. Thank you so much.
I now request the delegate of the Republic of Philippines to make their statement.
Hi, Kunostaka.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates, good morning, good evening. We, the delegate of Philippines, believe that the time has came to reform the United Nations. The United Nations was created many years ago, after the World War II. But the world has changed. New countries have been born, new problems have appeared, climate changes, terrorism, poverty, and global inequality. We Philippines believe that every country, big or small, should have equal voice in making decisions that affect the whole world. The Security Council should be fair and include more members for developing countries. Religions like Asia, Africa, Latin America should have stronger representation. This will make the United Nations more democratic and balanced. Together, let us reform the United Nations so it can truly serve the people of the world. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Philippines. I now request the delegate of the Republic of India to make their statement.
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, सम्मानित प्रतिनिधिगण, distinguished chair, honorable delegates. India stands before this assembly with unwavering conviction. The United Nations must evolve immediately to meet the challenges of the 21st century. For over 75 years, the UN has been the guardian of global peace, security, and development. Yet, as the world changes, UN cannot remain stagnant. Reform is not optional, it is absolute. India demands comprehensive reform of the Security Council. Article number 23 of the UN Charter defines the Council's composition. But how long will the voices of the majority of the humanity be ignored? Countries contributing significantly to peacekeeping, global development, and climate change will have the chances to participate in the permanent representation. Reform also requires accountability. India strongly condemns all forms of cross-border terrorism and the countries that sponsor it. What can the world do when the neighboring states deliberately destabilize the region through terrorism? The international community cannot tolerate this. The UN must act decisively, enforce its charter, implement Security Council resolution, and hold these states fully accountable. Peace, security, and development cannot coexist with the state-sponsored terrorism. India calls upon all nations to act with solidarity and responsibility, ensuring that UN fulfills its mandate under Article number 55. Dhanyawad.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of India. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. Kingdom of Thailand, Kingdom of Bahrain, Republic of Italy, and the Laos People's Democratic Republic. I now request the delegate of the Kingdom of Thailand to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, and esteemed guests, the Kingdom of Thailand is honored to speak on the reformation of the United Nations. The UN was created to keep peace, protect human rights, and prevent war. But in many situations, like in Rwanda and Democratic Republic of Congo, lack of unity and strong reaction led to great human suffering. These were not just policy failures. They were failures of humanity. Today, the world has changed, but the UN system has not changed enough. The Security Council still gives more power to a few countries, while smaller nations have little voice. Thailand believes it is time to reform the UN to make it more fair, strong, and equal. Let us build a United Nations that listens to all countries, protect every life, and ensure peace and justice for everyone. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Kingdom of Thailand. I now request the delegate of the Kingdom of Bahrain to make their statement.
Honorable Madam President and my dear delegates, the Kingdom of Bahrain extends its warm greetings to all nations gathered here today. It is both an honor and responsibility to address this assembly on a matter that shapes the very foundation of the international order, the reform of the United Nations. Bahrain believes that UN reform is not a criticism, but a commitment to strengthen the very values upon which the organization was founded. Reform must ensure that all regions, large and small, developing and developed, have an equitable voice in the decision-making processes. In particular, Bahrain supports the reform of the Security Council that reflects the realities of the 21st century. Representation of Arab world, Africa, and small islands and developing states to be enhanced to ensure the global decisions are made with true diversity and fairness. Furthermore, the reform should not be limited to structures alone. We must also strengthen the efficiency, transparency, and accountability of the UN agencies. In conclusion, the Kingdom of Bahrain reaffirms the belief in the United Nations as the cornerstone of global cooperation. But for it to remain relevant, reform is not an option, it is a necessity. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Kingdom of Bahrain. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Italy to make their statement.
Honorable Madam President, distinguished delegate, I, the delegate of Republic of Italy, are honored to participate in this essential debate on the reformation of United Nations as one of the founding members of the UN and a long-standing advocate for multilateralism. Italy remains deeply committed to strengthening this institution to ensure it remains relevant, effective, and representative in the modern world. The United Nations was created in the aftermath of devastating World War to promote peace, dialogue, and international cooperation. While it has achieved much, Italy also firmly believes that reform must not be limited to expanding permanent seats. It must aim to make the Council more transparent, democratic, and accountable to the wider UN membership. Beyond the Security Council, Italy also emphasizes the need to reform the UN's development system, ensuring it better aligns with sustainable development goals and support climate actions, human rights, and technological innovation. Italy stands ready to contribute expertise, funding, and partnership in these areas. Furthermore, we advocate for a more youth-inclusive and gender-balanced UN where diverse voices are not just heard but truly shape the global decisions. In conclusion, Italy reaffirms its unwavering support to the United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Italy. I now request the delegate of the Laos People's Democratic Republic to make their statement.
Honorable Madam President, distinguished delegate, the Lao People's Democratic Republic extends its friendly greetings to all nations gathered here today. It is an honor to address this assembly on an issue of great significance, the reform of United Nations General Assembly, the very heart of multilateral dialogue and global cooperation. The United Nations has told a pillar of peace, equality, and collective action. The Lao People's Democratic Republic believes that the reform is not a challenge to the United Nations authority. Rather, it is a reaffirmation of our shared commitment to make this body more representative, transparent, and effective. Representation must reflect today's geopolitical realities. All nations, large or small, developed or developing, must have an equal voice in shaping global decisions. Efficiency must be strengthened. The General Assembly resolution must not only express global concern, but also translate into meaningful action. Streamlining debates, improving coordination with another UN organs, and enhancing follow-up process would allow our work to better serve the people we represent. Inclusivity must be enhanced. Reform must ensure that all member states, regardless of size or wealth, can contribute effectively to decision-making process. In this way, the UN can uphold the principle of fairness and solidarity upheld in its charter. The Lao People's Democratic Republic envisions a reformed General Assembly that listens more, acts first, and serves better. A United Nations that truly embodies the spirit of we the peoples. In conclusion, the Lao stands ready to cooperate with all member states in advancing productive reforms that strengthen our shared institution, enhance multilateralism, and promote peace, development, and dignity for all. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Laos People's Democratic Republic. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. Georgia, Republic of Cuba, Republic of Bulgaria, Brunei Darussalam, and Barbados. I now request the delegate of Georgia to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegate, Georgia believes the United Nations is still the best hope for peace and cooperation in our world. But to meet today's challenges, the UN must change. The world has grown, new nations have risen, and global problems have become more complex. We need UN that is fair, modern, and ready to act. Reforms mean giving all regions stronger voice and make decision after and ensure that the justice and equalities guide every action. Georgia support a United Nations that truly represent all peoples and helps build a fair and more united world. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of Georgia. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Cuba to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, for decades, Cuba has advocated for a genuine and profound reform of the United Nations. An organization, while indispensable, remains a reflection of a bygone era. The current global order is unsustainable, marked by glaring inequalities that impede the sustainable development of the people. The United Nations must be democratized. It is unacceptable that a will of few, manifested through the anachronistic veto power in the Security Council, can paralyze the collective will of the international community. We call for an expansion of the Security Council membership in both permanent and non-permanent categories to ensure equitable representation for developing countries, particularly from Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. The General Assembly, the most representative organ of this organization, must be revitalized and its role as the central forum for debate and policy making strengthened. Its decision cannot continue to be systematically ignored by the powerful. Furthermore, any reforms must address the deep-seated inequities of the international financial and economic architecture. A system that perpetuates the wealth of a few at the expense of many is inherently unjust and unstable. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Cuba. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Bulgaria to make their statement.
Dobrodrayu Udro, Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. We are the distinguished delegate of Republic of Bulgaria who believes in a world that today's global landscape is marked by complex crises, just like climate change, inequality, and even conflicts. The United Nations remains central to addressing these, but it must evolve. Over 80 years ago, the United Nations was established for solving humanitarian crises and war by nations. The current structure, especially the Security Council, reflects a world order from 1945. It lacks fair representation and efficiency, which undermines trust and effectiveness. When will this end? This one thing is that when will this end? Humanitarian crises are rising. Wars are developing. The United Nations must be reformed, and that can be destroy this, that can solve this.
that can demolish this. Let us reform the United Nations, not just for our government, but for the future who depends on its promise of peace and cooperation. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Bulgaria. I now request the delegate of Brunei Darussalam to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegate, we are the delegate of Brunei Darussalam. Brunei Darussalam reforms its steadfast commitment of the principle of the multilateralism and purpose ensure the UN charters. As we discuss the value topic of United Nations reform is belief that change must be guided of the values, equality, respect. We support reforms that make the United Nations more effective, transparent and respective, especially in key organizations like Security Council. Brunei believes in giving greater voice to smaller and developing nations, ensuring that global decision-making relation discourage our membership. We also encourage strengthening of the Royal UN, promoting sustainable development, peace building and climate relations, particularly in vulnerable regions. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of Brunei Darussalam. Now I request the delegate of Barbados to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Barbados is honored to address the Assembly on the critical agenda of United Nations reform. Our world faces many challenges, from climate change and global inequality to conflicts that threaten peace and security. The UN has the cornerstone of international cooperation must evolve to meet these challenges effectively and inclusively. The Barbados firmly believes that reform must prioritize the representation of small and developed nations. Every nation, regardless of size or economic power, must have a voice in decisions that shape our collective future. We advocate for a Security Council that reflects the contemporary realities of our world, ensuring fairness, transparency, and accountability in its decision-making and processes. Furthermore, Barbados emphasizes the importance of strengthening peacekeeping operations and ensuring sufficient resources for humanitarian initiatives. In closing, Barbados reaffirms its commitment to United Nations that is effective, representative, and capable of protecting the rights and dignity of the people. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of Barbados. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. Belize, Republic of Belarus, Republic of Benin, Plurinational State of Bolivia, Kingdom of Bhutan. I now request the delegate of Belize to make their statement.
Honorable Chairperson, respected delegates and dear friends, good morning. I am the delegate of Belize and I am here to speak of reformation of the United Nations. The United Nations was created to bring peace, protect human rights and support development across the world. But today, our world faces new challenges, climate change, inequality and conflict that demand a strong global cooperation. Belize, a small but proud nation, believes that every country should have an equal voice in world decisions. The UN must be reformed to become a more fair, more inclusive and more effective, solving real problems. Let us work together to build a United Nations that stands for unity, justice and peace for all. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of Belize. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Belarus to make their statement.
Pavazani Spada President Pavazania Delegati. The delegation of the Republic of Belarus warmly congratulates the President on convening the session of the United Nations General Assembly. 8 decades after the founding of this esteemed organization, the United Nations faces challenges that demand not just goodwill, but bold reform to preserve our land, our shared vision of peace, dignity, and sustainable development. Belarus recognizes and supports the urgent call within the UN system for change, as highlighted in recent reviews, including internal assessments reported by Reuters. The organization faces inefficiencies, duplications, and growing financial pressures. These reforms are not optional. They are essential for the UN's credibility and effectiveness. Accordingly, Belarus affirms the following principles to guide reform: equitable representation, stronger multilateral institutions, efficiency and focus, respect for sovereignty, fair financing. In conclusion, Belarus calls on all nations to embrace this moment of renewal. Let this 80th session mark the beginning of a stronger, more just, and more inclusive United Nations, one that truly serves the people of the world. Dziękuję wielkie.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Belarus. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Benin to make their statement.
Honorable Chairperson, respected delegates, and dear friends, good morning. I am the delegate of Benin, and I am honored to speak on the topic reformation of United Nations. The United Nations was formed to maintain peace and promote cooperation among all nations. But today's world is changing, and the UN must also change to face new challenges like poverty, inequality, and climate change. Benin believes that every nation, big or small, should have an equal chance to be heard. The UN must reform to become more democratic, fair, and focused on real development for people everywhere. Let us work together to make the United Nations stronger and more united for a peaceful future. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Benin. I now request the delegate of the plurinational state of Bolivia to make their statement.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Bolivia is honored to take the floor today to speak on issues lies at the heart of global cooperation. The urgent need to reform United Nations. When UN was founded in 1945, the world was emerging from the ashes of war. Its mission was clear: to preserve peace, uphold human rights, and promote development. But today, almost 18 years later, our world has changed dramatically. Yet the structure of UN have not kept pace and changes of our century. Bolivia believes that reform is not desirable and ensures for credibility and efficiency of this great institution. Bolivia envisages a United Nations at the listening of represent and act with fairness and courage. Reforming as an institution does not mean weak. On the contrary, reform is only way to restore faith and militarism and renew the promise of peace and cooperation for all nations. In the words of great leader of Simeon Bolivar, a people that love freedom will in the end be freedom. Let us then as nation unite and the Bolivia courage a reforming system that build us so that freedom, justice and equality may truly belong to all. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the plurinational state of Bolivia. I now request the delegate of the Kingdom of Bhutan to make their statement.
Madam President, could you confirm us how many speakers are there in the list now?
$20.
20. All right, all delegates who have not spoken, please raise your placards. Okay. So this is little over 20, I guess, but then some of you haven't added yourself into the list. So this list goes final. And how many speakers are we done with right now? It's 120, 121, okay. So we'll be completing with this 20 and we'll be wrapping up with this session. Yes, proceed.
Honorable Chairperson, respected delegate and dear friend, good morning. I am the delegate of Bhutan and I am here to speak about the reformation of the United Nations. The United Nations was formed to build peace and unity among countries. But world was changed and the UN must also change to meet new challenges. Bhutan is a small, peaceful country that believes in happiness, harmony and care for nature. We think the UN should focus more on peace, environment protection and equal rights for all nations, big or small. Reforming the UN means making it fair, strong and ready to solve global problems together. Let us unite for better and happier world. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Kingdom of Bhutan. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. Republic of Chile, Republic of Guatemala, Kingdom of Lesotho, Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, and the Republic of Estonia. I now request the Republic of Chile to make the statement.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Chile stands today in firm support of a reformed and revitalized United Nations, an organization that has been instrumental in shaping global peace, development, and cooperation for over 8 decades. Yet, as the world evolves, so too must the institutions that govern it. It is time for the United Nations to better reflect the realities of the 21st century. Chile believes that the legitimacy and effectiveness of the United Nations depends on its ability to represent all regions fairly, act decisively in the face of global crises, and uphold the core values of transparency, democracy, and human rights. Reform is just not desirable, it is necessary. First, the Security Council must become more representative and democratic. While Chile respects the historical role of the Council, its current structure no longer reflects the geopolitical maladies of our time. We support expanding both permanent and non-permanent membership to include underrepresented regions, particularly Africa and Latin America. No global body can claim legitimacy when entire continents are left without decisions to impact them directly. Delegates, reform is not about weakening the UN, it is about strengthening it. It is about building a system where we have cooperation to build. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Chile. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Guatemala to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, we are honored to speak on behalf of Guatemala about the need for reform in the United Nations. The UN was created many years ago, but the world has changed. Today, we face new problems like climate change, inequality, and conflict. Guatemala believes the UN must also change to better serve all countries, not just like fewer powerful ones. We support reform of Security Council that more regions like Latin America can have voice in global decision. We want the UN to be more fair, more transparent, and quicker in responding to global challenges. Guatemala calls for peaceful solution to the conflict between Israel and Palestine, one that guarantees the Palestine state to be peacefully with the state of Israel. Guatemala have benefited from the UN peace effort in the past, and we believe a stronger, more equal UN will help all nations build a better future. Let us work together to make the United Nations a place where every country is here. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Guatemala. I now request the delegate of the Kingdom of Lesotho to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, respected delegates, the Kingdom of Lesotho stands before in this assembly as a mountain nation, small in size but rich in spirit and hope, surrounded entered by South Africa. Lesotho understands more than the most important of international cooperation and sustainable development among the nations. Our country continuously facing challenges such as climate changes, inequalities, and youth unemployment. However, we firmly believe that through the global partnership commitment of the UN Replica Sustainable Development Goals, even the small country can create a meaningful nation. Lesotho calls for the great investment of education, healthcare, and the rural development areas. They empower young people and mainly the women and the girls. We are participating in the global community to support the climate resilience and protect our mountain ecosystem. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Kingdom of Lesotho. I now request the delegate of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka to make their statement.
Honorable distinguished delegates, Sri Lanka takes the floor today not only the proud island nation but as a voice for Global South, a voice calling for equality, justice and United Nations that truly reflect the world that we live in, not the one that exists in 1945. The call for UN reform is no longer a demand, it is a necessity. We meet in the world where the challenges are transnational, climate change, pandemics and armed conflicts, cyber insecurity, and yet our governance structure remain frozen in time. Sri Lanka believes that reforming the United Nations, particularly the Security Council, is essential to restoring the legitimacy and effectiveness. How can we speak about multilateralism when the decisions impacting billions are made by the privileged few? The current structure undermines the principle of equal sovereignty and justice value at the very heart of the UN characters. Sri Lanka supports the expansion of both permanent and non-permanent membership in the Security Council and adequate representation of Africa, Latin America and the Asia, including the countries from the Global South who have proven their commitments to peacekeeping and the global cooperation. Reform must be inclusive and selective. Thank you and have a nice day.
I thank the delegate of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Estonia to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegate, as the delegate of Estonia, I stand before you to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to a stronger, more representative and more effective United Nations. Today's world is not the world of 1945. Global challenges from cyber threats to climate change require global cooperation rooted in fairness and accountability. The cooperation rooted in fairness, the structure of the UN must evolve to reflect this reality. Estonia calls for meaningful reform of the Security Council to ensure broader geographical representation and increase transparency in decision making. We also support the strengthening the role of smaller nations and embracing digital innovation to make the UN more inclusive and efficient. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Estonia. The Assembly now adjourns for the informal consultation.
Delegates, go ahead and talk among yourself because now you will move into, after like 10, 15 speakers, we'll move into discussing the final paperwork, right? So you should talk among each other, go interact. People from one school, please do not make an alliance. I know there are kids from like Garden School, Warwick, Marymount, etc. So just don't make an alliance based on your schools. Please go ahead, talk to people from other schools, interact, ask each other, what do you think about the resolution? What kind of changes do you think is reasonable? So these are the things which you do in a informal consultation. So this is for you to essentially, figure out what could be done better. So just keep that in mind. You have your break till 4:50 p.m. 20 minutes. 20 minutes, yeah.
The following delegates are requested to be seated near the podium. Central African Republic, Republic of Cabo Verde, Republic of Chad, Republic of Cameroon, and the Kingdom of Cambodia. I now request the delegate of Central African Republic to give their statement.
Bara Allah, Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Central African Republic believes that the reform of the United Nations is not only necessary but urgent. For nearly 8 decades, this institution has stood as a symbol of hope for peace, cooperation, and multilateralism. Yes, today we must ask ourselves, does the United Nations truly reflect the world we live in now, or the one that existed in 1945? Our nation, like many developing countries, has witnessed how inequality in representation limit our voice in global decision making. The Central African Republic calls for more inclusive Security Council, one that gives Africa a permanent seat at the table where global peace is decided. Our continent contributes greatly to peacekeeping operations and provide vital resources to the world. It deserves equal respect and representation. In conclusion, reforming the United Nations is not about demanding it, it is about renewing its promise. Central African Republic stands ready to work with all nations to build a United Nation that is fair, representative, and truly for all humanity. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Central African Republic. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Cabo Verde to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, bon dia. The delegation of Cabo Verde believes that reforming the United Nations is not just a matter of structure, it is a matter of survival for multilateralism itself. The UN was founded 80 years ago in a world very different from today, yet many of its key organs, including the Security Council, still reflect the power dynamics of 1945. This limits both the organization's legitimacy and its ability to respond to modern challenges. As a small island developing state, Cabo Verde experiences firsthand the urgent crisis of our era: climate change, inequality, and global insecurity. We believe that reform must ensure fairer representation for small and developing nations. Cabo Verde supports efforts to expand the Security Council, improve transparency in General Assembly, and strengthen the role of ECOSOC in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We also request that permanent seats are given to Africa, as it is a large continent and is still underrepresented. Let us remember, reforming the United Nations is not about changing its ideals, but also renewing its promise, a promise of peace, justice, and equality for all nations, large and small alike. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Cabo Verde. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Chad to make their statement.
Bonjour, Honorable President, distinguished delegates of the General Assembly. The Republic of Chad stands before you today in firm support of a comprehensive and inclusive reform of the United Nations, an institution that must evolve to truly reflect the realities of our time. For too long, Africa has been underrepresented in key decision-making bodies, particularly in the Security Council. A reformed UN must ensure equitable geographic representation, giving Africa a rightful voice in global governance. We call for increased transparency, accountability, and efficiency within UN agencies to ensure that resources reach those most in need, especially in fragile regions like the Sahel, where conflict, climate change, and underdevelopment intersect. Reform is not an option, it is necessity. Let us seize this moment to rebuild trust, renew legitimacy, and reform our shared commitment to multilateralism. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Chad. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Cameroon to make their statement.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Cameroon believes that the reform of the United States is not only necessary but required. The UN was founded in 1945. Today, world facing challenge for believing that climate changing for today security. Cameroon's call for more, and very Africa must have a strong voice of humanity. Keep and global cooperation. Reform must have also a state quality and so that UN can respond free to the needs for all national, large or small. Let's work together to build a national that today there is a one that stands for peace, just and develop for all. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Cameroon. I now request the delegate of the Kingdom of Cambodia to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegate, I stand before you representing Kingdom of Cambodia, a nation reborn from conflict whose very extensive testified to valid life-saving role of the United Nations. We know firsthand that when this institution worked peace and privilege. But today, we must speak with urgent honesty. 80 years on a world of intertwined global threats, from climate breakdown to present conflicts, is training the UN farm work, the very foundation that brought peace to my nation, are showing cracks on the world stage. Cambodia reaffirms its support for a stronger, more just UN. We call for a reformed Security Council that is not democratic, inclusive, and representative of the 21st century's realities. Not the post-war past. We must curb the abuse of the war, which silenced the majority of paralyzed action on humanitarian crisis. Let us move past rhetoric to genuine reform. Let us ensure the voice of all member states, large and small, especially those whose progress hinges on global stability, is not just heard, but equally valued in this collective houses. Let us not simply manage global problems, but courageously revolve them. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Kingdom of Cambodia. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Swiss Confederation, Republic of Poland, and the Republic of Costa Rica. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to make their statement. I again request the delegate of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to make their statement.
Distinguished Chair, esteemed delegates, Trinidad and Tobago, thank you for the opportunity to address this critical agenda, reform of the United Nations. For nearly 18 decades, this institution has been the cornerstone of international cooperation. Yet today's world looks very different from that of 1945. To remain relevant, the United Nations must adapt, become more representative, transparent, and equitable. For small and developing states like ours, reform is not an abstract ideal, it is a necessity. Global decision-making must reflect the voice of all nations, large and small, developed and developing alike. We call for a more inclusive Security Council that ensures fair representation of regions such as Latin America and the Caribbean. The legitimacy of the UN depends on members confident that their perspectives are heard. Reform must also strengthen the UN's development mechanisms. Climate change, ocean protection, and sustainable financing can't wait for outdated structures. The spirit of multilateralism demands efficiency, accountability, and meaningful participation. Trinidad and Tobago stands ready to engage constructively with all partners to build a United Nations that truly mirrors the world. It serves one equality, cooperation, and shared progress. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I now request the delegate of the Swiss Confederation to make their statement.
Honorable Madam President, distinguished delegates, the delegation of Switzerland is honored to address the committee on the crucial agenda item of United Nations reform. Switzerland is a neutral nation, but we are never neutral when it comes to promoting peace, human rights, and multilateral cooperation. For the UN to remain effective and relevant, it must reform, not just to reflect today's world, but to prepare for tomorrow's. We call for Security Council reform. Its current structure does not reflect the geopolitical and demographic realities of the 21st century. We support an expansion in both permanent and non-permanent membership, particularly to give more voice to African, Latin American, and Asian countries which are underrepresented. Next, Switzerland believes reform must go beyond institutions. It must include the people. Youth, indigenous groups, and civil society must have stronger access to UN decision-making processes. The challenges we face are climate change and global inequality demand broader cooperation beyond states alone. Switzerland does not seek reform for its own sake, but for the sake of a stronger, fairer, and more United Nations. We urge all member states to act with responsibility, flexibility, and commitment to global progress. Let us work together not just to reform the UN, but to renew trust in multilateralism itself. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Swiss Confederation. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Poland to make their statement.
Zgora Burie, Nazgora Runeo, unity builds, discord destroys. Madam President, Excellencies, the UN has been a strong organization since 1945, but the world has changed. Then why haven't such an important organization changed like it should? The Republic of Poland speaks today not only as a member of the international community, but as a nation shaped by the struggle for freedom, sovereignty, and peace. Our history teaches us the devastating cost when unity fails and discord prevails. We stand firmly for the reform of the Security Council that no longer reflects today's geopolitical realities. As a country on the front line of the European security, Poland urges a more representative council. We also advocate limiting the veto power. No permanent member should be able to paralyze the council when aggression threatens peace and innocent lives. In conclusion, Poland calls on all nations to remember, only through unity and cooperation can we build a stronger and fairer United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Poland. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Costa Rica to make their statement.
Honorable Madam President, distinguished delegates, and esteemed members of the Assembly, the Republic of Costa Rica is honored to address this Assembly on a matter vital to the future of multilateralism. the reform of the United Nations General Assembly. Since its founding, the United Nations have embodied the collective will of nations to secure peace and prosperity through dialogue. Costa Rica firmly believes that the reform of the General Assembly is essential to ensure that it remains the most democratic and inclusive body within the UN system. As a nation with no standing army, Costa Rica has always placed its faith in international law, dialogue, and collective security. We believe that a reformed and empowered General Assembly is key to preventing conflict and promoting sustainable development worldwide. Let us work together to make this assembly not only a forum for discussion, but a true instrument for action, one that reflects the value of peace, justice, and equality that unties all. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Costa Rica. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. Oriental Republic of Uruguay, Republic of Vanuatu, State of Kuwait, and the Syrian Arab Republic. I now request the delegate of the Oriental Republic of Uruguay to make their statement.
Madam President, distinguished delegate, the Republic of Uruguay is honored to speak on the important topic, the reforms of the United Nations. The UN was created almost 80 years ago, after the Second World War, to bring peace and the cooperation to the world. It has done much good. It has helped to prevent war, support development, and give hope to the millions. But the world has changed, and the United Nations must change with it. Today we face new problems like climate change, cyber trade, poverty, and the global inequality. Yet the structure of the UN still refers of the world of 1945, not the world of today. Uruguay believes that every region and every voice must be heard. The Security Council should be expanded to include more countries from Africa, Latin America, and Asia. This will make the UN fair and more balanced. We also believe that the veto power should be used responsibly. It should not stop the UN from taking action when people's lives and the peace of a risk. The UN must work for all nations, just not for the powerful ones. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Oriental Republic of Uruguay. I now request the delegate of the Republic of Vanuatu to make their statement.
Madam President, esteemed delegates, the delegation of Vanuatu is honored to address this assembly on the critical issue of reforming our United Nations. Since its founding, the UN has served as a beacon of hope for multilateralism, peace and human rights, but let us be honest, the world has changed and the United Nations must change with it. Vanuatu, a proud small island, developing state, speaks today not just for ourselves but for the voiceless. For us, reform is not a matter of convenience, it is a matter of survival. We call for a United Nations that is more democratic, inclusive, and responsive. The Security Council, still shaped by the power dynamics of the post-World War era, must evolve. It cannot remain dominated by a handful of nations if peace and justice are to be global, and their guardians must be globally representative. Furthermore, small island states like Vanuatu must have great platforms and protection within this system. Our voices must not only be heard, they must shape policy. Colleagues, the UN's legitimacy rests on its ability to serve all nations equally. Reform is not a threat to its missions, it is essential to survival. Let us not delay justice, let us not delay fairness, let us reform the United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Republic of Vanuatu. I now request the delegate of the State of Kuwait to make their statement.
Assalamu alaikum. Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. It's a true honor to speak before this assembly, which for nearly 8 decades has stood as the foundation for peace and cooperation. But we must admit a hard truth. The system created in 1945 are struggling to keep up with today's challenges. The world has changed and the UN must change with it. Kuwait believes strongly in the United Nations and the power of multilateralism. But we also believe reform is urgently needed. Kuwait calls for a meaningful reform, one that brings more fairness, openness, and balance. Reform must also extend beyond the Council. The General Assembly should be empowered to act as the UN's most democratic voice. We must make the UN more efficient and ensure its resource and focused on real priorities, ending poverty, achieving sustainable development, and confronting climate change. Let us act with courage and unity. We owe it those who are suffering in the conflict today and to the future generation to build fairer, stronger, and more responsive United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the state of Kuwait.
Delegates, I have a request to make at this point. Do not mention this one statement, an institution that has been created in 1945. I have heard that statement at least repeating in 6 to 7 speeches. Get over it. We know it has been created in 1945 and it's not relevant in 2025. Alright? I've heard that speeches at least in 7 to 8 speeches today. We do not want that to happen again. Don't think that we're not paying attention. We are letting it pass, okay? So try to think, now why is it relevant? What is your country has to deal with it? How can a change be made about it? What will you do? Focus on solutions, y'all. And you can also go ahead and criticize the DR at this point, the draft resolution. Because if you start now, it will look good. So for those delegates who are pending to give their GSLs, start making criticism of the DR. A speaker's list speech is not just limited to introduction to the agenda. This is so wrong. Because if you see, for everyone's future reference, and for the delegates who will be participating in the Security Council, if your chance comes first in the General Assembly, then you go and introduce the agenda. If your chance comes somewhere in the middle, you talk about its potential impacts. And if your chance comes to the last, you speak about solution to resolve the problem. Right? Nobody wants to hear that statement again. And it's very hard for even listeners. I'm sure teachers in the back would agree. So just not that statement ever again. Thank you so much, please.
I now request the delegate of the Syrian Arab Republic to make their statement.
Good afternoon, Honorable Respected Chair and distinguished delegates. We are the delegates of Syria. Today we stand to speak on the topic reforming of the United Nations. The UN was created to maintain peace, protect human rights, and support cooperation among nations. But today the world faces new challenges: wars, equality, climate change. That require the UN to become more stronger and more effective. For our country, Syria country, these reforms means greater nation ownership of development, clear accountability, and more efficient use of resources. For countries like Syria, reforms is essential to ensure fairness and justice in international decisions. The Security Council must be returned to reduce the dominance of a few powerful nations and give more voice to developing countries. The UN should also work toward peacefully and conflicts resulting equal treatment of all nations and greater transparency in its actions. A reformed United Nations should truly represent all countries and work for peace, equality, and development for every person in the world. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Syrian Arab Republic. The following delegates, please be seated beside the podium. Cyprus, Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe. I now request the delegate of Cyprus to make their statement.
President, how many speakers are left on your list? Just 2. Done, cool.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, the Republic of Cyprus believes that the reform of the United Nations is not merely an option, it is a necessity. As the world evolves, so too must the institutions that guide it. The UN was created to safeguard peace, promote cooperation and defend human rights. Yet today, it often struggles to act swiftly and effectively in the face of new global challenges, from climate change and migration to digital security and regional conflicts. Cyprus, as a small island nation, understands the importance of fairness and equal representation. We support reforms that make the UN more inclusive, transparent, and responsive. The Security Council, in particular, must better reflect today's geopolitical realities, ensuring that all regions, especially smaller and developing states, have a stronger voice. Moreover, we advocate for strengthening the UN's conflict prevention mechanisms and enhancing the role of peacekeeping missions. True reform must not only change structures but also renew our collective commitment to dialogue and cooperation. Let us work together to build a united nation that is more democratic, accountable, and ready for the challenges of the 21st century. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of Cyprus. I now request the delegate of the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe to make their statement.
Madam President, distinguished delegate, I honor to address this assembly on behalf of Sao Tome and Principe, a small island nation that places a great faith in the principle of multilateralism, dialogue, and international cooperation. We live in a time of complex overlapping crises, from climate instability to armed conflict, from poverty to pandemics. Africa must have a permanent voice at the decision-making table, not as a favor, but as a matter of justice and balance. Small island developing states like Sao Tome and Principe also deserve great inclusion in global process. Our vulnerability are unique, but our perspective are equally vital. We further call for reforms that ensure fair participation in global economic governance, because development cannot be sustained without inclusive and equity. Reforms the United Nations is not a threat to its value. It is a renewal of its promise. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe. The General Assembly has concluded the debate on reform of the UN. Now the General Assembly adjourns for a formal informal consultation.
All right. Now what we will do is that we are looking forward for anybody to be a speaking sponsor of the document. Anybody who wants to be a speaking sponsor, preferably somebody who has not given a speech today. You just need to come out and read out the draft resolution, in the hope that you might be absolutely sure as to what this document is. You know what absolutely sure for real this document is, and you agree to every single operative paragraph in this piece of document. All right. I just need to confirm if at all any visiting students. Is there anyone yet to give your speech? I mean, Labour Indians, lower down your placard. Students from visiting schools who are yet to give their speeches. I repeat, students from visiting schools who are yet to give their speeches and wishes to give a speech. Is there anyone like that? None. Okay. Labour Indians who are yet to give their speech and wishes to speak. Okay. So we have Azerbaijan, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Saint Vincent and Grenadines, Mongolia, Fiji, Ethiopia, Croatia and Botswana. So these are the countries who are remaining. So Botswana, you can come to the front and just read out the document from closest 1 to 11. Okay? That's your job. And after this, Madam President, for your information, you have to read it out again and then have to ask, are there any amendments to, let's say, close one? And then you have to recognize those people who have only spoken for a minute. They'll be given first priority. The guys who have spoken for 2.5 minutes, then you will recognize them next. Cool. Oh, no. Okay. talking about this piece of paperwork. Anybody who haven't given their speech and wishes to read this out on the dais is now asked for an opportunity. Okay, you are reading it out. Great. So we have, it was Botswana, right? Yeah. Botswana will be the sponsor for this General Assembly Resolution 24/10/2025. You only have to read from decides to launch. That's where you start. Second last paragraph of the first page.
Decide to launch a comprehensive reform process across the United Nations system, covering the peace and security, sustainable development, human rights, humanitarian action and governance. Second, calls for expansion of the Security Council membership, both permanent and non-permanent, to reflect today's polar realities and ensure fair representation of Africa, Latin America and Asia.
Madam Speaker asks if there are any formal amendments on clauses 1 and 2.
Are there any amendments on the clauses 1 and 2?
Now people who have amendments, state out what type of amendment you have, if it's addition, deletion or modification. 30 seconds will be provided to them. Nothing more than 30 seconds needs to be encouraged, okay? You do the tapping with the gavel at 30 seconds and they can present their case, and then you ask, are there any oppositions to this amendment? If there are oppositions, then we will hear it out back and forth, 30 seconds each again. And until they both are agreeing to something, we need to keep it going. But it will be encouraged of you guys to come to some consensus on it. So please ask. On 2.
Panama, you've been recognized. You may now make your statement.
We need more mics. Volunteers, please be active. We can't waste time in terms of mics here. So just make sure that all the mics are reaching at all corners of the hall.
On operative clause number 2, we want to add including supporting candidature from the Latin America and Caribbean group for permanent seats in the Reformed Council.
Are there any oppositions?
Why? You did not have you got all the time.
Panama, can you please repeat?
All good, everybody was agreeing, but now upon reading
In operative clause number 2, we would like to add including supporting candidature from the Latin America and Caribbean group for permanent seats in a Reformed Council.
Okay, thank you.
No, there are any other. That point of time you bring this up. Cool. So that'll give you like another 30 minutes to prepare. Fun. Any opposition? Have we asked for oppositions? Okay. Any opposition
Republic
to the
of Congo, you've been recognized.
Yeah.
You may now make your statement.
Then what about African countries and G4?
Panama, do you have a reply to that?
We are talking about our country, but we would also support any other country that wants a permanent seat in the Security Council, especially African countries.
All right. So any other oppositions? Ask Madam President fast.
Yes, Denmark, you've been recognized. You may now make your statement.
So as a delegation of Panama said, you would support any country for becoming the permanent seat or becoming the part of P5. How does this justify the role of increasing or putting forward the reformations of the UN?
We are not saying that we support any country. We are
You
saying
said any country.
Delegate,
Use
no,
the terms.
delegate, hold on. Let them finish. Madam President, please ensure, I'm here, I'm towards the last. Madam President, ensure that nobody cross-talks over one another. Okay? Nobody speaks over one another. Wait for Panama to finish and then you ask, are there any oppositions? So you're done with your question? Finish it off if you have the question.
so. As we said, yes, we do support any countries because we want more representation in the permanent 5 countries.
Are there any oppositions?
Oppositions, raise your placards. Standing up is no way to answer it.
Denmark, you may now speak.
Point of inquiry. So I would like to ask, would you support the G4 and the Esselwyn consensus?
Panama.
Yes.
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 So you would like to add the terms G4 and more representation of African countries to the reform, like the amendment you said in the operative
Clause 2.
So
it's
could you
not
please-
operative close to, it's operative paragraph essentially,
Yes, ma'am.
but yeah.
Sorry.
No worries, it's written close. So everybody please correct that and make it into operative paragraph. Thank you. Proceed, Denmark. You were saying something, madam.
So could you give your statement once again?
I would like to make changes to what I said. I would like to make a change saying that including supporting candidature from the Latin America, Caribbean group and African countries for permanent seats in the Reform Council.
You didn't still mention the G4.
Yes, the G4 too.
All right. Now Denmark and Panama close. Now President
Saint
asked-
Kitts and Nevis, you've been recognized.
Yeah.
You may now make your statement.
Make it quick.
We also advocate for the SIDs, small island developing nations. In foreign policy, if they are not included, then it shows system entrenches inequality. We also advocate for small island developing states. What do you have to say on that?
Any
You have-
oppositions?
So that's a new proposal from the delegate of
Saint Kitts and Nevis.
Saint Kitts and Nevis. No opposition. So that means you can take that amendment. Okay? All right. So the amendment proposed by Panama, make sure that is Denmark on board with it. Because if Denmark is on board with it, after the discussion, then take that amendment also. Ask Denmark, you sit down. Yeah.
Denmark, do you agree with the amendment made by Panama?
It's not made, it's proposed.
Proposed by Panama?
So I would like to ask the delegate of St. Kitts and Nevis that SIDS, you use the term SIDS.
Delegate, hold on. Denmark, the question asked by President is for you to answer whether or not do you agree to the negotiations you have had so far with the delegate of Panama. Answer to President, not to anybody else. Yes.
So I want a clarification if the SIDS is part of the Caribbean. If it's a part of Caribbean, the statement made by St. Kitts and Nevis doesn't make sense, as it has been already stated by Panama.
Do you agree with Panama?
President can also make a proposal as to what kind of negotiation you could make up here. That is where President's role come into play. Or anybody else can also kick and jump in and make a negotiation. And this process is called the Vienna formula. This is where people actually should debate. This is the most important part of what we've been doing the whole day. How can you make negotiations possible? Check.
Madam President, so yeah, I support the statement made by St. Kitts and Nevis. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Panama, you've been recognized.
So I would like to talk to the delegates of Denmark. So do you not support Latin America, Caribbean, and Africa not getting permanent seats in the Security Council?
Could you please repeat your question?
You said you just mentioned that you support Saint Kitts and Nevis. In what they said was that they want the permanent seats in the Security Council for the smaller island countries, right? So
hold on. So now Denmark has supported your amendment. That means the president accepts it. So now you don't have to argue back and forth. So just say, President, 2 amendments proposed by delegate of Panama and delegate of Saint Kitts and Nevis has been approved by the president on consensus.
So it's approved.
Okay, it's approved. Both of you sit down. Now, just hold on. President, please ask somebody to read out operative paragraphs 3 and 4. Anybody?
Any delegate, please read out the operative paragraph 3 and 4. Yes, the Republic of Chad, you've been recognized.
Yeah, just come and read out the entire 3 and 4. Yeah. But anybody who comes to read out becomes a sponsor, therefore they cannot propose amendments. So President also needs to be sure of this. Okay, so anybody comes to the stage to read out the clause doesn't make amendments. Yes.
Operative paragraph number 3 encourages member states to deliberate on veto reform in the Security Council, including options such as prohibiting veto use in cases of genocide, war crimes, or crime against humanity. B. Requiring at least 2 permanent members to concur for a veto to be valid. Establishing a General Assembly override mechanism in cases of humanitarian or peace. 4. Request the Secretary General to strengthen the role of the General Assembly as a democratic form, expanding its mandate in global development, technology, governance, and oversight of reform process.
France, you've been recognized.
We would like to delete the subclause of 3, which is requiring at least 2 permanent members to concur for a veto to be valid. We would like to delete that subclause.
Any oppositions? Yes, Panama.
Delegate of France, are you saying that only the powerful 5 countries of the Security Council should have the say in a humanitarian crisis or an emergency? Are you saying that?
No, we are saying that we are already adding members. We are extending to P12. So it doesn't say P5 members, but there are 12 members when we encourage this. So we are saying that not 2 members, but in cases of genocide and all, there should be no veto. But in cases of other things like financial problems, there should be.
So in the, can I speak? Yes. So in the Russia-Ukraine war, Russia did use veto and remove all of the things that were supporting the Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
So this was only done because one country of the veto could speak against this, right? So what we are saying right now is that if there's just one country, right, you can completely remove the rights of another country. Do you agree with that? That's what you're saying?
No, we don't agree with that, because in operative paragraph 3, clause A, it says prohibiting veto use in case of genocide and war crimes. So it will get prohibited.
But again, here it is said that you need 2 permanent members to remove it. So it's technically the same thing.
So we don't want that, because even if there are 2 permanent members, it still counts, because if 2 permanent members delete
What can I speak? Yeah. So, what about the cases that are not genocide, war crimes, or crimes against humanity? What about the financial states or something like that?
Yeah, so in financial states, there might be some countries which get backlash from the draft resolutions proposed in Security Council. So that's why we are saying that there should not be 2 vetoes.
But what about the other minorities? What about the other minor countries?
Other minorities are
everybody should be having a say in the Security Council, shouldn't it?
Then everybody should agree. If there are only 2 vetoes,
I would like to ask the president if they can vote on this. If you could vote, if you could ask the other countries if they support what the delegate of France just said.
How many countries support the amendment made by France?
Thank you.
France, you may sit. Any more oppositions? Russian Federation, you've been recognized. You can make your statement.
I would like to do away with clause 3, B and C. And okay. Clause 3B, it requires the use of at least 2 permanent members to concur for a veto to be valid. It just goes against the principle of the point of the veto, which is that is ensure that no single party can have power. And another reason is that we like to make a small adjustment to paragraph 3, clause A, that is prohibiting the use of veto in case of genocide, war crimes and crimes against humanity. We would like to change that, prohibiting the veto in use in case of genocide, war crimes or crimes against humanity, provided that it has the approval of 5/4 of the members of the P5. That is, only 1 member can oppose it. We would like to do away with clause 3B and C.
Any oppositions? Yes, Denmark, you've been recognized.
To Russian Federation, the paragraph 3, clause B has already been deleted. Then why am I deliberating on that?
Sorry, my mistake.
St. Kitts and Nevis.
Can I make my amendments on this?
Yes.
So the delegation of Denmark would like to make modification in clause A, to add a subclause to A, and a modification in clause C. Is that possible?
Yes, it's possible. Just proceed, delegate. Yeah.
So the delegation of Denmark would like to add subclause 8, that is requests that any use of veto be accompanied by a written explanation that should be submitted to the General Assembly within 48 hours as mandated by Resolution 76/262. Transparency strengthens trust. When a veto is used, the world needs to know why the veto was used. This is the first subclause the delegation of Denmark would like to add. Then in the clause C, we would like to modify the current statement to supports the revitalizing of the General Assembly's authority in situations where United Nations Security Council is paralyzed. It's in accordance with the Uniting for
Delegate,
Peace
make it
resolution.
fast. 30 seconds is what you should give it to them, okay? Just make sure of that timing.
So it's in accordance with the Uniting for Peace resolution of Article 377A, Clause 5. Thank you.
Any oppositions?
We just say that.
Yes, Russian Federation, you may now speak.
The point of the veto is that to ensure that every action takes the conscience of the global powers. So I'm not just saying that other countries are not recognized. I'm just saying that I might like to make a point. Inaction is better than nuclear action. It is better to have no action than to have an action when nuclear powers use nuclear weapons and result in the all-out destruction of humanity. Are you saying that nuclear action is better than inaction? Because if the Security Council is paralyzed, that means no country will be taking action, which is better than nuclear action.
I said nothing about the nuclear action. What are you trying to convey?
I'm just saying that in case that In case that the General Assembly takes charge and the Security Council is paralyzed, the Security Council members may, I'm not saying that they might do something.
Please hear. I am saying this in accordance with the Uniting for Peace Resolution 377A, Clause 5, that was adopted by this own council in 1950, including you. Then why are you going to question your own statements?
I withdraw my point.
Thank you.
Yes, Saint Kitts and Nevis, you've been recognized. You may now make your statement.
Russian Federation. Since 1945, the veto has been used over 290 times. The majority of these vetoes were cast by Russia and United States, often to protect allies or
Yes.
And for examples, Syria. Russia and China vetoed multiple resolutions on chemical weapons investigations and humanitarian corridors. Ukraine. Russia vetoed resolutions condemning its invasion in 2022, my bad, despite overwhelming global opposition. And USA.
Saint Kitts and Nevis, you can stop. Slovakia, you've been recognized. You may now make your statement.
As Saint Kitts and Nevis said before, Russia and America have been using the veto vote in order to serve their self-serving interest. That's why the Slovakia Republic suggests that the veto vote be suspended altogether, as decisions based on a single or double representative body, which stops the resolution of every other representative body, does not speak to the core values of international cooperation, justice, and democracy that the UN says it wishes to uphold.
Okay, is that an amendment or is that a suggestion?
Amendment.
And you want that to be a 3D, or is it an addition, deletion, or a modification?
I want to cancel out 3B.
Okay.
Any oppositions? Delegate of Australia, you have been recognized. You may now make your statement.
I would like to add a subclause to operating paragraph number 3. I would like to add a new point, D. It should say, recommending the establishment of a formal public explanation process when vetoes are exercised, so that this can enhance the transparency and accountability of how the veto power is used.
Any oppositions?
All right, see, okay, President, so Slovakia and who was the other one? Australia, right?
Yes.
Okay, both of you have to write to the Undersecretary. That would be handed over, whatever amendment you want to make, you write that in with your hand, where, mention it, and have to hand it over to the Undersecretary via the volunteers on the ground. Got it?
Yes.
All right, so applies for both Slovakia, Panama, Denmark, and I think Russia also, Russia and France. So you guys, whosoever has your amendments approved of, you write it to the Undersecretary in a piece of paper. Otherwise, they don't know. They can't keep a track of all this. Please proceed, President.
Any other delegate would like to make an amendment? Yes, the delegate of Iceland, you've been recognized. You may now make your statement.
I would like to make an amendment in 3A, prohibiting veto in cases of war crimes or crime against humanity, and in cases of genocide only if a majority of the P5 or the permanent members agree to it. So if the P5 members agree that it is a genocide, the veto cannot be used.
Any oppositions?
This will, see, such a proposal will completely change the meaning of the draft. And some people has been fighting for 2, some people has been fighting for 1.
So you have a proposer of a simple majority in terms of veto. Argue very fast.
United States of America, you have been recognized. You may make your statement now.
Delegate of Iceland, could you please explain how many countries out of the P5 are going to accept this resolution for the genocide?
So in cases of genocide, out of the P5, at least 4 of the countries will have to recognize that it is a genocide for it to be considered non-vetoable.
All right. Thank you.
You may sit. Any other delegates who would like to make an amendment?
Okay, now move on to 4th operative paragraph. Just take maximum 5 amendments, nothing more than that per operative paragraph.
Would any delegate be interested in sponsoring the 4th paragraph?
There is no sponsorship, we're just giving you chances because some of you didn't get opportunity to speak. So essentially one person, it's usually the president themselves read out the entire operative paragraphs. Now we just want one of you to just, who has no amendments to make on this paperwork, to read out all clauses from 5 to 12. Somebody who is fluent enough and is capable of just reading out, who wishes to make absolutely no amendments to this piece of paperwork. We'll give to the delegate of Niger. Right, just do it.
The delegate of Niger.
Yeah.
The 5th paragraph establishes a commission on emerging global challenges mandated to recommend policy responses on artificial intelligence and robotics governance, cybersecurity and critical infrastructure protection, climate change, environmental security and resource conflicts. D. Global health security, pandemics and biorisk management. E. Transnational organized crime, terrorism and irregular migration. 6th paragraph mandates reforms to strengthen UN peace operations and special political missions through A. Enhanced civilian protection, B. Climate and environmental resilience, C. Digital infrastructure and cyber security, D. Stronger partnerships with regional organizations. 7th paragraph supports reforms to enhance the UN human rights system.
Excuse me.
Right, I think that's enough. Thank you so much. All right. So
Would any delegate be... Would any delegate like to make an amendment? Yes, the delegate of Palau, you've been recognized.
I would like to make an amendment, an operative clause as 5F for operative paragraph 5. Strengthening climate resilience and adaptation for small island developing states, emphasizing technology transfer, capacity building and financial mechanism to support their sustainable development.
Any oppositions?
Madam President, I have one more amendment to make.
Could you repeat that?
I have one more amendment to make.
Yes, sorry.
Operative clause 5F to the operative paragraph 5, promoting the inclusion of indigenous and traditional knowledge systems in global governance processes, recognizing their vital role in sustainable resource management and community resilience.
Any oppositions? Okay, thank you. You may sit. Would any delegate like to make an amendment? Yes, the delegate of India, you've been recognized.
I would like to change the operative paragraph number 4 from, should I read the first one? Then the second one. Okay. The current one says that request the Secretary General to strengthen the role of the General Assembly as a democratic forum, expanding its mandate in global development, technology governance, and the oversight of reform process. I would like to change it to request the Secretary General in consultation with member states to explore the avenues for strengthening the role of the General Assembly as a more representative and democratic forum, particularly in global development, technology governance, and the oversight of the reform implementation.
Any oppositions? Okay, thank you. You may sit. Yes, Sierra Leone, you've been recognized. You may now make your statement.
So I would like to add an amendment on operative paragraph number 5. So a separate amendment which shows more measures to enhance, more measures to prevent poverty, as poverty is a big challenge faced by many countries across Asia and Africa. So I would like to support measures enhancing the reduction of poverty.
Is that an additional amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Any oppositions? Okay, Jamaica, you've been recognized.
See, before we proceed with any amendments, I'll just have to make few things clear. So what is an addition amendment? Since some of you hasn't shown up to your training session, I'm going to go for it real quick. Just make it very short. When you were to propose an addition amendment, it should come and replace the existing operative paragraph. So if you're proposing a new operative paragraph, so you want to replace operative paragraph number 5 with something new. So that becomes a new operative paragraph of its own, and it will end with a semicolon. All right? And the 5th one will then become 6th by default. So that's how a new one is proposed. That's how an addition amendment is made. Second, modification. Modification is where you play with the operative paragraph and its subclauses. All right? So if you want to make changes on subparagraph A, B, C, that's how you propose a modification amendment. And you have to mention what exact line you have to include. And that one line which you were to include will become the topic of discussion, not your thoughts or random ideas. Third one, if you were to raise a deletion amendment, you can raise a deletion amendment on an entire paragraph or just on an operative, subparagraph. So just make sure all these things are very sorted out when you propose it. And please, President, please ensure from next time they are telling what type of amendment they are raising, and you only give them 30 seconds to respond. Okay, cool, thank you.
So I would like to add another point to operative paragraph 5 as point number G, geopolitical instability and conflict prevention. Is it possible?
Which amendment is it?
As another point to subpoint to paragraph 5.
Modification?
Another addition. Okay.
Any oppositions? Would any other delegate like to make an amendment? Yes, Andorra, you've been recognized. You may now make your statement.
The delegation of Andorra would like to propose an amendment to clause 5 by adding a new subclause F that reads, education and digital literacy as essential tool for fostering global cooperation, peace building, and mutual understanding.
Which amendment is that?
Would like to add a new subclause to 5, clause 5.
Modification.
Yes. Adding amendment, sorry, not modification.
It's a modification amendment.
Okay, then it's a modification amendment.
For the kind attention of everyone, when you add a subclause, it's a modification because you're modifying pre-existing paragraph. You're not changing the entire idea of the paragraph, right? So it becomes modification. When you're replacing something with a fresh operative paragraph, that is where addition happens. When you delete anything, it becomes deletion. So deletion applies to both subclause and a paragraph, but for the addition part, it's only to a whole paragraph. So just say it's a modification amendment when President asks for you. Thank you.
Any oppositions? Okay, you may sit. Abu Verde, you've been recognized. Please make your statement.
I would like to make a subclause. Climate change and inequality among countries.
Is that a modification amendment?
No, that I would like to add as a subclause.
That's a modification amendment.
Okay, a modification amendment then.
Any oppositions? Republic of Congo, you've been recognized. You may now speak.
We want to add a new subclause in operative paragraph 5. The governance of critical minerals and natural resources, ensuring fair and equitable benefits for countries of origin and preventing their illicit exploitation and trade which fuels conflict.
Which amendment is it?
Modification.
Any oppositions? You may sit. Eswatini, you have been recognized. You may now make a statement.
Yes.
The delegation of Eswatini would like to make a modification and amendment to the subsection A of the 5th paragraph, that is artificial intelligence and robotic governments. The delegation of Eswatini would like to make it into artificial intelligence and robotic governance with support for technology, access and training for developing nations, because AI and robotics are rapidly advancing, but developing nations may fall behind in this field. So the amendment I want to make is artificial intelligence and robotic governance with support for technology, access and training.
Any oppositions? Okay, you can sit. Delegate of Peru, you've been recognized. You may now make the statement.
Yeah, we would like to modify the subclause A of paragraph 5, artificial intelligence and robotics governance, by adding limits and laws to prevent the abuse of artificial intelligence, as in laws of robotics. Like, we should also add laws of artificial intelligence to make faithful use of AI.
Any oppositions? Yes, India.
What do you exactly mean by putting laws on artificial intelligence?
Like, there are laws of robotics which states that a robot cannot harm its user, it cannot be used for harmful deeds, etc. Like that, there should also be laws for artificial intelligence. Like, it cannot be used for harmful content or harmful ways, etc.
Harmful artificial intelligence on robots. First, you said you want to put laws on artificial intelligence. Now you're saying you want to put laws on the robots. Can you tell me one robot that is fully functional, just like a human, in the form of artificial intelligence? President, hence I believe there is no need for a change.
Delegates, please note, not more than 5 amendments can be made on one paragraph. Eru, you may sit. Yes, Jamaica, you have been recognized.
So I want to made a modification on 6th paragraph as another point. Strengthen the role of member states and the UN system in strategic oversight.
Any oppositions? You may sit. China, you have been recognized. You may make your statement.
Madam President, I would like to modify operative paragraph 4. Requests the Secretary General to strengthen the role of the General Assembly in promoting dialogue and cooperation among member states while maintaining the charter-defined prerogatives of the Security Council.
Which amendment are you making?
I would like to modify operative paragraph 4.
Since no amendments has been taken on operative paragraph 4, her amendments could be taken. Or has it been taken by you? I don't think 3 has subjected to... 4 amendments has been taken already? No, right? Haha. So you got yours.
Any oppositions? Yes, India, you are recognized.
Operative paragraph 4, I believe it has already been, there has already been a new amendment. And then the delegate of China, she hasn't put their opposition when there was the debate.
Could you be more clear?
The operative paragraph number 4, there has already been a new amendment by India, but then she never said an opposing claim when there was a debate.
Do you oppose?
I made this amendment to ensure charter consistency, to promote cooperation instead of competition.
So the one that India changed says request the Secretary General in Constitution with the member states to explore avenues strengthening the role of the General Assembly as a more representative and democratic forum, particularly in global development, technology, governance, and the oversight of the reform implementation. The reason for this is in consultation with the member states, prevents overstepping in the SG's authority, refines focus to the representative and democratic forum, aligns with the United Nations principles.
I want to emphasize charter consistency, to promote fair regional balance.
That is already been covered in the paragraph.
No, the emphasis of charter consistency was not there.
It is all in the reason when they says request the Secretary General in the consultation with the member states to explore avenues and for strengthening the role of the General Assembly, which already means the charter. Then what do you mean making another one on top of a charter which already means the charter?
While maintaining the charter-defined prerogatives of the Security Council.
You don't need to put an extra word in there just so that people can understand it. We are the people with PhD. We are like the actual delegates
Delegate of India, time is up. Any oppositions? Is there another delegate who would like to make an amendment? Yes, Panama.
In operatory paragraph number 6, the beginning, in the introductory part, we would like to add the systemic integration of maritime security and the fight against arms and drug trafficking as part of their mandates and by including all of the other subparts.
Any oppositions? Okay, you may sit.
Can I make one more amendment?
Yes.
I want to add an extra clause to the draft resolution. Is that possible?
See, final additions, if you want to make a 13th operative paragraph, you will do towards the end. Sit down. Okay, now we're looking for a person who could be a sponsor for all clauses from 7 and who doesn't want to make any amendment on clauses 7 to 12 or haven't made any amendments so far. So anyone who is in absolute compliance with this document and wishes to read it out for the committee, for the council as a sponsor, please come forward.
Canada.
Yeah, thank you.
Operative clause number 7 supports reform to enhance the UN human rights system, including improved monitoring, accountability, and independence of relevant bodies. Operative clause number 8 calls upon the UN development system to accelerate progress on sustainable development goals, recognizing their role in preventing conflict and instability. Operative clause number 9 decides to establish a youth and civil society advisory platform across the UN system to institutionalize the participation of younger generations and grassroots actors in shaping global governance. Operative clause number 10 requests the Secretary General to present within 1 year a UN reform implementation roadmap detailing steps, timelines, and accountability mechanisms. Operative clause number 11 invites member states, regional bodies, international financial institutions, and civil society to provide resources and expertise for implementing reforms. Operative clause number 12 decides to include this item in the provisional agenda of its next session and remain seized of the matter.
Tonga, you've been recognized.
As the delegate of Tonga, I would like to modify the operative clause D of operative paragraph 6 to strengthen partnership with regional organizations, particularly in regions like the Pacific Islands Forum, to address localized challenges and enhance implementation of UN goals in a contextually relevant manner.
Any oppositions? You can miss it. State of Qatar, you've been recognized. You may now make your statement.
I would like to make a modification amendment on clause 7, paragraph. By adding that supporting reforms to enhance the UN human rights, especially through the integration of child rights, including improved monitoring, accountability, and independence of relevant bodies.
That's an addition amendment.
Sorry, addition amendment.
Any oppositions? Thank you. You may now sit.
Thank you.
Slovenia, you've been recognized.
I'd like to make a modifying change on operative paragraph 8 urges the UN development system to accelerate progress on sustainable development goals while recognizing their role in preventing conflict and instability.
That's an addition amendment. Any oppositions? Miss it. Netherlands, you've been recognized. You may now make your statement.
I would like to have a modification on paragraph 6, operative paragraph 6. I would like to add a point saying that strengthening and protecting the international law.
Any oppositions? You miss it. France, you've been recognized. You may now make your statement.
I would like to add an amendment. I would like to add an operative clause. Resolves to reform the United Nations Security Council to achieve absolute regional equality through the establishment of 25-member body structured as follows. Operative clause, subclause A, establish 12 permanent members with full veto authority, comprising of France, Russia, United States of America, UK, China, India, Japan, Germany, Brazil, and 3 African nations representing South Africa, Central Africa, and Northern Africa. B,
France, time is up.
See,
Denmark, you've been recognized.
President, since it's an operative paragraph, let them complete it. No. So then you cut it off. Please complete.
So as the second subclause of my new operative clause paragraph, subclause B is creates 13 non-permanent member seats elected for 2 years term with regional distribution of Asia 3 seats, Europe 3 seats, America 3 seats, Africa 2 seats, and island nations 3 seats, with 1 from Asia Pacific region and 2 from Caribbean American island states. Then next subclause would be affirms that this configuration guarantees mathematical parity among all major regions, with each holding precisely 6 total Security Council seats distributed as Asia 6, Europe 6, America 6, and Africa 6. And next subclause would be declares that this equitable distribution corrects historical underrepresentation and ensures all regions possess equal authority in decisions concerning international peace, security, and collective action.
Any oppositions? Yes, Slovakia, you've been recognized. You may now make your statement.
As I said before, I still believe that we should forego the veto system, since the most simplest argument made against it is why must a select few handful of countries or even a singular country decide the fate of
Slovakia, could you be more clear?
As I said before, we must forego the veto system as a whole. For this most simplest argument is why must a singular country be able to decide the fate of another. This does not represent the true rule of sovereignty that we seek to protect or promote, as you said, within the UN.
Any oppositions? Yes, Andorra, you have been recognized.
Andorra would like to add an amendment to clause 7, that is, encourages the inclusion of smaller and developing nations in UN human rights monitoring programs to ensure balanced global representation.
Any oppositions? Yes, United States of America.
President, to be clear, this is not an opposition, right? The United States would like...
Excuse me, it is an opposition.
This is an opposition?
Yes.
All right, it's not an opposition.
No oppositions? Yes, Denmark. Any amendments? United States of America.
The United States would like to make a modification amendment to Clause 6, a subcategory E, stating an online system for live feedback on draft resolutions for authorized citizen. I repeat, an online system for live feedback on draft resolutions for authorized citizen.
Any oppositions? Any delegate like to make an amendment? Denmark, you've been recognized.
So delegation of Denmark would like to make modification amendments in operative paragraph 7 and 11.
Is it an addition amendment?
Modification.
We can't do that. We can only do that to subclauses.
I said about the addition of subclauses.
Yeah, so they wanted to add a subclause to 7F for E.
7 and 11.
Because already there has been subclauses added, so it becomes 11F for 11G. And you have to send whatever you have proposed to them in writing.
Yeah.
So you want to propose that?
I'm going to propose this one subclause for 7.
Yes.
So, as the subclause say, decides to establish a UN Reform Monitoring Commission under the Secretary General to review implementation of progress every 5 years. And in the 11th one, we would like to add 2 subclauses A and B. As in the 11th paragraph, subclause A requests the Secretary General to establish a United Nations Financial Stability Fund to protect the essential operations during liquidity crisis. As our Secretary General Antonio Guterres has warned, the UN is running out of cash. A stability fund will prevent mission shutdowns and protect humanitarian operations around the world. Secondly, as subclause B, we would like to add calls upon all member states with long-standing arrears to submit a repayment plan to 5th committee within 1 fiscal year. Thank you.
Any oppositions? Thank you. Would any delegate want to make an amendment? Nepal, you've been recognized.
President, kindly close the floor for any amendments on operative paragraph number 6. Because you've already taken more than 5 amendments, I remember.
No more amendments can be made on the operative paragraph 6.
Up to 6. So
To 6.
7, I think 1 is remaining, and 8, there are 1 or 2 slots remaining. Yeah.
Jamaica, you've been recognized.
So Jamaica wants to add a word to operative paragraph 8 as calls upon the UN development system to accelerate progress on sustainable development goals, recognizing their role in preventing global challenges like conflict and instability. Is it possible?
Yes. Any oppositions? Thank you. Iceland, you've been recognized.
We, Mexico, United Mexican States and the Republic of Iceland have co-authored an addition amendment to operative paragraph number 9, where An addition is while giving special opportunities for victims of drug abuse to work for the UN in cases related to rehabilitation of victims of drug abuse.
Any oppositions? Thank you. India, you've been recognized.
The delegate of India would like to make a modification on the operative paragraph 8. All right.
Will you add subclauses?
No, I want to change the whole paragraph into a new one.
Could you repeat that?
I want to change the whole paragraph into a new one.
Do you want to propose a completely fresh paragraph by replacing this one?
Yes, sir.
So for that, you raise the deletion first, and then you add a separate addition when additions are asked for. So your goal is to delete entire paragraph number 8, if I'm right. So it's a deletion amendment. Obviously, this one will have oppositions anyways. The delegate of India is proposing to delete entire paragraph number 8. So yeah.
Then I'm
ask for oppositions, President.
Any oppositions?
President, could I propose a new one instead of the old one?
If there are no oppositions, operative paragraph number 8 is strucken off from the draft resolution. Strike that off. No oppositions, I'm surprised. Okay, proceed.
Thank you.
That's accepted. Now you propose separate. When your second chance comes, now you sit down. Yeah.
Would any delegate like to make an amendment? Australia, you've been recognized.
Operative paragraph number 9, I would like to modify it. I wanted to say Australia would like to say decides to establish a youth, gender and civil society advisory platform across the UN system to institutionalize the participation of younger generation, women, grassroots actors in shaping global governance. So I would like to add gender and women to the operative paragraph number 9.
That's an addition amendment.
Yeah, okay.
Any oppositions? Thank you. Any amendments? Nepal, you've been recognized. You may now make your statement.
I would like to make an amendment after the 7th operative paragraph, the implementation of support of reforms to enhance the US human rights system. We would like to amend a statement for special consideration to LDC, least developed countries, to enhance their capacity building, ensure equitable access to resources, and promote sustainable development outcomes.
Which amendment is that?
After the 7th amendment, a new amendment.
No, addition, deletion or modification?
Addition.
Addition. Any oppositions? Thank you. Sierra Leone, you've been recognized. You may now make your statement.
Thank you for recognizing me, Madam President. So, I would like to modify operative paragraph number 7 with a few words. Supports reforms to enhance the United Nations human rights system, including improved monitoring mechanism, strengthened accountability, and increased independence of relevant bodies. Thank you.
Any oppositions?
Delegates, if there are oppositions, please state it. Yeah. None. Okay, that modification is also accepted. Close it. Close the gap for 8 and 9 because 8 is cut off. 8 doesn't exist in the piece of document anymore, so that makes our total size of document to 11. So you took one more amendment from there, no? One was accepted, addition, which was from the delegate of Nepal. Okay, so that will replace the new 8. All right, so now you ask only from 10, 11 and 12. Amendments to 10, 11 and 12.
Does any delegate want to make an amendment to paragraph 10, 11 and 12? Slovenia, you have been recognized. You may now make a statement.
Modification on operative paragraph number 11 affirms the inherent right of member states to individual and collective self-defense in accordance with Article 51 on the UN Charter, and further simplifies that any measure taken in exercise of the right to be, must be necessary, proportionate, and shall not include the targeting and critical civilian infrastructure, including electrical grids, water purification system, and humanitarian facilities, and mandates all parties immediately facilitate the creation and respect for secure humanitarian corridors to allow for the safe and unhindered passage of civilians and the delivery of essential aid.
Are you amending to add a subclause?
Not a subclause, modification.
It's an addition amendment.
Modification. No.
Where do you want to
Other than
modify
addition.
that? Where do you want to modify that? As modification to which operative paragraph? To 10, 11 or 12?
Paragraph 11.
11. Okay, take that in as addition. Ask for oppositions, madam.
Any opposition? Thank you. Bulgaria, you have been recognized. Please make your statement.
I would like to add a subclause to operative clause 6.
Yes.
Ensuring independence to the civilians.
Which paragraph?
Clause paragraph 6.
You can't make an amendment on that. Either 10, 11 or 12. Tonga, you have been recognized.
As the delegate of Tonga, I would like to add a new operative clause to the operative paragraph 11 as encourages the UN to provide technical and financial assistance to small island developing states to support implementation of reforms and climate adaptation strategies.
Any oppositions? Yes, Russian Federation. Sorry. Thank you. Any amendments? America, you have been recognized.
The United States would like to add to the 10th clause stating it is a modification amendment replacing within 1 year with every 4 months.
Which paragraph?
10.
You would like to add something?
No, replace within 1 year with every 4 months.
Any oppositions? Thank you. Australia, you've been recognized.
I would like to modify operating paragraph number 10. I would like to say, request the Secretary General to present within 1 year a UN reform implementation roadmap detailing steps, timelines and accountability mechanisms, and to ensure public transparency by making progress reports accessible to member states and the general public.
That's an addition amendment.
Yes.
Any oppositions? Thank you. Would any delegate like to make an amendment? Cabo Verde, you've been recognized.
I would like to create a clause, add a clause.
Modification.
Which paragraph?
Paragraph 11.
Okay.
The UNGA being able to confront problems like climate change, global insecurity, etc. I want the UNGA to be able to confront, to be able to handle small things like climate change, global insecurities and inequality.
Any oppositions? Russian Federation, you've been recognized.
There's already a specific body called the UN FCCC for handling climate change. There's no need to actually base UN resources on handling things that can be handled by a body of scientific advisors.
Any oppositions? Thank you. Would any delegate like to make an amendment? Poland, you've been recognized. You may now make your statement.
I would like to modify operative paragraph number 11. Currently, it invites member states, regional bodies, international financial institutions, and civil society to provide resources and expertise for implementing reforms. I would like to change it to invites member states, regional bodies, medical and scientific experts, international financial institutions, and civil society to provide resources and expertise for implementing reforms.
That's an addition amendment.
Then an addition amendment.
That's modification only. She's just changing with a few words. It's currently member states. You want to add medicinal actors, scientists, and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I would like to add medical and scientific.
That's modification.
Any oppositions? India, you've been recognized.
Would you tell me why would you like to add the word medical inside this paragraph?
Because like in above clauses we have medical and scientific related subclauses. So
would you please repeat it?
Because in above clauses, subclauses, there are like global health security and there are medical related subclauses. So I was thinking it will be great to...
The paragraph already says invites member states, regional bodies, international finance institutions and civil society to provide resources and expertise for implementing reforms. It says civil society to provide resources. Resources, it means in all kind of resources. It doesn't mean only one kind of resource.
I'm saying...
So I believe there is no need for adding the word medical inside this paragraph.
I'm saying to take an opinion of medical and scientific experts too.
It is already being covered in the civil society, then why do you want to add and make it more difficult? It is already in there in the paragraph.
If it's then sure. I'm just saying it will be great to include everyone.
What do you mean everyone?
Medical and scientific, it is...
It is already being covered in that. Then what do you mean you have to add a new word in the paragraph that has already been there? It
then
already covers medical.
Sure, I take it back then.
Thanks.
Any other delegate that would like to make an amendment? Jamaica, you've been recognized.
Jamaica would like to add and modify the 11th paragraph as invites all member states, regional bodies, international financial institution and civil society as well as the private sector to provide resources and expertise for implementing reforms.
Any oppositions? Iceland, you've been recognized.
When you mention private sector, what private sectors do you mean?
Private companies to help UN to help with their fund to promote UN's programs to like promoting SDGs, like funding to...
So will it be compulsory for every private company to do this? Or only some private company?
Private companies that like to...
Time is up.
All right. Are you guys in any lines of... just finish this thing up. Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah, continue arguing, Jamaica.
So I am suggesting that private sectors who wish to do help UN to promote their program by financially helping them. As UN requires financial support from civil society institutions, financial institutions. Likewise, private sector can also propose their own fund to...
So it is in the choice of the private sector or the private sector companies if they want to support. Is the choice or is it compulsory?
It's a choice of them.
Any other oppositions? Okay, thank you.
All right. So that makes a end of paragraph number 11, operator paragraph 11. 12 cannot be amended because that goes with every single UNSC resolution. Decides to be actively remain seized of the matter. So that can't be amended. So with this, we come to an end of the formal-informal consultation. So your only job is now to ask for voting. You can ask delegates in favor, you take a head count, you say delegates voting no, and then you say is yay, nay, abstentions. All right, so if it passes with more than 95 votes, this resolution is adopted. If it's less than, 94, right? Yeah. Sorry, it's not 94. If it passes with 97, it is adopted. If it's below 97, there has to be 97 yeses because that's a simple majority plus one. So it has to have 97 yeas. If there are more than 97 no's, then it's automatically failed. And nays plus abstentions, 97 plus again fails. You clearly need to get 97 yeas to adopt this resolution. So you can move into final voting.
Those in favor of the resolution?
I think the smarter thing would be asking for nays. Counting nays, then you deduce yes from no's. Nays and abstentions.
Those not in favor?
Nays.
Those abstaining?
See, not everyone would be on board with the idea, right? So if you still do not believe this document could solve the world's problem, you could always choose to vote no or abstentions. Abstention means neither you vote yes or no for this piece of document, which has been agreed so far. So you can ask again.
Those who favor the resolution?
In favor. Those who completely are okay with the idea of this resolution adopting.
Those who don't favor the resolution?
Delegates voting nay.
Those who abstain? The resolution has been passed.
All right, since the document has been passed, this document now becomes, the draft resolution is becoming the resolution 81/2025 for this document. And tomorrow, by the time before we go, all the additional clauses these people have proposed should be reflective in the piece of document. Last but not least, somebody should, now the president will come and they'll officially, you'll say, I as the president of the United Nations General Assembly would like to suspend UNGA proceedings until next session.
I, as the UNGA president, would like
to suspend
this meeting until the next session.
All right, so this marks the end of United Nations General Assembly for UN Replica 2025 or 10th edition. Thank you so much for everyone for showing up. And it was really a great honor having you all here from schools across Kerala. Thank you so much to the President, the Secretary General, as well as the Under Secretary General. Kudos to you guys. So all delegates who have portfolios tomorrow, please show up. All delegates who can show up for the events, also please show up, because never know, you might win an award or not. So we have exciting prizes awaiting for all of you. So just keep that in mind. Anybody from the teaching staff would like to add any other words? Anybody else? All right. Anybody from teaching staff would like to add a few words of gratitude? All right. Okay. So that being said, okay. Any quick feedbacks from any one of you? You can come to the front and just give us a quick feedback. Quick feedbacks. How was your experience, as to how your experience was? We'll wind off in the next 4 minutes. So you got to be really fast. Yes. Guys, a round of applause. Please.
Respected dignitaries and delegates, this was a wonderful experience for me. I aspire to be in UN one day. I don't know if I would ever make it. I don't know if my ambitions are that great to be able to make there. But this was a nice experience for me. I was able to grasp and got a lot more knowledge about how things works, how to communicate with people, how to debate with people, how to mingle with people. I genuinely enjoyed this whole event wholeheartedly. I really love how this experience has turned out. I met with new people. I realized how much great of a person and vocabulary a person can have, how much you can form allies and things like that. So it was a wonderful experience for me, and I thank Labour India and all the coordinators for this. Thank you, sir. Thank you for this wonderful experience.
Thank you so much. Your name again? Hi. Your name again. Your name again. Sorry? Navami from Warwin. All right. Guys, put your hands together for Navami B from Warwin School, Vaikom. Thank you. Anyone else? Please, you may go. Anyone else would like to quickly say any feedbacks? Also, teachers who are visiting us from other schools are also welcome to give their feedbacks as well. Iceland, come quick, fast. We got total of 9 visiting schools here, so we're very thrilled to hear back from each one of you.
Respected dignitaries and people responsible for this amazing program. This is my first MUN experience, and to say for the least, it was amazing. I got to meet with a lot of new people. I understood my own values. I got to make friends. In fact, I made about 43 new friends. I talked to over 100 different people in the span of just a few hours. This shows what great extent this kind of programs help people like me, which I am personally an introvert. But this kind of opportunity made me talk to people, mingle with people, and make them realize what I want to say, understand what everybody else is trying to convey, and their ideas and their agendas. It showed how great people can be in articulation, and how great people can be to say what they want, and how well prepared some of you are. Thank you.
Your name again?
My name is Sai Madhav.
Sai Madhav from?
Sai Madhav from.
All right. Everyone put your hands together for Sai Madhav from Marymount Public School, Katachara. Anyone else? Anyone else would like to quickly give feedback? Yes, India, fast. I'll take 2 more feedbacks and then I'll stop it. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Georgie. I'm studying in Labour India. Obviously, it's a school who's hosting this amazing program. This is my third year attending UN Replica, and let me tell you, all of the other experience, nothing has been more a reality. What made me feel that this is the best UN that I've ever had, because on the last UN that I participated, I was like, I never talked to people. This time I made alliances, I talked to people, and then I realized how much of a person can push themselves onto knowing about another country. Because what can we do as the next generation who would decide what will happen in the world when you only know about your country and not knowing what will happen around the world? And UN has helped me to learn that. Let me tell you something. As my third year attending the UN Replica and being in the Labour India, let me tell you something. There is something that Labour India gives you which other school doesn't. It is something different that you will stand out from the other students, that you will stand out if you participate fully into the programs that Labour India is hosting and Labour India is making you do. If you don't participate, there is no use of it. If you participate, make full use of it. Thank you.
All right, that's good. Thank you so much. All right. All right. So yeah, I got my friend here, Joshua. He's been there with this program for quite some time. So over to Joshua.
Hi, my name is Joshua. As you know, Dormal and me, since I was 6th grade, I know him very well because I seen his model events. He got even the best delegate. Now I'm completely surprised. I really enjoyed it. I'm right now in +2, so this will be my last year. Seeing Dormal most likely. I really enjoyed it because, to be honest, when I was 6th, I used to be afraid. Even till now, I used to have that fear of not talking. But like when I'm seeing Dormal in my side, I'm like, nah, I'm not afraid at all. I'm still surprised that Dormal is still here after these many years. It's been 6 years. So yeah, thank you Dormal for everything. For 6 years,
All right, one last. Not from Labour India this time. Somebody from visiting schools. Yeah.
Good evening, guys. My name is Adin. I'm from Garden School, Kanjanappally. This is my first year being a part of this UN Replica. And to be honest, it's been a very amazing experience. It's been an honor to be part of this event. And thank you for making this such a memorable event for me and hopefully for everyone else here. And thank you.
All right. So, all right, we got some 5 solid feedbacks. So, that being said, all right. So it was all lovely interacting with all of you. Now I'll just wind up things for today, which is to deliver a word of thanks. My sincere gratitude to the founder chairman of Labour India Group of Educational Institutions, Sri Vijay George Kulangara, for his vision towards the school and this entire knowledge city which he has built through his absolute resolution and hard work, which has put up a show for an educational institutions like no other for the state to be produced. So thank you, sir, in your absence. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to the chief mentor of this program, the one who designed this idea for all of us to think beyond MUNs and conventional debate competitions like BPDs and APDs to go and create a new version of endurance debating. So let's say if your debate competitions in Speak for India and many other platforms are like 100-meter sprints, UN Replica is basically the marathon. So I need a table tap for that. Come on, guys. The marathon of debating. You guys delivered a total of 150 plus speeches in the last 9 to 10 hours of time. And this, I have to say, with all of you being school students, you did a very exceptional job. So this credit goes to Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan, who has created this model for us. And I'm sure sir will join us tomorrow in action. You can all interact with him for the entirety of the day. So this is one reason why you should show up for tomorrow, that T.P. sir will be in here. So thank you so much, T.P. sir, in his absence. Sincere gratitude to the Managing Director, Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, who is a visionary hero who has been helping us pull this event for a really long time. So my sincere thanks on behalf of Labour India family and everyone, each and every participant of UN Replica to Sri Rajesh George Kulangara. Next, as George sir always describes the cap of the Labour India ship, Srimati Suja K. George. Ma'am, since I first joined, my first piece of interaction with anyone who I've joined since Labour India back in 2019 was Suja ma'am. And I know the effort ma'am puts in every second, every millisecond, every minute, every hour, every week, every month, every year. So Suja ma'am, a big, big thank you from our bottom of our hearts to the massive leadership abilities you've been helping with all of us in pulling this event together. Sincere thanks to our director ma'am who is with us here, Ms. Tinu Rajesh. Ma'am, I think you're also one of the most sweetest figures out here. Every time whenever there is a need happens in this university, in this college plus school campus, the first person to approach is Tinu Miss. So Tinu Miss, thank you so much for helping us. Our first sincere thanks to every single teachers who's been constantly with us, helping us and supporting us. Labour India, I need a really thunderous round of applause for this. Your teachers definitely deserve more credit. Your teachers, non-teaching staff, visiting faculties and everyone else, and last and finally delegates who made this event colorful. Until tomorrow, this is me, Dormal Anshree Johnson, your event convener for UN Replica 2025. Signing off. See you until then. Good night and ace it for tomorrow.